We're live. Well, I'm live. I don't know what Jesse's doing exactly. Live at 3D Experience World 2023. I'm Sean O'Neill. I'm here. I'm present. You're just playing with all the stuff you found in the Maker Zone.
Yeah. Is that a problem?
It's not really a problem.
I'm still vibing from
but I thought you were
Bash on
gonna be my
Broadway.
co-host.
Are we live?
Yeah, we're live.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just saying.
You want to?
I don't think his earpiece is working.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to fill me in? What's going on?
Can you have both the earpiece and those ridiculous goggles you got from Greg on at the same
No, I
time?
can't.
No, but we're live. You know, by the way, if you were to go back to day one, you know, all these streams are available online. If you were to go back to day one, look at the desk. Of course, we had the hat. The hat looks different, right? We have a lot of signatures. We had everyone at the desk so far through 2 days signing the hat in any color they choose. They have like 12 colored markers to pick from, but we have all these different props, all different stories too of how they got here.
We've just absconded stuff from people all over the conference.
What was that word?
Absconded?
Absconded.
That's a real word, right?
Well,
Somebody
we have
in
the internet,
Somebody
so
in the chat.
please verify in the chat. Jesse's
I think that's a word.
But yeah, so these are from the shop floor. These boots made on a Tormach, right? So machined. So
Yeah.
these are cool. We showed these a little bit yesterday with the hashtag 3DXW23, which we'll show some clips that we found from some people utilizing that hashtag on spaces like LinkedIn. We got the coffee mugs, right? What else you got over there? You
Got all sorts of stuff. Yeah, I've got some stuff from EDU Zone, as you were mentioning. Stole some stuff from Aaron, from Greg. All sorts of cool stuff. We got X-Shape, the superheroes going on.
I know they're in these capsules. So we got X Design, X-Shape. So just
Immortalized in glass.
Immortalized in glass. We're like, let me out, let me out. All right, so I'm actually going to take out.
You're brave.
Very careful. I'm going to take X Design out.
Man, how cool did these turn out?
These are awesome. So yeah, if we could get a shot of X Design here. So for those of you who are unfamiliar, we mentioned this during the Magic Wheelchair segment. We mentioned this actually a couple times throughout our live programming. The reason why we created these was to correspond with a special project that the live team here and others here on our respective teams were performing to sort of commemorate a special donation that we're making to Magic Wheelchair here at the conference. We're going to see that official donation, you know, the handoff of a pretty big check, just to tease it there, occurred during general session a bit later today, right, Jesse? It's not happening right now. It's a bit later.
Yeah, later today.
Yeah, so that's a big change that we wanted to mention again. We've mentioned it a couple of times. You've coined the term conference hug, which I love. Hashtag conference hug. Hashtag 3DXW23. But yeah, we're gonna have general session a little bit later today. So right, general session on day one, pretty much standard issue, right? You know, we had all the luminaries, keynotes, all this great stuff. You know, product announcements. We talked to GP later in the day. You can expect more of the same, but instead of having it, right after this brief kickoff here, we'll have it a little bit later in the day to kind of wrap up the conference. So yeah, super excited about that. So here's X Design. Can we get a close up on X-Shape? See if you could.
Yeah, these are so neat. Our coworkers actually designed these.
Yeah, let's give them some credit here.
Yeah, and 3D printed. Noah did an amazing job. Obviously, the rest of the team getting these set up, and we've been giving these away. Right, there's over at the booth. I'm sure you talked about it in the other segment.
Pretty sure they're all gone.
I think they are. I don't see any more over there.
Yeah, so these are, I think this is the first time I've picked X Design up. So these were for display. These were at a table right across from the live booth here. And again, we gave out 30 of these. They were in full packaging, just like you would expect from an action figure.
Yeah, and the packaging was beautiful too. Ian did an awesome job in the packaging. They look so cool.
Yeah, so we really went all out. We had like the bubble packaging, like all that stuff. It really felt like you were just picking this up off the shelf at Target.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I would pay a lot of money for this, by the way. but yeah, they did a great job, making all the joints work, making it functional. Look, he could dance if he wanted to, like if he was at the Bash on Broadway last night.
I saw a lot of that.
How about that segue?
Night. Yeah, that was very good.
Day 3 still firing, right?
Seamless.
So Bash on Broadway, we had that last night. One of the many great events that we've had here in person. I don't know if we'll ever be able to dance together virtually. It seems like maybe with haptics
I don't like to
and
dance
VR.
In person, so extending
Virtual
the virtual does not help me at all. Not at all.
So if we could show my screen here, just out there on LinkedIn, again, checking out the hashtag 3DXW23.
Oh, yeah.
These are the sorts of videos where if it's posted on LinkedIn, I feel okay showing it, right? You never want to be the person.
It's public already.
It's public already, right?
Yep.
It seems that Manish and the rest of the R&D team is very proud of all these dance moves. So, hey, more power to them. But yeah, Solidworks R&D delivers what it promises. Here is the proof. Promises of great dance moves here at 3D Experience World 2023. But yeah, it's been so fun. So we pretty much shut down a portion of Broadway, which is like the center of the fun, the music, everything that you associate with Nashville.
Yeah, man, that is a busy street, even without adding in thousands of people to it, right? That place is always going, never sleeps.
I mean, we went there, and it's so funny because we were in Nashville right in 2020, and you sort of forget a little bit, right? So because if I go to a store or a restaurant, a taco place or something for lunch in the middle of the day at home, there isn't any live music. There aren't country artists playing with millions of streams on Spotify.
Yep.
2 p.m. or 1 p.m. on a Tuesday. So yeah, it was a ton of fun, and it was also pretty crazy. We have these event badges, right? And we have everyone with the tags, the CSWE tags, the champion tag, right? User group leader tag. And you just see them, it's 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, everyone's smiling, having fun, walking across the street, going to the next place, next, big music scene.
Yeah.
So you had fun, right?
I totally had fun. And it's one of those weird things, like, that's not my scene at all. Like, I would never choose to go do that. But for some reason, like, with everybody that's here, it's so much fun. I was saying that exact thing to Tracey last night. I would never choose to go do this, but for some reason with this group, it's just so much fun.
It's awesome. Yeah, and this isn't the only thing that Manish posted. If we could show my screen again here. So I wanted to give this a quick shout out as well. So yes, yesterday we were joking. Just being here has made delivering this so fun. This program. We have a full day of programming left to go, but it's made it so fun. I crept away from the live desk for a while. I had a break in segments. I went down and. I have a clip I can show from the Core Podcast channel. They've been doing their takeovers here every day. But one of the things that Jesse and Kirby, who run the Core Podcast channel, are doing their podcast. Kirby and Johnny, yes. One of the things that they're doing, we mentioned we're putting together a very large donation to Magic Wheelchair, which will be revealed later in the day during general session. But they are also seeking out donations, and some community members are actually upping the stakes themselves. So Brad Meter, who's longtime community member, Solidworks user group leader, Solidworks champion as well, says, I think Manish says 10-year-old beard. So I guess we have it on good authority. The beard has been there for a long time. Putting it all on the line. So Kirby and Johnny had a donation goal for themselves for Magic Wheelchair. I think $2,000 US dollars.
I think they're already there.
I think they passed it already. Yeah. But if they get to 5,000 and they report, Brad's beard may be endangered.
Yeah, it's got to go.
It's got to go.
I love it, but it's got to go.
I think Manish joked that maybe he'd have to shave it off on stage. I don't know.
That would be amazing.
So we'll get the link in the chat at some point, so you guys can maybe keep pushing, try to get it to the 5,000 mark. Obviously, it goes towards a great cause. You can donate at any time, Magic Wheelchair, right? MagicWheelchair.org. But a good cause and another great cause, right?
Yeah.
Brad to shave his beard and just being able to laugh, and he'll probably feel disoriented, but we'll feel okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say it was pretty windy last night. It's gonna be extra drafty if this goes through.
Yep, awesome. So we mentioned Hot Ones yesterday. So this was really fun. If we could show my screen.
Your definition of fun is different than mine, Sean.
Well,
better you than me.
It's a good challenge, right? So we got a lot of. I'm not gonna play this with sound. You can go on the Core Podcast and see the full playback. But you can see, even I'm really being careful about how I'm expending energy here. I'm just trying to stay.
Slow movements.
Yeah.
Don't burn any extra calories.
Yeah. If you so one thing Jade Wilson mentioned. So Jade's a champion. She was watching in the background every time I'd take another bite. I'd look at her and she'd just be laughing. I start to really fidget. Towards the end, I'm just like banging the table and like kicking my legs because it's just getting hotter and hotter and hotter. So basically, the idea was that for those who haven't seen Hot Ones, we did a skit around this idea actually during Don't Miss This demo last year during 3D Experience Real 2022. You have 10 hot sauces, and you can see Scotty from Magic Wheelchair getting one ready. I think that was number 6. And they just get progressively hotter. Now, the first 5, I have to say, not bad.
Not bad.
No, they're not bad, and I think
just catch up.
It's pretty much, but it's by design. It's like they want you to feel.
Yeah, they
like,
lull you into it.
Right.
Yeah.
Lull you in. It's like, oh, I'm half done.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you get to number 6, number 7, and you're like, okay, it's not a linear scale. It's going. Oh, and then all of a sudden
accumulating too, right? So
yes, it's accumulating.
Worse. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was
exponential.
My tactic. I don't know if anyone in the chat's ever done this, but my tactic was to basically take my time. Allow it to settle in for 5 minutes or so, and then go to the next one, go to the next one, go to the next one.
You're just extending the pain, I think, is what you're doing there.
I think so. I mean, so we'll get that link in the chat, so look out for it. But again, we have a full slate of programming today. We have general session later. If you look here on my screen, so we have the virtual event platform loaded. I always try to make sure everyone knows you can still sign up for 3D Experience World.
Yeah, it's not over, right? There's still a whole packed day to go.
Yes, full packed day, right? So here on live, you can tune in, you can then tune out, go to a session, right, virtually. So yeah, if we go up to the agenda here, all sessions. So yeah, let's even just take a look at a few of these before we get to a preview, a little check-in on hands-on sessions, which you did, yesterday, Jesse. Let's see. So we're on Wednesday, session type. So a couple things to call out here. General session, right? So if you want to go to general session, apply, right? So that's the wrap. So you can see this is 1:15 Central Time. If you're at home at the office, it'll likely show your local time.
Yep.
You can add that session. You can join the session from there, or you can just stay tuned in on live. We'll broadcast it from there. But yeah, what else? So if we go to session type, let's go to... Let's see. So you got partner sessions, customer case studies, got Hive Hangouts, meetup sessions, right?
Yeah, I'm going to try to catch a Hive this morning at some point if I can sneak away for a few minutes. We got a Visualize one going, then I'm excited to see
you got to go to that.
Yep.
If Jesse doesn't go to the Visualize one, I'll be mad at him because he, as we always joke about, whenever you're presenting, you very much love your Visualize.
Yep.
So let's see. So you got getting middle school started. So the thing I love is, again, there's so many different personalities, so many different types of professional students here.
Yeah.
And we have sessions that not only cater to different types of professionals, students, educators, but also different subjects, different topics, different domains altogether. So a lot to get to. Interview with the champion, how he created 3D Experience House with Ridvan. This was pretty incredible. I saw this project completed earlier this year. So definitely check that out. So you mentioned, Jesse, you're going to the meetup for Visualize.
Yep.
Any other topics you're kind of keen to check in on before the event concludes?
Maybe not topics in particular, but we sort of mentioned this maybe on Monday, I think. But it's interesting when I go scrolling through the site like this, you almost would think, coming to a world event like this, that they're all on the same topic, right? We're all here for the same reason, but that's not at all the case. I mean, there is a very wide range of different topics and interesting things that you could get into. And that always catches me by surprise, even as somebody who is, here, like in the products all the time. It's like there are so many subcategories of things that you might get into. There's probably a category of things that you didn't even think about, looking into. So it's definitely worth, I think, just going through, like you're going through, just scrolling. I almost prefer doing that than just searching for something manually, because it's like, oh, what is this? I've never seen anything on this before.
And we've been scrolling for quite a while. We're only at the 9 o'clock sessions. You mentioned a few times throughout the course of live here, so many different sessions. I think it was over 350 or just 380. It's like some number where it's like I can't even imagine, can't comprehend what I'm even saying.
Yeah, 350 presenters-ish and 380-ish sessions.
So again, still at 9 o'clock. So there's just so much stuff to do. So yeah, super jazzed to get to these. But anyway, we have a check-in to get to, right?
So we do. Yeah, I got a chance to pop down and see Peter and Emmanuel for their hands-on session. It was a cool one. I'm excited for you guys to see it. It's a great example of a hands-on session that you can just pop into and learn something totally new and different.
Awesome. So let's check it out.
Well, we have escaped the live desk for a little bit. We're out and about, and we're checking out some sessions. And particularly, I'm here with Emmanuel and Peter, and these guys are doing a hands-on session. You guys just finished up, is that right?
Right, yes.
Excellent. Well, thanks for joining me. What was your session on?
Right. So
high-level overview.
The goal was to teach the need to position antenna on product in case you need to connect product together in a wireless way. It's more and more common. You know, if you want to watch a film on Netflix this evening, you have an antenna on your television, basically. So this is what we teach to the people, and it went pretty well, Peter.
Yeah, thank you. I think it was a pretty good session, and it's a need that we have found a lot of our customers have in the Solidworks space, especially industrial equipment, but really, as Emmanuel said, more and more products today need to be connected wirelessly, whether that's to other products, whether it's to the internet, whether that's to GPS antennas or cell phone networks, things like that. And our customers, while they may not necessarily design those antennas themselves, even if you're using purchased off-the-shelf antennas, we now have ways with the 3DEXPERIENCE platform to really easily test out different antenna positions on different positions on your product and make data-driven decisions on where's the best place to put it. And that's what the session was just called. It was, where do we put the antenna?
Yeah, very cool. So there's a couple things that I think are interesting about this session. First of all, it's a hands-on session, right? We talked about this a little bit, Sean and I, at the desk the other day. In an event like this, we've got a whole bunch of different types of sessions that are going on. Some of them you just, lecture style, you sit and take notes, you're going to learn something. But the hands-on sessions, I think, are really cool because it's something where you can come in and really any skill level be able to sit down, play with something, and maybe come out the door with some kind of muscle memory or something that you've learned and used, and you can say, okay, well, I can see myself using this, back at my desk, or I've got some experience with it now. That's such a cool advantage of, especially being in person, right? That's a cool advantage.
In fact, I would like to make a comment, Jesse. Yeah. I think I interviewed the participants before that Peter started, and I noticed that 70% of them, basically, they need to position antenna on products, but they never did that before.
Yeah, it was new to all of
us. It was very new. So
70%.
In 1 hour and a half of the session, they were able to get a flavor on how to do it. And also, maybe at home, at their company, they don't have a strong computer, a strong cluster. Here, with our solution, we can run the simulation on the 3DEXPERIENCE platform on the cloud using high-performance computing. Therefore, here you run a very big excavator model. Maybe we take, 1 day to run. With the cloud of Dassault Systèmes, you can make it much quicker.
Yeah, I believe in using the high-performance cloud resources, we can actually use coupled CPUs and GPUs, so up to 4 GPUs or graphics cards and 48 processing cores at the same time, and run a model that, like Emmanuel said, it might take a day or a couple days to run. We can run that in a couple hours, and that's one of the nice things with the electromagnetics engineer role. Out of the box, you can run with up to 16 cores locally or on cloud, but when you do need that extra power, when you're running those really large models, or you do have just a time crunch to get results, you can go in and pay for SIM credits or SIM tokens to be able to run these with way more infrastructure than most people have locally. And again, without any of the cost of maintaining that as well. You don't need to maintain high-performance computing clusters, servers, IT staff to maintain those, deal with downtime, upgrades, all that stuff nobody wants to deal with. It's all the upside with very little downside.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought, even just in the sense of the session here today, because I think sometimes you come into a session at a big event like this, and you come in, okay, I'm using somebody else's hardware, so they've sort of stacked the deck, right? You've got some awesome setup that I can use, and I may or may not have the same experience when I get back to my desk. In this particular case, not the case, right? With the 3DEXPERIENCE platform, you're offloading all of that, so you may even have a better experience if you've got a better setup in your own rig at home, but you're not going to be wildly off, right?
No, exactly. exactly. It really levels the playing field, whether you're on a laptop or if you do have one of those high-performance machines at home. The other nice thing, I think, with the platform in general is the ability to share results online and be able to open stuff in a web browser. If you're, whether you want to bring results up on a cell phone on the road, or if you're talking to a manager with an iPad or something like that, you don't need to actually open up a big desktop program to do it. You can, in our case, we're looking at things like far field antenna results, electric field, surface current plots, things like that. We can literally view them in a web browser on an iPhone or an Android phone or just about any device you want, which is a real game changer, I think, for collaborating and the review process, and also just being able to keep the workflow going while you're on the road.
Yeah, and I think this particular topic that you guys were
to make some enhancements, to make some mitigation, and basically the simulation model was updating automatically. It was very funny when you move and added some steel bars on the Solidworks model, automatically the simulation model was updating. So you save time. You save time, you don't need, to set again the boundary condition, the scenario for your new simulation. It's what we call mod sim. It works with SolidWorks, of course, but we are now developing also mod sim for electronics to be able to update also the PCB information automatically.
And I feel like that's a term a lot of SolidWorks users might not have heard before, the term mod sim. It is big if you're in the simulation community, and mod sim, as Emmanuel said, is this integrated modeling and simulation, but it's not new to SolidWorks users, because really with SolidWorks simulation, it's what we've been doing all along. We're talking about SolidWorks simulation in the same window as your SolidWorks model. I mean, we've been doing mod sim with SolidWorks, I think, before the term existed. Yeah. But you'll hear more and more about that. We actually have some mod sim panel discussions this afternoon. If you want to learn more, there's also the mod sim conference available online, and just even Googling that term mod sim, you'll find a lot of information about exactly what we're talking about. So it's not new, it's just a new term for connecting your modeling and simulation domains, and it doesn't have to be one guy does the model and then an analyst does it, does all the analysis and then emails and file transfer back and forth. We can do it at the same time with a connected workflow and just make life so much easier. Yeah, that's a great point, because one of the things that I've loved the most about the SolidWorks simulation products is that they're really geared to be in the hands of the designers. Yep. Right? It's not necessarily that an analyst couldn't use them. They could, but they're really focused on trying to get those tools. We talked about, democratizing things all the time, right? Getting things into the hands of people who can use them, make smarter decisions way earlier in the process. That's kind of been like a pillar of the SolidWorks simulation, theme. And I love that that kind of continues on to, the whole portfolio of simulation products has grown so much, recently with the 3DEXPERIENCE products. This fits right into that, right?
Right, Jesse. And in fact, here the software can be used by an analyst that need to design the antenna. It can be used by system engineers that will place the antenna at the right position. So as you said very well, you don't need to have a PhD to use the software. I mean, it's really, we democratize, and we are looking for new users, new personas that are going to use the software. Yeah. So it's a kind of democratization of the simulation. And I feel like I'm a pretty good example of that. and like Emmanuel and I make a good team on this, because he is a PhD electrical engineer that specialized in electromagnetics. I'm not. I'm a simulation guy, but I'm a mechanical engineer. I have no background in electromagnetics. I've only been doing this for about 8 months, and I've only been exposed to electromagnetics in the last 8 months, and it's easy enough that it's easy enough for me to do. It's easy enough for me after 8 months to teach other people with no experience how to do. So it really, if you're worried about, oh, that's too complex for me, we do work with antennas, but I'm not an electromagnetics guy. You don't have to be. You really don't have to be, and I'm living proof.
Yeah, absolutely, and I feel like that really applies to every simulation product we have, right? It's designed to to help designers make smart decisions, right? And the earlier in that process you can do that, the better. The more people you get using those tools to make those decisions, the better.
Could I mention one more thing? Yeah. Just about the simulation tools on those. So again, I think a lot of our SolidWorks users are pretty familiar with the SolidWorks simulation offering that we have. Sim Standard, Sim Pro, Sim Premium. We've been touting them for 20 years, and they're excellent tools. But we do have so much more available on the 3DEXPERIENCE platform, and it's really the power of the Simulia and Abacus solvers and CST solvers integrated with your SolidWorks models. But especially things like Abacus. The Abacus brand is well known as one of the best simulation tools out there, but it really is known as an analyst tool. It's like Abacus is for PhD analysts that do nothing but Abacus all day long, and the 3DEXPERIENCE platform really changes that. We've taken the exact same solvers, the same powerful contact algorithms, the explicit solving capabilities, things like that, and packaged it into a much nicer front end where you can bring in your SolidWorks models, you can have automatic updates, you can set things up with user assistance to help guide you through the process. So it's putting those analyst tools in the hands of everyday engineers and designers, and I think that is a common thread across the whole Simulia 3DEXPERIENCE platform.
Yeah, absolutely, and not to mention the licensing freedom that comes along with 3DEXPERIENCE, right? You can ship those tools to the people who need them and when they need them.
We just had a guy that said, "Can you rent this?" And it's like, well, yeah, that's the entire thing. If you need it for a 3-month project or a 6-month project, you can pick up a license for just that project without needing to buy this expensive perpetual software.
Maybe it's also now the time to open the door to other applications. Today we focus on antenna placement, but this solution, Electromagnetics Engineer Role on the 3DEXPERIENCE platform on the cloud, is available also to analyze your printed circuit board for signal power integrity, electromagnetic compatibility pre-compliance, and also electronic cooling. And we should not forget also the low frequency part like sensors, electrical motors. So it's really, we have a wide list of applications and where we profit of HPC on cloud and great associativity with SolidWorks.
Yeah,
definitely. And like, how many of our SolidWorks customers design products with at least one of those things? Like, if it doesn't have an antenna, there's a good chance it might have printed circuit boards in it, or electric motors in it, capacitive sensors, things like that. Like, and that's where CST really does shine. It's the entire electromagnetic spectrum. Should we talk about the solvers for a second? I'm not sure if we have time.
Sure, yeah, real quick.
But so the CST electromagnetics package, it's not new. It's been around for over 20 years. Well, Emmanuel worked for CST for over.
I started in 2000.
2000. So Dassault acquired it a number of years ago, and it's now been integrated onto the 3DEXPERIENCE platform, and it covers the entire spectrum of electromagnetics, from low frequency to high frequency, all the way up to optics and photonics. But we have, within this one CST package, actually 24 different solvers, because all those different range of things, whether if you're solving a touch screen on an iPad versus a high frequency antenna versus a PCB versus photonics or laser stuff, you're not using the same solver to do it. But those 24 solvers can work together, or hybrid solves, or you can hand things off from one solver to another to do what some of our competition you actually might need 3 or 4 different software packages to do. You can do right inside one package. And on the PCB side that Emmanuel was just talking about, we have one of the best solutions out there. We can read in from any of the standard EDA tools, so Cadence, Altium, Zukin, Mentor Graphics, etc. Directly read in those PCB layouts with the detailed board layouts, all your traces and vias, all your components, set up things like signal integrity, power integrity analysis, IR drop analysis, run EMC and EMI studies on these as well, make sure you're within your EMC limits. And then one thing a lot of people don't know, they think it's an electromagnetic software. 2 of those 24 solvers, one's a FEA, a structural FEA solver, the other's a full-blown CFD solver. So once you run the electromagnetics analysis on your circuit board, you can then run a thermal stress study on it within the same software. You can actually take all of the power losses you calculated in the electromagnetic study. When I say power loss, well, when you lose power out of a PCB, that's heat. That's when things heat up, and you can directly transfer that power loss as a heat source into a study. So again, in the same package, run all your electromagnetics, then run a thermal study, and then a thermal stress study without leaving the same window. Which is pretty cool. Like, I don't think there's anything else that can do that. There isn't anything else that can do that.
This is what happens every time I get Peter talking. He starts talking over my head. And it's not because he's tall and he's got impossibly good posture. He just starts talking over my head. Well, thank you guys so much. Your wealth of information. I'm sure the attendees got a ton out of that session, and I'm sure it was a great one. Thanks for joining me, and we'll catch up with you guys soon.
It was a pleasure, Jesse.
Thank you, Jesse.
Wow. Welcome back to Live at 3D Experience World 2023. I know the little sit slide there said interview with Todd White, but Todd, I told you we can't have the interview without Sailor. So
yeah, I understand.
Todd White.
She's a star.
Yeah. How are you guys?
Good.
You guys were on stage yesterday. I was asking you if you were nervous.
No,
No.
not really.
It was so funny. So you're like a pro at this. Even like Jesse and I, like we still get nervous even to do this, you know? But you walked right over, you're like, okay, where's makeup? Gotta get mic'd up. I got it. You're like a regular old conference keynote speaker. I was saying that to you yesterday. I was like, that's an official thing that you can now say. You're 10 years old and you can say, I've given a keynote at a conference that was attended by thousands of people. Is that crazy?
Yeah.
And that's like, I guess that's something you couldn't have said like 2 days ago. That's nuts. Yeah, a lot to process. But hey, Todd, I want to start with you. I have a couple questions that I wanted to ask. So day 3 typically is all about like making connections and like just meeting people, right?
Sure.
Which is a huge part of our industry. You were on stage. You guys were both on stage, right? With Mike.
Yeah.
Mike Buckley. Just tell us how you met Mike.
We met Mike at IMTS.
Not too long ago either.
Not too long ago in Chicago. So
yeah,
it was just kind of a daddy-daughter vacation, you know.
Coolest vacation.
Kind of grouped in with checking out new machines. So we made a vacation out of it, got to experience IMTS, but walking through the CAD CAM part of the show, we ran into Barb and we ran into Mike, and just amazing group of people. You know, they welcomed us with open arms and got to know them. And after just talking for a little while, they invited us, you know, to come out here, which was awesome. So,
what was your favorite part about IMTS?
Probably the bigger machines.
Yeah, they have like humongous machines, like bigger than this entire booth.
Yeah.
Like, huge, like big as a house.
Yeah, they're big.
I would walk up to machines and I would think, I was at IMTS at this point many years ago. I was so jealous of people like Chris and Mike that they got to go. Jealous to you guys too. And yeah, just like, I'm like, I don't even know what you do with these machines, but they're pretty impressive. So that was awesome. Yeah, you probably saw like a bunch of stuff like this, I'm guessing.
And they also had an area for the kids. So the kids could go down and print, you know, 3D hearts with their names on them, and you could do games and robotic arms where you had to like follow a track. It was
really fun because it was kind of boring up there because you just got to watch the machine.
You're like, I'm always machining parts. Like, I'm used to it.
And then when we went down there, we actually got to see the robotic arms work, and there was like this really fun claw game. It was super fun.
What was the claw game like?
Like you had to, like the regular claw machines, but you had to like get a toy out of the thing. But it was super cool.
Yeah, we have some stuff like that here. You know, just more, I don't know, accessible, like fun stuff that you can do that teach you like, hey, sometimes science, engineering stuff is kind of fun. Like it's not just my favorite subject in school, right?
And it got the kids excited. So
yeah,
that's what the part I enjoyed, is going down and seeing the games and, you know, interacting with the kids. So it was neat.
100%. You know, so for people watching at home, like we have a ton of people watching, you know, virtually, whether you're at work, whether you're at home. Thanks for tuning in, by the way. You know, what are some, you guys have made a ton of connections. Like you guys were with Megan yesterday, who's awesome.
Yes.
Yeah.
You guys were with Titan, who's awesome. So, and all that kind of stemming, I'm thinking, right, from IMTS, and you're here, and you just keep meeting all these people, and things just kind of expand. You know, I guess either of you, like, what are some tried and true pieces of advice that, you know, you guys can give to people in terms of, you know, how to make connections that wind up in opportunities to kind of grow, you know, when you're at conferences or just different events? Like, what's it like to meet people, and how do you, yeah.
I personally love meeting people. I love getting to know people's stories and, you know, how they got into this industry, you know, what they do. So I'm just genuinely interested in learning about people.
Yeah.
So I think that helps just developing a relationship with people. So I always enjoy just meeting people, and I think Sailor got it from her mom. You know, she loves.
You both seem pretty extroverted, so that's good. How about you?
I love meeting new people and seeing what their job is, and seeing the cool adventures that they go on, and meeting really nice people.
Yeah, and there are a lot of that's one thing I think it's pretty fortunate about just this community overall. Like, it's really inviting. There are a lot of really nice people. Like we're talking about Megan, right?
Yeah.
So did you meet Megan here or at IMTS?
IMTS.
Okay, what was that like?
It was really cool. She was really nice. She gave me like bracelets and stuff. It was really cool meeting her.
She has the one, you know, you can see all over this desk, we have like all this stuff. We have all this, you know, they call it swag, or like little, you know, gadgets and stuff. But yeah, so we have X Design here, who's 3D printed. You can hold this, pass it around. But yeah, that's one of the cool parts of a conference. You get to sort of see different technologies and, you know, try to make things fun. Megan always has the coolest swag.
Right.
Oh,
definitely.
Megan had like this full bag. She's like carrying it around. She, you know, she takes it down. She has the T-shirts.
Yeah.
Which are
the
awesome.
coolest earrings.
Coolest? Oh, the coolest.
Did you see her earrings?
I did. I didn't ask her about them, but yeah, it's stunning. It's like she walks up and you're like, wow, I couldn't pull those off. But yeah, she is just so cool. And of course, mavens of manufacturing. For those of you watching at home, definitely check it out. Yeah, X Design, 3D.
That's a
3D printed. And then we have X Shape over there and the little capsule. It's like, let me out. So it's pretty crazy. You know, I was thinking, Sailor, about you know, friends back at home or classmates. Like, how many of them machine parts, or, you know, what do they sort of think about?
Actually, I have one, because I am homeschooled, so I do have my sister.
Your sister?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what does your sister think about, you know, machining and all the other engineering stuff?
She, like, both of us really like hanging out with our dad. That's one of the reasons we go. But it's also cool to watch, like, this was once a block of material, and now it's this really cool thing.
A lot of people don't even know that. A lot of people have no idea how. I remember, for example, I don't know if I could have told you how this was created until, I don't know, maybe I was like 17, 18, and not maybe as young. I'm sure there are people that would be watching this. You know, if you just stumbled upon this video on YouTube, that would be like, oh, it just always was this. Somehow, I have no idea how it was created.
And a lot of people think that.
Yeah.
I mean, she even yesterday in the interview when we're up there, she's using terminology. I was like, wow, you remember all those things I shared with you in that short of a window? It's not like I'm spending time with her, but I don't think it would be that much time to remember all of that and retain it all. So when she does, and I mean, even yesterday, she caught me off guard with the things she said, and I was just like, wow, like, she's got it. She's got it here.
Yeah. I mean, finding new interests is just really cool, right? Finding stuff that you love, especially when it's, you know, not everything that we love has to be like super useful or like, you know, something that can get us a ton of money someday.
Yeah.
But when it is, and you can teach other people with it too, I mean, that's kind of a win-win-win, right? Like that's awesome. That's so cool. What's your favorite thing you've ever made?
It's a hard one.
I know. You know, it's hard about it. It's like when you ask favorite questions. It's like I have to pick one. What's one of your favorites ever?
Well, I would say my favorite part of doing this one job was when I put in the last part and I was finally done. It was so relieving.
Relieving. Did you feel like a sense of accomplishment?
Yeah.
Like, yes, I did this.
Yeah.
That's so cool. And
I don't know if you had the photo, but we were doing a 450-piece assembly, and there was 5 pieces in the assembly. So we had Mom, Zoe, Sailor, and I. We set up an assembly line, and Zoe started putting the washers on the bolts and putting them in the egg cartons, and 4 at a time. You know, we started assembly. We actually finished the job by Friday. It was awesome. It's awesome to be able to do these things with my family.
That's so cool. So you mentioned yesterday, and you don't have to tell us what your big idea is. You know, your future ideas, your business plans. I'm sure you're just in the background formulating them. But you know, having made all these connections, going to these conferences, like now just, you know, talking to thousands of people. It's funny talking to people on the internet, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like there's some people watching this, like the production team, but there's like thousands of people watching this, which I think is so neat. And it's recorded, it's captured, you can send it to people. Like this format is just really awesome. How, like when you meet new people, does it make you even kind of more excited for the future? Does it give you more ideas? Do you get inspired by people?
Yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes.
Depends on who I meet.
That's true. Yeah. At conferences, you meet a lot of people too. So like some of them, I guess, it resonates, right? It's like, okay, you seem interesting. You seem like you're doing something that I would like to do. And some people, it's like, wow, I didn't even know that what you did was a thing until just now. Was there anything in there in the sort of playground area that you liked?
I haven't gone in there yet.
Oh, you haven't gone in there yet?
No.
Well, good thing I don't even know what time. Oh, 8:45. So you can go in there. Yeah, so there's all sorts of machines, like all sorts of things that people can make with. It's actually one of the coolest things about coming here. It's like just seeing all the machines and seeing, you know, what people are creating, and that's what inspires me. I'm sure you guys too. It's like just
We would like to try out the virtual reality today if it's available.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the thing I was saying, you know.
It was booked. It's booked. Yesterday it was booked completely, so.
We got to get in there. Have you guys ever tried like an AR or VR headset?
No.
I've never.
I tried one. Last time I had one on was in the summer, and they just keep getting better too. Like they keep getting better and better. So you guys gotta check that out. We gotta make that happen. So, absolutely. But I wanted to ask you, Todd, about your business too. So Todd White Metalworks. We've been talking about it kind of off and on here during this talk, but yeah, if we could just show my screen, guys. So yeah, tell us about your business. You know, what do you do? We heard a little bit about it yesterday, but
yeah, we started in 2017. Started in our garage. From there,
as many things do. Like we heard Jamie from Ring just showing off his garage.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Put an ad on Craigslist.
Yep.
And from there, we got a call, and that customer is still with me till this day. So just kind of incrementally started growing, you know, from the garage, from the Tormach, took that leap of faith, got into our first facility or first building, bought the Haas mini mill, took a loan from my father-in-law, bought the mini mill. From there, just started expanding, started learning more machines. It was nerve-wracking. It was scary. I didn't know what I was doing. But just kind of learned as I went along and started getting more and more jobs put on the machine. And before you knew it, it just started to organically grow, and customers, and like you said, meeting people, building relationships. I really put a lot of emphasis on answering the phone, developing the relationships, making good quality parts, delivering on time. So those are things that's helped me really, really grow quite a bit.
Awesome. Cool. Well, you guys can check out the site, toddwhitemetalworks.com. That's toddwhitemetalworks.com. Wow, it's been a pleasure to meet you guys.
Yeah,
you have to go to the playground now.
We will.
You absolutely have to go. So I'll let you guys go. But
I appreciate it. Thank you for having us so much.
100%. It was so nice to meet you. I was so jealous of Barb and Mike and everyone else. They were like, you got to meet Todd and Sailor. So I'm privileged to have done so now. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you for having us.
Yep.
I appreciate it.
Experience World has long been an amazing event for students to level up and meet up in a variety of ways, and 2023 has really been no different. So here to discuss highlights of our event offerings and beyond for the student community are two leaders of it here at Dassault Systèmes, Marie Blanchard and Chuba Marora. How are you guys doing today?
Oh, great, Sean.
Great, Sean.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for jumping on. So Maria, I'd like to start with you if I could. 3D Experience World, it's a relevant conference for more types of people than ever before, right? You think about designers, engineers, makers, hobbyists, analysts, many more. But World's long been a special event for students, right? What have been some of the special events and activities that you've seen for students at the event so far this year?
Well, this is a really exciting time for students, especially. We reached out, we have over 3,000 teams that we sponsor, these student teams, amazing students, whether it's FIRST Robotics or the NASA satellite competitions. But we reached out to a local team, Vanderbilt University Formula SAE team is here with us this week. And also all the way from Louisiana down south is the Shell Eco Marathon team from Louisiana Tech. And Dassault Systèmes has this strong program with sustainability, and we're really excited to see Louisiana Tech here and all the student teams, members that have come to 3D Experience World. But Sean, what's really cool is we have the Hive. And earlier this week, we got to meet up with students in the Hive and educators too. Just a special place because it really is truly all about the community. And what is great with technology and why I'm so happy to be on this show with you is we have thousands of students and educators watching virtually 3D Experience World. And to me, that is really about democratizing technology, that no matter where you are in the middle of Bangladesh, or we have students from Bhutan, they're at 3D Experience World. And the virtual program is amazing. Harish Patel up in Western Ontario, he's a user group leader, a Solidworks champion, and he is presenting as part of the student track. And we have two students, amazing, Nikita from Northeastern University and Ajang from Michigan Tech. This is fantastic. You know, these students are presenters. And more importantly, you got the top science and engineering software company in the world, Dassault Systèmes, the talent and inclusion team is helping us with a series of videos to students, these breakout sessions on career tips. And that's why I'm really excited about this week, Sean.
Yeah, it sounds fantastic. It sounds action-packed. You know, one of the factors that we mentioned for those attending virtually this year is the opportunity to level up, right? And namely with certification opportunities and, you know, the ability to learn about new technologies, like some of the things that you mentioned, Marie. But can you tell us a bit about both of those particular aspects, specifically with the Solidworks cloud apps for students and certification opportunities available to students?
Well, I'm really excited. The 3DEXPERIENCE World Team and Dassault Systèmes realizes how important students are. These are our future customers, but more importantly, our customers today need qualified students. And we want to make sure we give them qualified students with the help of educators. So what we've done is we've gotten together our new offering called Solidworks Cloud Apps, put it together for students. Now this is X design, X shape, X sheet metal, X mold, X drawings, X frame. You know those superheroes. You've had them on your show.
Sure.
And it's not that, okay, I can make a model. It's you can make a model anywhere through a browser. This is the new technology. This is what's so exciting. And you can share that model with your fellow students, with your teachers, with people that aren't even part of your class. They can share with your knowledge and what you're doing. And I used to tell my students when I was teaching, and this is back 20 years, right? It was the first version of the certification exam. It was done on paper, a portion of it, right, with pencil. Those certification exams are like money in the bank. You never know when you're gonna need them. And now the program under Mike Puckett has become so intense. This certification system, whether it's associate, professional, it's in LinkedIn, it's in the job sites, Indeed.com. Our best customers are requiring new employees to be certified. So we allow educators to give our certification exams if they're on subscription in schools, whether it's desktop or whether it's platform. We are making an offer to students to take some of these exams. They have about a month to do so after 3DEXPERIENCE World. If they have attended 3DEXPERIENCE World, they will be also given this opportunity. It's a great opportunity, Sean.
Absolutely. Yeah. So yeah, we did our episode, our live episode, all about education. I guess it was just a few months ago now. And you know, there's so many inspiring voices in the education space. And I think at the event overall, especially from the in-person perspective, one of the biggest ways that we've inspired is through the EDU zone, right? The EDU zone, it's been such a busy space, I can say, at the event this year. We've highlighted already on live, right? Different influencers who were, again, inspiring others worldwide through their online builds, their educational content. Marie, what's inspired you this year?
Well, one of the biggest things is this EDU zone has transformed to truly be the 3DEXPERIENCE education zone. It has students, it has makers, it has SolidWorks apps for kids, for children. I mean, starting at age 4 to think about modeling and digital clay. We have the NIAR booth from Wichita, which is this simulation, advanced technology in aerospace. What amazing engineers behind that.
It's so amazing. But hey, we're not done here at 3DEXPERIENCE World. We're here on Wednesday. But the truth is 3DEXPERIENCE World will eventually after another jam-packed day of activity, both online and in person. It'll come to a close. Marie, where can students keep up with the spirit of the event, the learning, the connection making, the fun, the growth going year round?
Well, Sean, I'm going to give two areas to go through. First, we have our Solidworks user group meetings that are around the world. Many of them are virtual, but students can make the physical connection. They're always invited. I loved going to Lincoln, Nebraska. The users, the commercial users were there, our clients, you know, from aerospace and sheet metal machine shop, all the way up to the University of Nebraska and their Baja team. It was a great mix of our community. But I have got to say, again, we are trying to get to everyone in the world who uses our tools. And that is where the 3DEXPERIENCE academic and 3DEXPERIENCE student communities come to play. We have one just for educators, and we have one for students. And I would like to introduce you to my colleague, Shubham, who runs and is part of the student community.
So Shubham, this event is a great stage to make announcements as well as remind our community of some of the benefits that they already have, right? And specifically for students and student teams, like Marie talked about just a moment ago, you know, tell us about some of the benefits that they have from us today that, again, they might not even know about.
Yeah, sure, Sean. First of all, Dassault Systèmes is proud to sponsor students and helping the students who are competing in international challenges. We are organizing and sponsoring those challenges in which students are asked to design humanoid robots, EV automotives, next generation drones, and even space shuttles. Right? So students can gather all this information, and to know more about, you can log into edu.3ds.com/challenges and they can request a license. And not only we are sponsoring the license zone, we are, as a Dassault Systèmes, we are helping all the students with the technical expertise and know-how. And anytime students can reach out to us, we have called the program as Engage program, where we are reaching out to all the Formula student teams, Share Eco Marathon challenges, sustainable events are happening in there, where we are not only sponsoring the licenses, we are helping the students to, you know, excel more. And let me tell you a fact, every year, I think more than 15,000 students are getting benefit from the licenses that we are sponsoring. Every information which I am talking about is present on our Edu students community. And this is the only single spot for all the students to go check it out. And if they're facing any kind of issues and they have any queries, they can directly ask a question over there. And we resolve these queries within 24 hours. So I think that's a very good aspect of it. And if you look at my screen, on the right hand side, we have our Edu students community. On the right side, you can click on the green icon, which is our wiki. In that wiki page, you can get anything and everything related to the information that we are sharing with the students. All the technical content is available on that.
That's incredible. And I know it's something that you and I both share in common. We're both passionate about helping others. We're both passionate about mentorship, right? And of course, you and I first met as part of our mentorship within one of those student projects, the Living Heritage Project, right? Back in 2022. Shubham, on day 3, I like to remind people there are ways to get connected with us and with one another in the community that stem well beyond the event itself. And right, one of these ways is by becoming a 3DEXPERIENCE EDU student champion. Can you tell us what this program is all about?
Sure, Sean. Our goal with the 3DEXPERIENCE EDU Student Champion Program is to build a global network of the students who are using our Dassault solutions, which is CATIA, SolidWorks, XDesign, Similia, who love to use our Dassault solutions. We want to recognize them, and these students can actually help other students learn about Dassault solutions on the community. Now, you might wondering who can become the 3DEXPERIENCE EDU student champion, right? So anybody, any student who are using currently our solutions, who are doing well, who are creating any innovative projects using our solutions, and they are regularly active on the Edu students community can become one. All they just have to do is go to the wiki section and they check out and they just fill one application form. Now, after filling that application form, there will be certain activities that student has to do over the period of year where they will be sharing the knowledge, will be spreading this whole program to become an influencer and can help other students who are asking queries on the community. They can actually become a leader of any interest group. They can start any Star Wars Lego group or could be any automotive or mechanism group as well. Now, what's in it for a 3D Experience Edu student champion? They will be getting free certifications. They will be getting a free license for the whole year of their choice. And they will be getting a Credly badge for it. And for sure, they will be getting a social recognition from the peers and experts. All they have to do is go to the wiki section of Edu students community and can make the most use of it.
That's so fantastic. I can say it's the creator of the Solidworks Champions program. Champions programs, like Marie mentioned earlier,
and the company Hensoldt at the time already started to investigate this 3D printing of electronics, or AME technology, which stands for additively manufactured electronics. And at the time they purchased a printer of the company Nano Dimension, which is based in Israel. And this is basically an inkjet printer. So we have two print heads in there, one with a polymer ink and one with a silver nanoparticle ink. And the machine can process both materials at the same time, which of course gives us the possibility to really create electronic structures with a completely new and free form factor. So we can completely move away from this PCB design paradigm. Anyway, at some point, both of those companies decided that they should intensify their collaboration to get this advanced a little more faster. And therefore, they founded in 2021 their common joint venture, James. And there, we are still focusing on advancing this technology. And in 2021, when we founded the whole thing, I was part of it from the beginning. My focus, although, didn't change really, so I'm still designing applications for this AME or 3D printed electronics technology. Now that you know who I am, let's just have a short overview of what I'm going to talk to you about today. First of all, I will give you a short introduction what this additively manufactured electronic is and what we can do with it. Later on, I will introduce a little our company and our role in the whole technology field. And then moving on to the main part of this talk, which is basically how do we actually design applications for this technology. And last but not least, I will give you an overview of a couple of showcase applications where you can already see what we have been done so far and what this technology can do for you. Okay, let's start with a short introduction. They will show you a video of one of our designs that show you how we see the future of electronics. It looks a pretty little weird, so it's completely different from what you might have seen so far in the field of electronics. So you have here still these pads where you later on, of course, can assemble your components, although those pads are no longer only on the surface, but you can see they are also somehow integrated in the interior of the structure. You have very weird wiring, so it's no longer this via-based and layer-based stuff, but you can really draw kind of tube systems which are then conducting the electric current. Also, you might see here this little figure tube. This is actually an integrated coaxial line. So we are no longer limited to microstrip or strip line, but we can completely incorporate into our structures coaxial lines. How do we do that? Well, I already said it. For this nano dimension process, we have two inks, but in general, we are pretty open to any new processes. So we are not limited to this process. So therefore, I will try to speak from now on from raw materials. So we have two raw materials, at least, maybe more would even be better. At least one is conductive and at least one is non-conductive. Then, of course, we need some sort of computer design to tell the printer what we actually want to print. Then we put all this together in our printer, and the printer then is capable of creating some sort of voxel cloud. And you can imagine that to each voxel, you can tell individually, okay, this one is conductive, the other one is non-conductive. And this, again, gives us the complete freedom of design, so we can draw our conductive structures within this non-conductive matrix as we want. As I already showed you, coaxial lines are no problems, smoothly bended lines, fan-outs underneath a ball grid array, everything is possible with this technology. And of course, in the end, we end up with our finished printed structure. Okay, I already told you a little that we do not want only to focus on the nano dimension process, but in our understanding, AME includes any additive process that somehow helps us to achieve our electronic functionality. So we are not only limited to conductive and non-conductive, but of course, when we are talking about integrating chips or other devices, we also have to get the heat out again. So we want also, if you have some additive process that is maybe very good in printing cooling structures, of course, this process, in our understanding, is also part of the AME technology. So basically, yeah, you could say we take what we get. So what do we have so far? Already told you here, this is actually our design, and we realized it with the nano dimension inkjet printer. We are also partnering up with a company from Poland called XTPL. Not sure if anybody heard about it already, but they are basically very good in micro dispensing. So they can really draw lines down to 1 micron and achieve good conductivity over it. So this, of course, is very helpful if you want to really contact bare die chips. You can get rid of all the bond wiring and so on, and be able to directly contact your chips with this printing process. Furthermore, we have a partnership with the Fraunhofer IKTS. They're located in Dresden, and their focus is basically ceramics. Although they are doing kind of everything with ceramics, they also have a big department which is concerned with 3D printing of ceramics, and they already achieved very good results there. And their next step is now to incorporate also some conductive structures there. They made some first very good and promising results, and so we are hoping that soon enough we will be also able to integrate our 3D electronics into ceramic bodies. Which again, if you have some very high current applications where a lot of heat is generated, this kind of material is very helpful. Then, of course, there are a lot of other companies which somehow deal with this technology, and we have not yet partnered up with them, but they're on the loop. Also, this list is by no means complete. So, for example, we have here Swiss212. They are producing horn antennas from metal printing, additive drives. They're using a copper printer to print electric motors, and they promise to get 40% more efficiency than standard motors. We have the company Golden Devices. They're actually printing in polymer and then are able to metallize the whole structure to also realize here some sort of horn antennas and RF structures. And then we have also the company Cubicure, and they developed a nice material with very good RF properties, and they are basically using those for connectors. Of course, now we have some rough understanding what we understand under the name AME and the technology and what processes are involved there. But of course, now the big question is still, why would you do that? And to answer this question, I will take a step back and tell a little about how traditional PCBs are designed. So basically, here on the left-hand side, you have some green substrate, and of both sides of these substrates, you have some copper applied. And the first step is to structuring this copper. So you take some etching process, some milling, drilling, or maybe even some laser cutting and removing like those parts of the copper that you actually do not need. Of course, this could be seen as a first drawback because this copper that you're removing is basically lost. But for high-end applications, this is a nice start, but not good enough. So if you want really high-end electronics, you need to stack up those things. And to make it more complex, you use this, what's here in a little lighter green. I'm not sure if the beamers, somehow the difference is visible, but this is some sort of brick. So it's some sticky resin. And you have the two structured PCBs, as seen on the previous slide, and you just press them together. And then you have here on the right top side this 4-layer board, for example. At the current production step, those layers are still completely independent of each other, so they're not interconnected. And if you want to interconnect them, you need to design a so-called via, and this is basically done by drilling a hole through the whole thing, and then afterwards metallizing this hole, giving here the electrical connection between all the layers. This, of course, could, in theory, also be done already in this step or in this step, but to reduce cost, and yeah, it is usually done somewhere in the last steps. So basically, whenever you have a via, it's usually going through the whole stack up. Of course, as I said, you can do it otherwise, but this would increase the number of steps you have in your manufacturing process, and therefore it's usually omitted, and this is one of the last steps to get this via and this interconnection. And this, again, is one of our major points that we can maybe solve with our printing technology, because if you imagine you have a very large ball grid array and you need to fan out somehow these hundreds of connections to the rest of your board, you usually need a lot of vias. This results immediately in the fact that beneath this ball grid array, your stack up is pierced with vias and you have no space to place anything else there. So in the sense of miniaturization, this is not really good because this space is basically lost. With the AME technology now, you can create really a very, very smooth fan out of all those connections and maybe even place other components underneath it. So this is one big step towards miniaturization. Also, when we are talking about RF performance, those vias are usually not a very good thing, because when you want to carry your RF signal from one layer to the other, you of course have to go over one of those vias, and they are forming a nice 90-degree angle, which in the RF sense is always a big source of disturbance. Now, as you might see here, with the AME technology, we are really able to draw three-dimensional coax lines. So we can go very smoothly from one chip to the next one without generating any sort of reflection there. When it comes to higher or to signal integrity, these vias are also, especially the reflection of the signal at these vias, are a big issue, because if you have some reflection there, the reflection is usually frequency dependent, and if you have a signal with a large bandwidth, then of course parts of your signal are getting transmitted better than other parts, and your signal is losing its integrity. When it comes to latency, I already talked about maybe implementing or including those chips. So in this structure, you could even think of stacking up those chips directly one on top of the other. Of course, if heat management allows it, and therefore you can realize very short latencies between the chips actually. Of course, when you guide your whole signal inside a shielded coaxial line, you don't have to worry about unwanted crosstalk. Usually when you're trying to miniaturize your PCB, you have to put the signal carrying lines pretty close to each other, and then the crosstalk is always an issue. You have to make sure that the signals are not influencing each other. But here, when you put the whole thing into coaxial lines, you don't need to worry about this, and you can basically put one coax line next to the other without ever being worried about any crosstalk. Another source of RF disturbances are usually connectors. So when you have larger systems and you want to interconnect your PCBs and getting one RF signal from one board to the next one, you're usually using connectors and some cables. Also, this cable connector connection is always causing some disturbance. And now imagine you can print the whole system at once, and then you don't have to worry about any connection. You just draw the coaxial line from one functionality to the next one. Talking about system, of course, if I do not have any connectors on cables, I can also reduce the weight of my overall system. And I don't even have to pay someone to assemble all these cables, because I just print them. And one of the most important things we can do with this technology is we can move away from this flat-based PCB designs. So we do not have to squeeze our flat PCBs somewhere in any shaped system, but we can just fill any volume that we have with some additional electronic functionalities there. So we are no longer limited to the form factor of a PCB. And of course, as always in 3D printing, individualization is no big issue. I mean, the printer is the printer, so you don't have any long setup times. If you just slightly change the file, you can just print it with the same Besides those technical benefits we are getting from the AME technology, we have also some non-technical benefits, for example, ecological ones and sustainable ones. I already talked that in the PCB way of designing things, we have a subtractive process. So a lot of this copper that we actually do not need is wasted afterwards. And here we go from the other side. We have an additive process. So we place the conductive stuff from the beginning only there where it's actually needed. And so we reduce the material waste by a lot. Also, when we're talking about etching and all these assets to make these PCBs, of course, I don't think I have to go into detail that this might not be the best for the environment. But also, when we're talking about logistics, I already said before the talk that the printers of Nano Dimension we are currently having, they can be operated within a shipping container. So you don't need a big, large facility to create your PCB. You can just, if you have some remote location where you might need some spare parts from time to time, you ship this container with the printer once, and you can produce on demand whenever you need it. So now, of course, you may wonder, okay, if this technology is so great, how come that nobody is using it? Well, the thing is, this technology is still pretty young, and we are still facing a lot of challenges. So for instance, we have issues with the process stability. So by no means we have like one printer settings which is fitted to all designs. So whenever we have a new design, we always have to figure out which might be the best printer calibration and printer settings to get this design in the best quality. Talking about environmental tests and qualifications, those are usually pretty costly. So the system engineers and the product managers, they want to do it best case only once. And now we have a kind of a chicken-egg problem. So this technology is new, so it was not qualified yet. So any product manager says, okay, if it has not ever been qualified, the chances are pretty low that it will be, so I go with the usual stuff. And this creates this chicken-egg problem. Norms and standards, I think everybody agrees that they are pretty important for technologies, and to make it short, we don't have any yet. Accessibility is also an issue. So if you think that this is a great technology and might be able to help you, you want to have easy access to it. You do not want to pay or do not want to spend millions on buying equipment and stuff. You want to maybe have some tries, some test trials with other companies, maybe with some printer service, to get a first grip on this technology and see if it can really do what you want and what you need. Another big point that's always coming up with any 3D printing technology is the scalability. Can I use this in mass production? And currently, not really. And other issues are coming with the design process. This is basically one of the big things I will talk later about. So we have seen that we can create completely new structures. The traditional electronic design flow is closely related to the manufacturing flow. So whenever you want to design a PCB, you have a tool that can design layers, and you have a tool that, in this tool you can also design vias. So we are always limited to this layer-based design. You can't get a really 3D wiring out of a classical layout tool. And therefore, we have to switch to other tools, but they are then missing like the components. So I still want to solder my transistor on it, so I still need to know what kind of pads I need that this thing will fit on it. And this data is usually delivered directly to this traditional ECAD or MCAD tool, layout tool, sorry. So in conclusion, we can say, okay, we have a great technology with a lot of potential, but we are still facing a lot of challenges. And this is basically where James comes into the place. Because this was basically exactly what we at Hensoldt figured out at some point. Okay, we need more support for that. We can't do this by ourselves. The challenges are just too big. But anyway, we want to have this stuff in our future products, and at best as soon as possible. On the other hand, we had Nano Dimension, this AME printer manufacturer, and of course they also want to have, they have a very high interest that later on their customers can use the printer to actually manufacture products, because otherwise they will not sell too many printers. So those two companies more or less had the same pain points, and they were sitting together and trying to figure out what to do. And although they were ready to join their forces, they still figured out, okay, even the 2 companies alone won't be enough. So let's go bigger. And this was the idea, to create some collaboration community, so that we take any player on the market who wants to join, who has interest to join into this community. We join forces and start some crowd development to get this technology to product level as fast as possible. This community is supposed to be process independent or neutral. So it's very important for us to make clear that although Nano Dimension is a process owner and one of our co-founders, and actually holds 50% of our company, we are independent of this Nano Dimension process. So as I said in the beginning, we want to get as many processes and technologies inside our community to get the best out of it. And the access to this community is supposed to be an online platform. This one is already online. You can register there if you're interested and see what we have been doing, and maybe if you're interested, even collaborate with us. And this setting, oh, I broke it. Oh, no. And this setting was basically exactly the reason why the company James was founded. James stands for Jetted Additively Manufactured Electronic Sources, and our purpose is actually to exactly build up this community and this online platform. How is this helping now with the issues I already talked to you? Well, with the process stability, I said it's quite challenging to find the right printer settings to get your design, to get your specific design done. Well, here on this community, you have a direct exchange with expert, so maybe already someone did something similar and can help you there. Environmental tests and qualifications. As I said, it's a typical chicken-egg problem. So if you already know that someone has already been doing something, then maybe it would help your product manager to also try to get this to the environmental test and the qualification procedure and get the whole thing advanced a little faster. Norms and standards. That's basically a thing where the big players sit together with some institutions and figure out how to do the standards and what would be good norms for this. And here on this platform, you already have like the perfect community where all the players are assembled. So you have at least already a forum where you can start this whole process. Talking about the accessibility, a big part of our platform right now is about education. So there you get the know-how of the printers, you get the data sheets, you get the material parameters, and you get also access, not yet, but pretty soon, to printer services. So if you want to try out some technology and you think, oh, okay, maybe this process might help me, you can just send our design to this platform and you get a direct offer from one of the printer service providers. Scalability, that's a thing. Whenever we talk to the process owners, they are kind of lost. They're not sure what the market actually wants and in which direction they should steer their R&D. So this platform gives them a basis where they can really get the feedback from the market. So if there are some players that want to use this technology and say, okay, I need the print to be ready in 2 hours, then the process owners have some guideline where to steer the R&D and can improve the overall technology there. Talking about the design issues, on our platform there are some designs already available which you can download, which you can build on top. So for example, if you want to include some capacitors or some coils, there's no need to really start a design process by yourself. You can just take something that has already been done and include it directly into your 3D design. Also, there are some minor software tools that might help you there. And of course, there are also some tutorials that show you how we use currently available software to get our designs done. And this is exactly what I'm trying to do now too. So I will try to tell you how our design flow of this 3D electronics is looking and what kind of tools we are using and where we see some additional need which would make the life of an AME designer much easier. So let's start with the traditional electronic design flow. I already said it's also closely connected to the layers in the manufacturing process. So you have some electronic requirements. Then some skilled engineer is starting to create some circuit schematics, where you have here all the symbols of maybe a microcontroller, transistors, resistors, capacitors, and so on. Then, usually the information about the symbols is closely connected to the footprints, and you get them pretty easy from the vendors. So this information is also really necessary so that you know how your pads would look like, that your components fit on it. And nice thing here, you see these called red nest or air wires that indicate actually which pad you have to connect with which other pad. And then some other skilled engineer, or maybe the same skilled engineer, is starting to do this 2.5D layout. You see here the two colors. You have the blue for the second layer, the red for the first layer. And you also see these green squares there, which indicate that there is a via. And you have exactly this 2.5D layout, which we in our 3D technology do not want. So we have to do something about it. And as I already said, the schematic is the same for us. We also need the information at the footprint. So actually this would be the right position where we take a turn and do not go to the 2.5D layout, but where we start to get our footprints in the 3D tool. We're doing this currently by DXF or ODB++, and then in the 3D tool we can start our wiring process. So this is then here. You might recognize SolidWorks. We have the pads, and nice thing is we have an additional sketch exported here over the DXF file, which indicates which pads we have to connect in the 3D. Maybe we also need some other, I call it here the 3D electronic parts. These might be some antennas or maybe some capacitors or some coils that we did in 3D from the beginning, because again, this cannot really be done in our 2.5D layout tool. Then of course we need some sort of frame or where to put the whole thing in. This is the mechanical part, can be a traditional housing, could be here something like a basic drone frame, and this is usually derived from some mechanical requirements. And in the next step, we just combine everything and create in our 3D tool, in this case, of course, SolidWorks, the 3D interconnection of all the pads as we require them. I will later on tell something about this specific drone frame. For now, it's just an example on what we are intending to do. So let's go through this design step or this design flow with a very, very simple and easy design. We call it here the James coin. I have a couple of them here available. So if you're interested in to take some of them later on, first come, first serve, there's a limited offer. So what do we want to do with this James coin? So basically, our targeted application is we want to reduce a little the paper waste on these trade shows, and we want to use an NFC functionality as a replacement of an electronic business card. To achieve this, we derived some electrical requirements. So of course, we want to provide this NFC functionality. The chip should provide at least 800 bytes of memory, so that also long email addresses can be implemented there. We want to incorporate an LED to have some sort of indication that the coupling was successful. And of course, any capacitor and coil that we have in there should be 3D printed. So we do not want to assemble them on top of it. And then we also have some sort of mechanical requirements. And I think on this slide, you very well see that we are actually electrical engineers. So our mechanic requirements are not really requirements, but more for optics. So we want to have a round structure, which has approximately the size of a €2 coin. It should be a 3-dimensional body, so it should not be manufacturable by a traditional PCB technology. It should be somehow appealing. And of course, since it's supposed to be a James coin, we want to have our logo somehow in there. So let's start the design process. First step, we said, is the circuit schematic. Again, pretty easy design, so this is also available on our platform. We use it as an easy entrance story to really give everyone the possibility to start their own design experience. Also, the files I provide there, you can download them on our platform for free. So you get like the schematic, you get like the the footprint distribution, also the 3D part as a step file, also the Solidworks file. You can just download them, just have to register and give us your email address. So here on the schematic, you see the chip. This is the NFC chip. We have here the NFC coil, which together with the capacitors is providing this resonance circuit. It's, for NFC, it's supposed to be, I think, at 13.56 megahertz. Then for the LED here, we need these diodes and also the capacitors to get a basic, very basic rectifier functionality so that we get some sort of DC current for it. And again, this NFC coil and also the capacitors, they will later on be added in 3D. So for now, these parts are just a placeholder to remind us that they're still there. Same is on the next step. When we get the footprint layout, you see here the capacitors are still in there, also the coil, but later on in SolidWorks we'll just delete it and replace it by our 3D design stuff. You see here the red things. These are basically the pads that we need. We need the names of the components so that later on the guy that has to assemble the whole thing knows what to place where. We have some orientation indication here for the diodes and also for the LED. Same for the chip here. And of course, again, our yellowish red's nest, which indicate what we have to interconnect. Good thing is we can also export these annotations and also here the indicated bounds of our components. So this will be pretty useful in the later design step. So then in our layout tool or in our 2.5D tool, ECAR tool, we just export the whole thing as an DXF. And then I will show you just a short video how to import them in SolidWorks. It's basically pretty easy. You just open it. You import it as a sketch. And then as a European, I'm always forced to change the dimensions to millimeters because I have no clue about inches. And then very important, we have to select that we want a specific or a separate layer, separate for each of the layers. So this is how we get. You see here we have a couple of different layers. Number one is these pads here. So this one we have to extrude later on. Number 19, this is our red's nest, so the indication what to connect with which. Then here the orientation indication for diodes. The names of the components. Again, those will be very handy later on when we try to populate the structure. And then this might be the outlines of the components, so they basically indicate what kind of space you should be leaving to the left and to the right so that there won't be any collision later on. So now we have the whole thing in SolidWorks. And I guess since this is more or less the Dassault workshop, I'm not going to explain how to make from these sketches some 3D models. I guess anybody here knows this way better than me as an electrical engineer anyway. So I will just skip this part. And yeah, I guess you know what to do there. And I will directly move on to our 3D electronic parts. In this tiny example, we said we have the NFC coil here, and we must make sure that the NFC coil and these capacitors play well enough together to get our resonance frequency to the NFC resonance frequency. So therefore, we start here with the coil. We simulate it here at a specific frequency, and we end up with an inductivity of roughly 2 microhenries, which then plugging it into this resonance formula gives us the need of a capacity of roughly 22 nanofarads. So again, we used CST. We have here our stack up of the capacitors, and of course we optimized it a little so that we get pretty close to the 22 nanofarads that we actually want. Then next part is the mechanical part, so the housing. This is how the design is looking in SolidWorks. And this is the pure housing 3D printed with our printer. Of course, now we can discuss if this is really an appealing design. At least the size fits. And also the James logo is in there. So from this point on, I guess we are good to go. We just need to integrate everything together, the capacitor, the coil, the pads, place it in this housing, and then make the three-dimensional interconnection. And this is how the result can look. So you see here again the pads, the capacitor. Of course, on the outside we have the coil. We have some 3D wiring. So we see here this line is bended pretty smoothly. So yeah, we finished our design so far. Of course, next step would be let's print it. And there we see basically the result. I have some smaller versions of them here available, as I already said. So first come, first serve after the presentation. You're more than welcome to take some. Okay, how's our conclusion about the whole design process? Well, first, the good news, it's in general possible. So we are able to use tools to really design three-dimensional electronics. Downside is, I mean, this is a very small design, so we have only like 4 components that we need to interconnect. Now imagine you have a really large board with hundreds or a couple of hundreds components even, and then you have to go to Solidworks and draw the whole lines more or less manually, make sure that everything is interconnected, make sure that you don't have any shorts in this 3D space, and this is a lot of work actually. So Pascal here in the audience, he spent like a couple of weeks designing some chip housing basically with 300 lines involved. So he was drawing 300 lines in SolidWorks to fan out the chip to the board. So yes, we have a lot of tools involved, but still, especially for large objects, it's really time consuming. So my big wish to the Dassault people here would be, wouldn't it be possible to get some AME optimized single tool solution where we don't have to do a lot of import and export, and maybe where we could also have some sort of auto routing in the 3D so that we don't have to spend half of our lives to drawing tubes in SolidWorks. But for now, enough of the complaining. Let's move on and see what we have done so far. Let's go to our showcase applications. We start here with our lumped, oops, that's the wrong one, with the lumped element filters. So the basic idea of a lumped element filter is you take lumped coils and capacitors, interconnect them to achieve some RF functionality as a filter. Of course, in the frequency range, this is a little limited. And don't worry, those are different designs. So don't try to figure out what part is where. So this is the printed one. This is an older design, which we actually did not print. And why do we want to do this? Well, if you have these lumped element filters with PCB technology and you solder the whole thing on top, you always have those somewhat unpredictable solder contacts. So usually you have a lot of fine tuning involved in there. So they have some tunable capacities, and then you have people sitting in front of 5 to 7 to 10 screws and connect the whole thing to the network analyzer and trying to fiddle around so long that you get what you actually want. With this reproducible process, it might maybe take a couple of prints and you get where you want, but then you have a highly reproducible process and don't need this manual tuning anymore. Also, of course, as I said, this is a young technology, so our material portfolio will grow tremendously in the future. I already talked to you about ceramics. So for the capacitors, those ceramics are, of course, very nice because you can make the whole thing smaller. We are also in contact with people that are trying to get ferrite materials into the inks, so that also our coils, which here in the example are still pretty big. But if you really can incorporate some ferrite materials there, then also the coils would be much smaller. And of course, very important, usually when you design electronics, the surface space is kind of valuable. So you do not want to put too much components in there. And so usually people are pretty happy if they can just put anything in the inside of the board. And of course, if you don't need the capacitors and the coils anymore, you don't need to worry about stock keeping. Next example you already know from the beginning. This is actually like the circuitry of a PLL cube. We call it cube because it looks like a cube. And PLL is standing for phased lock loop. and it's basically generating an RF signal. Why are we doing this? Because we want to embed these COTS components inside of the structure, and we want to use 3D wiring concepts. And since we already are dealing here with RF signal, we can also make use of the fact that we can guide the whole signal into coaxial lines. Furthermore, this is like our first step to electrify arbitrary volumes. So here we chose a cube because we had the idea of using a cube, but of course you can imagine that it does not have to be a cube. It can be anything weirdly shaped. Whatever space in your system you have still left, you can put some electronics inside it. Again, these coax lines can be used to achieve very high RF matching, which then saves you a lot of RF simulation effort. And again, in sense of miniaturization, you can avoid any unwanted crosstalk there by just placing everything inside a coax line and shielding the whole thing. Also, there's no reason why you shouldn't, if you need the structure somehow electrically sealed from the environment, you can just print a complete silver box around it, and you don't have to worry about any EMV stuff or so on. Next showcase application, we call it the system and package. This is, we want to embed and connect bare die chips in our AME structure. So there has been already some advancement there. So for, like, say, high power chips with large pads, there are already examples where we achieved this. So there were bare dies really incorporated into our structure and directly connected with the printing process. This helps us to achieve high level of miniaturization. We don't have to deal with bond wiring anymore. And of course, when we're talking about RF, we can guide our 50 ohms line direct to the chip and don't have to go over this bond wire anymore. And last but not least, our AME drone frame. You already saw it in one of the examples. So the idea is we want to print a complete drone in one printing step. Of course, with some certain limits. So we have here the motors, some electronics, and the benefits we see in this, we do not have any assembly effort anymore. We get rid of connectors and cables. So we do not need to pay someone to place hundreds of connectors and cables and interconnect the whole thing. We can optimize the overall shape. We can reduce the weight. And of course, when it comes to GPS functionalities, we can directly incorporate conformal antennas where we need them. Okay, that's it so far from my side. I'd like to thank you for your attention. And not sure what the timeline says, but I guess we have some minutes for questions. So feel free. Yes, you can use a solder reflow machine. We already did some examples there. Of course, it always depends a little on the process. So currently I can just speak for the nano dimension process, but there we achieved. So, so it is a little tricky to do it because yes, this polymer starts bending at this solder temperature, but if you somehow hold it down, you get pretty nice results actually. But you shouldn't use, like, of course, the high temperature soldering. Nope, we did, of course not. No, we did this mostly because our solder, the population facility, they're still using, this solder mask, and then so they need some smooth surfaces. But on long term, I'm not sure if you heard Nano Dimension, the printer company, they acquired SMTech, which is a Swiss-based company for pick and place. And there, of course, the idea is to combine both processes and to also put the components during the print, but also to make sure that you don't have to put them on straight on the same level, but you can just also put them askew somewhere, somehow orientated inside of your structure. But we're not there yet. So, as I said, we're still optimizing the whole thing. And but yeah, you're completely right. In the long and mid-term, we want to move away from this layer-based stuff. Yeah. Yes, this nano dimension printer comes with a separate, so they have their own software tool to perform the slicing. You can import either PCBs, so if you are insisting on reprinting PCBs, this can be done by, basically, I think the interface is Gerber and drill files, or you can just put in STL files. No, it's proprietary. I don't think it's open source. But you get it for free when you buy a printer. Yes, please. Yep. Sorry, what? Yes, so this goes again in this mass production and scalability issue that we have. So I think for this drone frame, it took us like 190 hours to really produce it and print it. So if you really want to go into the mass market, you need quite some army of printers available there. But yeah, of course, this. Yeah, for now, yes. But yeah. As soon as we have a more stable process and the whole thing is getting more traction from industry side, then of course also on the process owner side, this mass production and the scalability will be a big issue. And from what I heard from some meetings with them, they have some ideas how to do it, but currently their focus lies on other things. Any more questions? Yes, please. Yeah, I mean, on the PCB, there are technologies where you put the bare die on the PCB and then throw some bond wires. So this is already done. Yes, also for the RF part. Yeah. I mean, for design tool, yes, we would, would be a big need, as I said, especially in the 3 dimensions, there would be some sort of auto router to get at least maybe a first shot how the wiring could look like, because they are sitting there for weeks and just drawing wires and making sure that they are not interconnecting with any other, and that you have everything connected as it should. This is currently a big pain. So at the beginning, we really did it with, we had a piece of paper lying around saying, okay, pad number 223 has to be connected to pads, and yeah. I mean, of course, it's somewhat doable, but it's not fun. Sure, go ahead. Thank you. Any more questions? Yes? The smallest line width, according to the data sheet, is around, I think, 80 microns. But if you have the printer set up correctly and do a lot of magic in calibration-wise, you can sometimes even achieve better results. There are also some tricks concerning, like you're not forced to place the lines directly next to each other, so you go a little step up, and then you have a little more tolerances also for the spacing. Any more questions? Doesn't look like. So thank you very much for your attention again. And as I said, if someone wants to have some coins, feel free to come over. Thank you.
We're back here in the playground. I'm here with Anthony from HP. Great looking booth.
Yeah, it turned out really nice.
Very cool. It's in the shape of a Z. Is it?
You know what?
You almost can't see it, but if you look at it from the top.
We're gonna say it is.
Yeah,
that was by design.
Yeah,
that was my idea too, by the way.
That's what I was gonna ask. Yeah, it's very cool, very in theme.
Right.
So thanks for being here. Thanks for being a sponsor.
Sure.
Everything looks great.
Well, you know, this is. I was asking how many years we had been a sponsor. HP had been a platinum sponsor too, like every year, for SolidWorks World and now 3DEXPERIENCE World. It is, I would say, the most important industry event in the mechanical world and product design and manufacturing. I have my own personal attachment to SolidWorks. I had a software company called HSMWorks years ago. We were a gold partner product.
Yeah.
And so I have tons of friends and worked with a lot of people that were former SolidWorks folks. And so it's a great community. I think it's also the strongest community within the industry too. So, and the general session was amazing. And the whole thing, the event's always the best event. No offense to everyone else, it really is the best event in the industry.
We agree.
So,
we're glad you're here.
When you're the best, you're the best. So.
Awesome. Well, you're here with HP.
Yep.
You want to show us around?
So yeah, and our division. So a lot of people aren't really necessarily familiar with Z by HP.
Yeah.
And the brand's been out there for a while. Formerly it was Z Workstations and Z Mobile Workstations, and that's when I got hooked up with them back in the early 2000s. That's what they were, and it's part of a group called the Advanced Compute Solutions Group, and that's desktops, which we have behind me. And then we have laptops, and we have our displays and our Dream Color displays, and something new called HP Anywhere, and I can tell you a little bit about that.
Great.
So if you want to, we'll walk over here.
Absolutely.
And I'll show you a couple things. So this is, this is sort of our sexiest unit in the desktop lineup. This is called the Z8. So we have a Z2 Mini, which is down at the corner. Which is our smallest form factor workstation. It is awesome. Cool. It's great. It's being copied like crazy now because it is so nice. And then we have a Z2 small form factor and a Z2 tower, which is the Z2 tower here.
Okay, yeah.
And then it goes all the way up Z4, Z6, and Z8.
Yeah, I've got a Z4 at my desk.
Nice,
Runs
awesome.
great.
And it's about workloads, right?
Yeah.
It's not just for the sake of having more SKUs, God knows. But this happens to be the top of the line. It's a dual socket, 232 core Intel CPUs, and we of course have some NVIDIA 86000 graphics cards here. This happens to be set up for a data science demo, doing a lot of telemetry, number crunching, and stuff like that.
Cool.
So it's not just modeling and FEA and CAE, which these devices, I would say, up until the last couple years where data science started to really become a thing. Of course, with ML, machine learning and AI. But so this is a multi-use product now, multidisciplinary sort of workstation. And I would say most people doing high-end rendering, photorealistic rendering, real-time rendering, and then FEA, CFD, all that kind of stuff, and data science on this. And then, of course, our displays here. And this is a Z4, which is, I don't know the numbers, but I think it may be one of the most popular, if not the most popular device that we have.
Spot.
It is. It's great. Yeah. It's fantastic. So what we wanted to do is sort of mix it up with the display here. And we're going to come back to this motorcycle in just a second, but I'm going to take you around the corner to our laptop. Oh, well, actually, we'll cut right through here.
That's great.
So here are our laptops, and that's Quincy, by the way. He is our SolidWorks expert on our tech marketing team.
Hey, Quincy.
And so, so we have our line here. We have three of the four, starting with our ZBook Fury, which is the high end. And this is a full power mobile workstation. So our thing is, it's all about power and mobility.
Yeah.
And so we have the highest end NVIDIA graphics card. In the next unit that we have down here, where we're setting up the 3D Connection Space Mouse, I'll give them a plug because they're awesome. And if I don't know a single engineer professionally using any software application that does not have a Space Mouse. So,
yeah, I've got one myself.
So so we have this unit right here has our Dream Color display, and you'll notice something which is called Light Space. Okay, don't bring the cameraman over here right now. Let's see. Oh, we're opening an assembly in SolidWorks.
I recognize
quickly
that
here.
assembly.
Yes. Okay. And open any documents that have changed. Look at this. Okay. Oh, there we go. So it's a beautiful display. And this is called our studio. Yeah. And so this is really the ultimate. It's my favorite laptop. And one of the really cool things that you'll notice, we have this thing called Light Space now, where the keyboard, you have the RGB, right?
Yeah.
Like all the gamers. Yeah. But what's cool about this, it's not just for desktops anymore.
Who says work doesn't have to be fun?
Well, the coolest thing about this is we have profiles that you can load up.
Cool.
So for the application, like your hotkeys for SolidWorks, so you can go in, you can have all the hotkeys mapped to different colors. It's super cool. And really if you have an RGB keyboard that's plugged in, then it'll mirror the keyboard on the laptop. So
I like that. That's a clever idea.
Very, very cool. And then, so this is our Firefly. This is also my favorite. I have two favorites.
We'll allow it.
The reason why, and by the way, those are both 16-inch. We had a 17, and we talked to users, and they said that 17 was too big. Yeah. And they're like, please, put wheels and handle on that if you're going to put another 17.
Come with a hand truck.
Yeah, and having to have lugged one of those around for a long time. If you have to do it, you have to do it.
I did too.
Because it is a true desktop replacement. Yeah. But I appreciate the portability. Yeah. This is sort of like the ultimate in portability. It's called the Firefly. And what's really cool about it is something right around the corner here is that, like, if you're traveling and you're doing basic modeling, you're not doing like huge assemblies, I mean, you can get away with that, right? Yeah. But this setup right here is something we call HP Anywhere. So we acquired last year a company called Teradicci. And it's about remote access, secure remote access. So having access to, now we just have a Z2 Mini, and we also have one of our Z4s, which happens to be a rackable Z4, and it is awesome. And we actually won an Emmy with this thing. Wow. It's super cool. Hot swappable drives, it's incredible. And these can be stacked up. You have to trust me. And by the way, this even rotates if you stack them. They're neat.
Cool. Well thought out.
Yes, and the whole concept behind Anywhere is that you have something like a Firefly, you have something like maybe a Z2 at home or portable, but then you can remote in to a Z4, to a Z8, and you get all of the power. But what's interesting is we're only transferring pixels.
Yeah.
And so we have a couple different protocols, a trademark protocol, PC over IP, PCO IP. And based on your speed, it will automatically throttle for you, so you're not stopping your work.
Yeah,
and it adapts for you, which is super cool. And so this, in the age of remote work, is really like the new standard, right? Yeah. Having something with a beautiful display that's super portable, but having access to this across the network. So, and it doesn't have to be like you're at home. You can be in the engineering room and you don't want to have the fans going or anything like that.
Yep.
These can all be in a closet like in a small business or a legit computer room in an enterprise or something like that. And it's just super flexible. And as far as management as well, there's a lot of features for the IT department so that they can remotely control. Yeah, it's super cool.
Sure. Yeah, that appeals to me because I was just saying my office has a couple computers in it. I've got my lights and my camera and everything going. And by the time I get to the end of a session, I'm sweating. It gets hot in there. So to be able to have that somewhere else, I like that idea.
And if your job is an analyst, or if you're doing stuff for the marketing team,
rendering for me,
and rendering
is always
for hours at a time. It's a big deal. Yeah, absolutely. So I'll take you around and we'll show you one of our customers is a company called Cobra Moto. And they actually have two divisions. They have Cobra Moto and they have another company called Cobra Aero.
Yeah.
And this happens to be an electric version of their bike.
So cool.
There was just a race last week where all the top riders, all the top professionals that are making millions of dollars in contracts, the vast majority, like 98%, have gotten their start on a Cobra motorcycle. Cool. And so there's the normal ICE and internal combustion. And this happens to be electric because in Europe in 2035, you're not going to be able to buy a bike like that. Yeah. So this is all electric, and they manufacture virtually every single thing you see right here. And that's the electric version. And then over here, we have some of their aero engines. And what's really interesting about this too is that they use both traditional CNC machining, subtractive, and as well as additive.
Yeah, I was noticing even these brackets look like they're printed.
Yes, and these are generatively designed. Cool. They're 3D printed on Renishaw printers. All the metal's done on Renishaw printers. All of the plastics, polymers are done in HP printers, the MJF printers, including the controller over on the electric bike, and they even do their own circuit boards. So they even have a subsidiary that does that. So total vertical integration. I don't think they make the tires, but they make everything else.
Sure.
But these are just insane. And what's cool is this is all done in Solidworks products.
Neat.
With everything, all the testing, the FEA, everything CFD is all done with Solidworks products. So
cool.
Yeah.
What a cool spotlight too.
Yep.
Well, thank you so much for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you for showing around the booth. Thank you for your sponsorship. We appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you. Have a great day.
We're back here in the playground. I'm with Chris with Lenovo. Chris, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks so much, Jesse, for having us.
Absolutely. We appreciate you being here, appreciate you being a sponsor. You've got a lot of cool stuff in this booth. You want to give us a tour around?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's fantastic to be back at 3D Experience World after 2.5 years of being away from talking to people one-on-one live. So we're really excited to be, you know, refreshing our relationships with our Solidworks, CATIA, and Dassault customers. And we've got some really exciting things to show you. We have our entire portfolio here on display, but I'm going to pick a few products to show you in a little more detail, and then we're going to do a few demos and take a walk around and look at everything from XR experiences to remote work to just traditional desktop workstations. And I can't think of a better place to start than this one here. This is the new ThinkStation P360 Ultra.
Look at how tiny that is.
Isn't that amazing? You know, imagine taking the power of a full-size workstation and shrinking it down into a 4-liter chassis that can sit on your desktop, that takes the latest Intel Alder Lake CPUs, H-class CPUs, and you can put it up to an RTX A5000 graphics or 5500 graphics board in it, the mobile version, or a desktop A2000 RTX board in it. And it's fantastic for SolidWorks use. It's an i9. It's like having a mobile workstation. You can put this in your backpack and take it with you wherever work takes you.
The coffee shop, usually for me.
The coffee shop.
Yeah.
Exactly, and I mean, here.
Whew, I love it. It's a great form factor.
It's an engineering marvel from a design perspective, an engineering perspective, and we've hold this for a sec here while I pull this apart. We're able to achieve all of this engineering by dual circuit boards. So you have both the CPU and GPU on one side, folded into a dual layer chassis. And there's a lot of copper in here. There's a lot of engineering that went into this to manage the thermals so that you could get, you know, the performance of an Intel i9 and an RTX A5000 in a single box like this, which is normally the domain of a small form factor desktop chassis. So let's have a look at the new ThinkPad P16. This is brand new. It's a 16-inch screen. The screen is absolutely fantastic on this. This is for any SolidWorks user who needs the most power on the go.
That's all of us.
Yeah,
you're talking about everybody here.
If you're doing design, visualization, simulation, what's special about this is it has the Intel Alder Lake HX processor in it, which offers both the performance and efficiency cores. So there's a lot more, and the power goes up by about 20 watts. You can run this more effectively. There's a lot of extra thermal engineering that goes into this as well. And again, it can take an RTX A5500 mobile graphics board. So design, visualization, simulation, analysis on the go, wherever work takes you.
Love it. I'm a Visualize guy, so that's music to my ears.
Wonderful. And one more, come and have a look at our latest generation ThinkPad P1. This is for the SolidWorks or CATIA user who needs thin and light on the go, wherever work takes them. Here, pick this up.
Yeah, this is the first thing I noticed is how thin it is. Wow, that is beautiful. The screen looks great too.
It's fantastic. This has the latest generation Alder Lake H-class CPUs from Intel, and you can put up to an RTX A5500 in it as well. So it's extremely powerful and mobile on the go and thin and light. So it's perfect for executives who do both design and engineering and work with clients, and anyone who really just needs a thin and light mobile workstation.
I have a bad back, so you're talking my language.
This is what I use on a day-to-day basis.
That's a nice rig.
We talked about some other visualization capabilities. Let's go have a look at some of our mixed reality headsets. We'll have a look at the Think Reality A3. Peter's here with me, and he's going to walk us through this fabulous new Think Reality A3 headset. I'm going to pass this to you. I'm going to put this
Thank you so much. And just one word of advice, kind of look loosely this way. I think that's where we left the model. There you are.
There
you
it
see.
is. I can see the model.
So this device class is not easy to demo because no one sees what you see, but I can stream at least bits and pieces there. And the irony when you're using a CAD platform like CATIA or SolidWorks is that you know your product intimately, but you hardly ever, if ever, you see it in true 3D.
That's right.
And so this is the problem we are solving, and it's not only you, the operator or the author, but then also your collaborator, and that accelerates outcomes, business outcomes, and improves them greatly.
That's fantastic, Peter, because I can see the model in model space, and you, and we can interact, and I can see you, I can see you, I can see everyone, and we can interact with the model, together and remotely as well, which is just fantastic.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's kind of the interesting part is that you're still seeing everything around you, right? It's mixed. It's not just virtual, which I think that's a cool step for me.
Which lends itself very well, the process of working and then putting on, looking, checking it out, and then putting down it. And then for a lot of users, when you look at the typical other form factors, they not always crazy about putting something on there that completely blocks out the external world.
It is kind of unnerving.
And this is just a pair of glasses.
Yeah, very cool. That's very neat.
Yeah, I think you've got something else up your sleeve that you want to show us.
So upping the ante, why don't you take this now?
Right this way.
This is the VRX, the other end of the XR spectrum, the extended reality spectrum. And this is the world's first enterprise-only mixed reality device. And it may look like a VR headset and also functions as a VR headset. But what sets it apart is the dual stereoscopic cameras on front that allow you to put this on. And as you can tell, I see. In fact, and the way you can tell that I see you is because these little white LEDs are on. So the world knows that you can talk to me now. So imagine I'm working on a model or walking a digital twin, and someone turns to me in the office and says, hey, can you tell me this and that? I don't have to take the headset off. Yeah. I just turn this on, push this little button, and turns the video pass-through on right away.
That is so neat.
There we go. World's first public showing, so the product is coming in May. We showed this on an invitation-only basis back at CES, but this is, you no longer need an invitation.
That's awesome. So if you're here in person, come check it out. It's very cool. I was messing with the glasses earlier. It's definitely a neat experience to be able to see through it. That's a very cool extension.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, Peter. So the one thing that's, changed since the pandemic, everybody's, we're past it, is, work is where you are and what you do. Yep. I mean, we see our Dassault customers who work at home. Yep. They've got to go work in the office. They've got to go to the boardroom. They've got to go to the clients. Sometimes they have to go to the factory or an engineering site. So there's a lot of mobility, and this creates challenges and opportunities for collaboration and different types of workflow. So let's talk a little bit about remote, and I'll walk you around and we'll do a quick demonstration on how you can have the power of workstation wherever you go. Here we go, Mike. Here we go. And since this is edited, we'll cut this part out.
No problem.
I'd like to introduce you to Mike Leach, who's our solutions expert at Lenovo, and he's going to walk you through what's new with remote.
Okay, cool. Appreciate it, Chris. Thank you very much. Yeah, so I'm Mike Leach. I'm our solution portfolio lead for our remote workstation portfolio. I've got a wonderful demonstration here of showing you how you can access SolidWorks or any other Dassault software suite from any location, anywhere. So we have a wonderful kind of illuminated kind of light wall here that's showing you some of the key value propositions around, why workstations are important, their performance, they're used for collaboration. Obviously hybrid now with work is what you do, not where you go. And then you have this magical kind of answer with cloud that some people don't really know where that fits within their business. So the power user, the 3D engineering, the simulation experts, they still need the high performance use of a desktop workstation. but obviously then trying to access that from some other location, maybe during a pandemic or whatever, has always been a challenge. So we have a wonderful demo here where we've actually got 4 individual workstations running from the world's smallest ISV certified workstation. Wow. But one of them is actually remote, so we have a simple SolidWorks model here that's running locally on this workstation here, but the 3 other workstations are actually being beamed in from somewhere else. So they're connected off of this same device, but obviously you still have this same true as local light workstation experience. Wow. And we're streaming 3 separate individual workstations from another location. So all of a sudden now that SolidWorks user has much easier access to the high performance workstation they need. The workstation isn't a laptop workstation. Maybe the data needs to stay secure behind their firewall. So we're using the credentials where the workstations are much closer to the source of their data. There's no download or upload time with auto-saves because it's instantaneous. And we're just pixel streaming the workstation experience then to their user.
Now, is this a feature of the actual unit itself, or is this a software
It's a software layer that runs on top.
Okay, yeah.
So this software layer runs on any ThinkStation product, and ultimately then you'll turn that desktop workstation into a sender, and the receiver can be pretty much any device. So these 3 senders here are actually off ThinkStation P360 Ultra.
So the ThinkStation itself is like the host almost.
That's the host,
and
then the receiving device, in this instance, is the ThinkStation Tiny, the very small one.
Very cool.
But I'm also running SolidWorks here, actually e-drawings, on one of our foldable X1 devices. So this actually allows me to run a workstation that's located in Raleigh in North Carolina with hundreds of gigabytes of memory. This actually has 48 gigabytes of graphics power, but in a device that's actually foldable. So we have a device here that we can fold in half.
I didn't expect that.
That can drive SolidWorks. You can't drive SolidWorks from a tablet, but essentially this is the client device that we've chosen to then connect through.
Very cool.
So there's no excuse you can't do your work because you can bring it to the user anytime, anywhere.
Yeah.
But with a full, as local light workstation experience, whether you're using 3D Connections mice and normal peripherals, mice and keyboard, and the user can start and stream that and start work very productively, no matter where they might be.
Very cool. Yeah, and I mean, this is all kind of right in line with 3DEXPERIENCE, right? It's all about mobility and as many ways as you can get to get whatever it is you need, wherever you need to be.
We've seen a big increase in the size and complexity of data sets, which is great for us because it means you need a more powerful workstation. Right. The challenge is that if you need to be hybrid, work from the office, work from anywhere, then the laptop then might get very big and very heavy.
Yeah.
Not necessarily suited for people that don't want to carry a large laptop. So for those having that flexibility, they can take a thin and light client device, something like our ThinkPad P14S, very small, very thin, but they can access a configuration of workstation that's just far exceeding that.
Yeah, best of both worlds.
Best of both worlds. So for those that need to do simulation or engineering of very large data sets, is that what you do all the time? Or is that what you do maybe in a small portion of your workflow? So a percentage of what you do, I need to jump into SolidWorks Visualize. Well, you can log into a workstation that's purpose-built to do Visualize for that task, rather than maybe then default and make sure your laptop is configured for that all day, every day.
Yeah, just continuously optimized for what you're doing.
It's putting the optimized hardware in the hands of the right people at the right time for the right price. And obviously then budget managing all of that is obviously key. And we allow you to do that across pretty much any device, even a non-standard workstation device.
Very cool. Amazing. Well, thanks so much for having us at your booth. Very cool booth, very cool products. I think a lot of people will find this very interesting. And like I said, if you're here, come check out the booth, come play with the products. There's some awesome stuff here. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Jonathan.
Kirby.
How are you doing today?
Good. Day 3.
Day 3. Welcome to the Core Podcast Takeover here on the Solidworks Live Desk.
3 days. They've let us back for another day.
Yeah, third time lucky.
I know. I'm sure they don't know who they've really invited along, but, you know, we're still here, so it's all good.
Yes, which is great. I realised I had my mug the wrong way.
You showing me off instead of you? Thanks.
Exactly.
I like it.
You're looking quite dapper today with your cowboy.
I know. I've acquired it off Sean. So
yes.
He said I could keep it, I'm sure.
Tell us about the signatures that are on there.
Everyone who's been on, the Solidworks Live this week signed the hat.
Yes.
So it's quite a special hat, isn't it, really?
You need to go and buy yourself one now.
Now I've got it on, I'm feeling the cowboy vibe. I think I need a hat. I've got some shopping to do.
You look very, very, very dapper. Last night was a special event.
It was a good special event, wasn't it?
You have fun?
Of course. Broadway.
It was awesome. And I feel like that's the main social event for this conference. It's where everybody gets together. You get to see the scope of really how many people are in attendance. And it's, to me, I feel like it's Solidworks and Dassaux's way of saying thank you to all the community members and all the users that come here and say, like, thank you for using our tools. Thank you for creating the things that you do.
It's such a good special event again. Nashville's such a good city for the event. All the people I was chatting to last night loved it. Absolutely great time had by all. I was chatting to some of the DriveWorks people, a load of different community members last night. Had some really good conversations, with people about user groups, what's coming up this year for my user group. Maybe do another regional event with you as well. So it looks like we're in for a treat after this conference ends.
Yes. I mean, the networking doesn't stop when you leave the conference for the evening. You're chatting with people at breakfast, you're chatting with people, at a restaurant, you're grabbing pizza and there's someone that, you were chatting to earlier. It's really, really, there's so much to do. And there's so much to see as well. Like this year's the first time that they're really showcasing makers and people are making things, and like this helmet here and the stuff that you've got there.
Yeah, the little coasters that we're making.
They were made all here. And they're showing live demos on how you can make stuff like this. This is like roto molded, and like rotational molding is a form of manufacturing, and he's doing it to make an awesome little helmet.
Yeah, the makers area, on the show floor, it's absolutely great. It's showing off the next step from the software, if you know what I mean. Like, you take your design, these are how we actually make it. This is the process. So there'll be people here that have never seen, mold making, casting, like you say, rotational molding. Yeah. So it's a great idea, and I hope they bring it back at the next event.
I mean, we were hanging out with Will Gill. He loves his prosthetic toes that he makes. Yeah. He basically makes these toes that doctors use to practice surgery for ingrown toenails.
Yeah.
And the techniques that he's using to make those surgical phantoms, it's the exact same techniques that
exactly.
mold those coasters you got in front of you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. I mean, Luke Daley's been making these in the Maker Zone all week, and he came up with a little design in the software, 3D printed it out, and he's been making these all week. People are going home with these as a little memento from the event as well.
They're not just being given to them; they're being people are making their own ones.
They're being asked to sit down, step into the area for a while, and spend half an hour making something. And they're learning a new skill as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to get a notebook. I get my yearly notebook from this conference.
I do.
But it's always awesome to take something home that's different. Even those mugs down on the end, I see they're engraving them at the
nice
shop
3D
floor.
Experience Works Nashville logo on the back. That's great.
Yeah, people are making things, and I'm really happy that the maker community is being properly showcased and highlighted, and they're a group of people that just are always building incredible things. They're making things, but they're also teaching. They like to share what they make. I mean, the stuff that I've made, it's always available online for free, so that people can download it, look at it, and be inspired by it.
It gives someone else the chance to have a go, doesn't it?
Yes. I mean, I always leave this conference just so inspired to do something, and I'm not going to maybe not make coasters, but I definitely want to get some resins and
and do something different. A new challenge for you almost as well. Yeah. It's an inspiring place to be right now.
Yes.
So, what else have we been up to, Kirby? Yesterday we had quite a fun, warm day yesterday.
Yeah. It was the reason why I had a Charizard shirt on yesterday, because we were Team Fire yesterday.
We were Team Fire.
We did the Hot Ones challenge. That's why we got the box here.
Yeah, it was a fun half an hour of hot entertainment, really. The pain we were going through at the end, I actually thought it would be worse, and Sean O'Neill, nice enough to hang out with us, sit down for half an hour and join in. But it wasn't just Sean. We had 6 people doing it with us by the end of it. So all the different sources in there, we just worked our way through and up.
I've got a good idea, Johnny.
Are you gonna have a little dab?
We're gonna have a little dabble.
You can have a little dabble.
Oh, you're gonna have a dabble as well.
What's he doing? Why do we come up with these ideas?
The entire production team has gone quiet because...
Yeah, they're thinking, is this still in the area we're okay to go to?
Okay, see, there's a little bit there. Johnny. Why do we do this, Johnny?
Because you come up with ideas live, so we don't have a choice but to do it. You oversell us, really.
Let's do it. Right in the back of the throat again.
Yeah, straight in.
Oh, that brings... But that's not the only spicy thing we're doing today.
Why didn't we do that when we were about to finish rather than midway through? Now we're going to have to suffer.
We're going to have fun, but...
We've got the One Chip Challenge today as well. All the people that have been donating to us this week, we've passed $2,000 raised for Magic Wheelchair.
Yeah, we passed 2,000. I think we had like 2,050.
2,050. So we're still a little way away from getting Brad to shave his beard. This is what I love. You struggle with heat so much more than I do.
I don't like hot stuff, but it's great.
Didn't look great in your eyes right then.
It's okay. It's okay. But yes, we're doing the One Chip Challenge. Manish is going to join us.
And I like the way you did that. And Sean's joining us again, so...
Oh, my throat is on fire.
Yeah, well, you decided to do it.
Yeah, they're going to join us. It's going to be fun, and it's all going to be live streamed on the Core Podcast YouTube channel.
Yeah, go hang out there. We'll see you in the chat for sure. But no, we're having such a good week. That is hot. That is hot.
You're struggling as well.
Hotter than yesterday for sure, but that One Chip Challenge is meant to be twice that, so it's going to be some serious entertainment.
It is. But it's for the kids.
It is. What else have we seen while we've been here this week? Look at them.
Oh yes, these action figures.
Are you getting yours out?
Yeah.
You have to play with it. Go on then.
So you have to make, like my wife always says to me,
you've made
like,
the little...
Whenever I move my Lego spaceships, I always like, and she's like, why? I'm like, because.
Because you're a big kid.
These are really cool.
They're very, very cool. I like the articulation.
It looks like, these all look like they were printed in place as well.
They will have been, I think. Yeah, they're printed in place. Very cool. What else have we got planned today, Kirby? General session's coming up.
General session.
Yeah.
It's the last day.
It's the last day, so we're going to be making them final few connections, getting on with that.
It's a sad day.
It's a sad day. It's the end of another great.
How does it always go by so quickly?
There's such a build-up, I think. We always have such a build-up. You're really struggling over there, aren't you?
Really struggling. Ah, my tongue.
Hot. But yeah, as I was saying, there's such a build-up to the event for so many months, and then 3 days it's over like a flash. You've really got to take everything in that you can. And you joke about, we always get a notebook, but they give you a notebook so you can make them connections and write down the information. Take that back to your workplace and really get that benefit out of the event that was the reason your boss sponsored and paid for you.
Yes, it's like, you can do this conference virtually. You can learn a lot. But being here, there is just so much more that you can get out of it. It is really, truly worth it to be here. I mean, where else are you going to be at a conference where people are making Halo helmets? I mean, Brad's running around with Master Chief and interacting with people. And a lot of people here are nerds, they're gamers, and they really they connect with that, and they love it. And it's kind of like, this was designed in SolidWorks, and we handmade it, and we cast it and that stuff, and you can come and look at the actual process here.
Yeah, exactly that. We're all, well, a lot of people here are engineers, designers, and they do have their own hobbies at home, so it's nice that they can see a different approach to things, a different way that they might not have realized they could do something.
And then you've got David, who's running around with his droid. He makes awesome robots. This is like, I've seen a lot of those droids at Comic-Cons and other conventions, and the puppeteers are doing their thing. but you're never able to really chat to them about the mechanisms,
how it works,
the mechanics.
Yeah, what's inside.
Where David's, he's popping it open and showing the inside of it and how it's all like working.
Yeah, he was showing us the mechanism that makes the the head turn and all of that, and it's such a complicated little design that's packed into such a tight package. It's really amazing to see how that's being done.
It is really interesting, and you get to kind of really pick his brain, and it's kind of odd chatting to him without the robot voice.
Yeah, it's very off-putting when he's chatting to you with his high-pitched robot voice through the robot, obviously, but you're trying to have a conversation. But he stays in character with it as well. It's such a great thing. I'm really glad we managed to get him out.
It's really awesome, and the stuff that Bowhead has got as well.
Yeah, the Reach, and they've got the 3.
Yeah, they got the new one.
The 3 now.
I cannot for the life of me remember which one it is, what they call it, but like that was made in a garage. The first one. That's where it started.
One. Yeah, and now they're selling 145 a year or something like that.
I mean, that's like what I love about the maker community is there are people doing this stuff in their kitchen.
Yeah.
Or they're doing this kind of stuff in their garage, the backyard, and now they can get access to the Maker Edition for the price of a TV subscription. It's very
cheap now. It's opened it to such a new world of people.
These are the people that are going to make cool things and then look at starting a business out of it.
That Maker's Edition, it's really going to help people get into the world of design, help them follow that passion or the hobbies that they want to follow, and it's giving people a chance who might not have been able to access the software before.
Yeah.
For me, this is the best software package out there. I've tried numerous, and I always come back to it. I've always stuck with it, and
it's the gold standard.
It's the gold standard. It's the gold standard, as was said yesterday by someone I can't remember for the life of me who, but it is gold standard, and it's nice to see that open to such a wide community now.
Yeah, I mean, like a kid is going to be watching someone on YouTube. They're going to be watching Brad's channel and see this cool Master Chief running around. And, dive into that rabbit hole that YouTube can be and see his videos of him making it and seeing the technologies he's using and realizing that's accessible. And then he's going to, he could look at starting, I want to make those things myself.
Yeah, exactly that. And it just gives people opportunity, like I say. And the Makers Zone this year is giving the makers of the community, the students, to come in now and have a look at how things are done. So it's great to see. I'm really excited for the future of that Makers area.
Still, my absolute favorite memory is in Dallas, the very first Hive. I was hanging out with the Lego guys. They had like a little desk building cool Lego, Solidworks logo out of Lego.
I know this story. It's such a great story.
Clipping away at some bricks, chatting with a guy, talking about our absolute love for Lego. And after 10, 15 minutes of chatting to him, I realized he worked at SpaceX. He builds rocket ships. And we were just chatting about Lego. And that's the kind of people that you find here. There are people like ourselves that make cool props, and there's people there that are sending things to space and discovering the world and changing the world. And we all love doing the same thing. We like working in SolidWorks, we like making, and we like creating and designing.
That's it. And yesterday we sat down with one of the software companies that are exhibiting, and I have no idea what you're looking at, but yeah, we sat down with
someone just scooting around on like a little, like a motorized bag.
Nice.
You can see him in the background. There he is.
We got to have a look at that. We got to catch him up. But yeah, yesterday we sat down with that software company for half an hour, and they were telling us about all these cool things they can do. And for me, that was like, I can take that back to work now and say, look, all these changes we've been making manually, they've got something that we can implement, and it'll do all for us.
Yeah. I mean, like, the gentleman that was there on the scooter, and Karen, who's just walking past, is also, it made me realize that you can meet anyone here. Both of those people we've met, on this side of the country, but we're all from the same hometown in South Africa. Karen, I met in Dallas, and she went to school with my brother back in South Africa.
There you go.
And it just shows you that, everybody's just getting in the same room, and you start to realize how small the world is, and you can connect on so many different things and levels.
Well, we met here, didn't we?
Yes, we met at the Hive.
Here. We only know each other through coming to this conference, so that's just proof you meet someone, you share the same passions, the same sort of drive and goals, and we started this podcast as a little hobby and a way for us to catch up, because
that was exactly
between conferences we didn't see each other for a year, and we were like, well, we can't keep going on like that. We need to do something about it. So, as we say, follow that sort of passion and do something with it.
Yeah, that's the entire thing about our podcast. It's a way for us to hang out and network and catch up together outside of world. And all the guests that we have are the same people that we're hanging out with here, and that's the point of the hallway hangouts, is that, you know, we're all just enjoying our time together and we're hanging out. And
that's it. And I mean, we're not doing it for views, are we? We do it as a way for us to catch up every couple of weeks. It's almost like a calendar place, Mark. Yeah. And you know, Sean was actually the one that said, put it out there. Yeah. So thanks to Sean.
Yeah, it was all his fault. And you can catch us on the Core Podcast YouTube. We're going to go be live in about 15 minutes. We're going to do the One Chip Challenge with Manish.
Enjoy.
We'll see you guys there.
All right, well, we're back at the desk. Big thanks to Kirby and Johnny for filling in all week. They've been a whole lot of fun. Those guys are a staple of this event at this point. They've been around for so long, so we appreciate the Core Podcast guys hopping in. They're always fun. And don't forget their podcasting as well along the way, so be sure to tune in to them. And if you haven't heard about their program for a magic wheelchair, they are raising money that we talked about this morning, so you can tune into those guys as well. They're always a ton of fun. I am here with Ben.
Hello.
How are you, Ben?
I'm not too bad. Yourself?
I'm doing great. You are with Hacksmith.
Yes.
That's pretty cool. Yeah. How's your conference been so far?
It's been really nice. It's my first year going. Well, it's not. I was here 2001. I was 9 months old here with my dad. It's my first time actually participating in the conference.
Now, do you have your notes from that conference?
I don't.
They probably would be different from today's.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's stop there. How did you end up here at 9 months old?
Well, so my dad, he was with a company that bought Solidworks back in the late 90s.
I see.
He was the CAD manager, so he was quite involved with Solidworks early on, which makes me probably one of the first second-generation Solidworks users here.
That's an interesting point, actually. We should take some polls and see. But yeah, that's a great point. So that's cool. So you've been around the system of tools literally since infancy.
Yeah, there's a video of me 3 months old with the Orange County Choppers Solidworks bike.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I've seen that too. That's still up in the Waltham office. Jason Poole's a great guy.
Nice.
That was a cool design. Yeah. Well, you're here with Hacksmith. Do you want to give us kind of an overview just to start? Some people may not be familiar with who Hacksmith is, so let's start just ground level.
Yeah, so at Hacksmith Industries, we're a YouTube channel. We take ideas from movies, TV shows, comics, and video games and make real working prototypes. We've made everything from lightsabers from Star Wars, Captain America shields, Iron Man gauntlets with lasers, plasma cutters, all of it. Yeah, we just take ideas from things that inspire us and we make them real.
So would you say your niche is kind of like the functioning aspect? I feel like there's a lot of people who, you know, enjoy making props and things, the lookalikes and things like that, but yours are like really, really functional stuff, right?
Yeah, the goal is all of our stuff. We want it to work as close to the movie as possible with the technology we have access to today.
Yeah. So you mentioned like the Thor hammer, like how does something like that even, how do you say, okay, I've seen this in a movie, like where do we even start to come up with some method of producing this thing?
Yeah, so we have a couple different Thor's hammers. We have just like regular prop ones being used to throw around.
You throw them at each other?
We throw them at each other. We have foam ones for that.
Okay.
We've made one with lead.
Okay.
So we got a hollow Thor's hammer and filled it up with molten lead, and then it solidified, and it was 115 pounds, something like that, quite heavy.
Baby for you.
Very heavy. Then we decided, well, that wasn't enough. Somebody could actually, in theory, go and pick that up.
Yep.
So what they did was they took a 300-pound electromagnet, if I remember correctly, inset it in the bottom, and put it on a steel, any steel surface. And then you cannot lift the Thor's hammer because it is magneted to the ground.
That's pretty
this
clever.
is a little secret switch to disable it.
I was going to say, somebody's
I'm not going to tell you where that is.
Somebody's got to get it. You can tell me off air.
Cool.
Yeah, we'll do that. How long have you been at Hacksmith? You've been around SolidWorks for ages now, I guess, but what about Hacksmith?
Yeah, I've been around Hacksmith for 5 or 6 years at this point. I started off in high school as a volunteer, just back when the channel had right around 1 million subscribers. We're up to about 13 million now.
Wow.
Started a long time ago just as a volunteer doing bits and pieces, doing a bit of SolidWorks here and there for a part, bit of electronics, whatever was needed. And then slowly moved into a full-time role at this point.
Cool.
For 2.5 years, I think.
Now, was it just coincidence that they were nearby you, or where is Hacksmith located?
Yeah, we're in Ontario, Canada, Kitchener-Waterloo area, which is about 1.5 hours out from Toronto. I grew up half an hour out from there.
Okay.
So I got lucky that it was close by.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. How did Hacksmith even get started? I'm not even sure I know that story.
That's a long story. I'm probably not the right person to tell you, but James started uploading. So James the Hacksmith. He's the owner of the company, and it's his channel. He started making YouTube videos back in 2006. Got big with making a backflip tutorial video. Okay. And then he started writing for Hackaday, and he started making stuff and making videos about it. One of the first big projects was a exoskeleton from Elysium. It had arms that had pneumatic cylinders on it, so he could curl, I think it was 250 pounds with it. Wow. And then made a exosuit that had legs on it, so he could lift a car. He did that at a couple events, and it's just been first big, large, massive video was our Captain America electromagnetic shield, which was before I started, but it was a Captain America shield with a bracer with 2 big electromagnets on it, so you could throw the shield and catch it on the bracer.
Yep.
That video is sitting somewhere in around 43 million views, I think, at this point.
That is amazing.
Yeah, and just since about 1.5 million subscribers, I think he's been slowly working on building the channel out and bringing in talent and just keep making cool stuff.
Yeah, very cool. Now, did you just know of them because they're in your area, or had you seen them online and then say, hey, these guys are right around the corner from me, or how did that happen?
I'd seen a couple videos where they were outside, and I thought I recognized where it was, did a bit of Google searching, and realized they were in the area, and decided to shoot an email over and say, hey, what are the chances I can get a job?
Yeah, I've done that with SolidWorks too. Like you're browsing around on somebody's website or something, and you see a video of SolidWorks go by, and it's like, whoop, I was SolidWorks. I gotta talk to that person. I have definitely been guilty of that, so I know that, wait, I know that sign that's around the corner from me. That's a cool coincidence and a cool opportunity for you. Yeah. You said that the channel has kind of grown since it started with one person. How many people are there?
I don't know. I think the number's 21. It's really hard. We have we have the main part of the channel. We have the video team, the engineering team. We have our shop support, people that manage our shop. It takes a lot to keep our shop running.
Sure.
And then we have our full Hacksmith.store division. So they sell our T-shirts. We have wallets, mini sabers. It's like a mini blowtorch that looks like our lightsabers.
I think a blowtorch of any size would be fun, but mini sounds particularly fun for some reason.
So that's a whole separate company of ours that has its own employees, and they work in the same facility.
Yeah.
But they manage retail side of things.
Okay, that's actually a lot more than I anticipated.
Yeah,
that's quite
like kind of if you look at the core production team, we got 3 video editors, 3 engineering staff, and then we have James and Ian kind of running the whole show.
Yeah.
But everybody else is shop support or store. Or,
yeah, very cool. So you've been there for a handful of years. If you had to pick a favorite project, what would you pick?
I'd probably have to say our Aliens power loader.
Okay.
It's thing on the shirt right here.
Yeah.
I think it's actually bigger than that in real life scale, but it's about a 12-foot tall. That's our mega hex. That's also a lot of fun.
Yeah. Let's talk about that next.
Yeah. It's the first mech I ever worked on. It's based off the movie Aliens. It's the big yellow mech that Sigourney Weaver pilots. And it was a 3-year-long project. Bogdan, one of our engineering staff, decided he wanted to start working on it, and just worked on it, designed it when he was over at college, and then we started making it. And
cool.
It was 3 years of like maybe two years of kind of slow burn, working on it when we can, an arm here, an arm there, and then we moved into our new facility back 2018, and then we could actually really work on it. We got a Caterpillar skid steer base for it, and then we put the top of the power loader on it, and a lot of software, a lot of wiring after, and we had a working mech.
Cool. Now, since the mech is up, I know I've seen in the video for this that you did some of the controls that kind of piqued my interest, because it looked like you took some of the designs that were done in SolidWorks, right? Your designs are all done in SolidWorks, but then you were working on the programming side of it, that you kind of did some kind of cool translation, and I want to ask you about that. How did that work?
So for the software, for both MegaHex and Power Loader, we used a framework called ROS, the Robot Operating System.
Okay.
It's an open source framework for robotics. Part of running a big robot like that is you need some robot descriptor file. It's called a URDF in ROS, Universal Robot Descriptor File. Okay. And it describes the kinematic chain of the robot. You have all your joints, link lengths, just the legs or the arms, whatever it is in that case. And generating that URDF file requires normally be a lot of hand coding, a lot of coordinate system transforms to keep in mind, a lot of measurements. But there was a SolidWorks plugin written by the community that would let me take the SolidWorks model, just select all of the bodies, define them as new kinematic links, and even pulls the mates for like the rotation limits in.
Wow.
So that the file I get out is automatically ready to go. It has all the angle limits in, and then I can just start feeding the inverse kinematics and get it to start walking.
Yeah, that's really cool. And that's one of the cool things about SolidWorks is there's, obviously so many people using it that there's tons of applications for it, and you've got all sorts of people building all these specific or niche things. I mean, this is probably not a niche market, but to me it's something that I don't have any experience with, right? So it's cool that there's people out there adapting and tweaking things for different purposes. That's really neat. You were talking in that video about tuning the PIDs for those legs. That sounds like a scary process. I don't have too much experience with tuning PIDs other than my coworkers and I built a drone, so we were kind of trying to set up the flight controller, but that thing is like ready to smash everything in sight. I imagine that's going to be a little bit more scary.
Yeah, you got to start small, start with reasonable gains, kind of even pre-calculate what you want them to be approximately.
Yep.
And then just start upping the gains until it behaves the way you want, very slowly, and watching a lot of data. When we were actually testing the whole robot, I think we were logging about 1 gigabyte every 3 minutes of just raw data, all the sensors, all the computation, just so that we could diagnose any little issue, any sensor fault, anything, because, it's scary.
Yeah, I mean, every leg has you've got a multiple of every sensor and everything, right? So that turns into a lot of data.
Yeah.
It was a super cool project, as are all of your projects at Hacksmith. So looks like we're closing in here on time. So at this point, Ben, I'll thank you for joining me, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your conference. And thanks so much for coming on. It's been fun talking to you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome.
Welcome back to Live at 3D Experience World 2023. I'm here with Luke and Karen Daley. How are you guys?
Hey, good. How are you?
We were just joking around. We had the button up and act professional here. You were just playing with these boots, these Tormach
boots. Boots are not made for walking.
No. I have to stop by the shop floor. I don't know if you guys can see here. If we just, you're definitely not going to be able to see like this
like
close.
The worst QVC. Here we can see the threaded piece in the center where the boot doesn't fit.
Right. So there's a threaded piece in the center. I don't know exactly what it's for. But maybe we'll find out someday.
Available now for $6.99 at all good stuff.
Yeah, there's like 8 different, things like begging you to purchase. But we're here to talk to you guys.
Yeah.
JJ Industries.
Hey,
how are you guys?
Good.
Really good, thank
it's
you.
Great to see everybody again.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I haven't seen you guys in since
3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nashville 2020.
Insane.
Yeah, it's nuts. I still find it crazy to this day that the world just shut down like weeks. We literally were flying home and the airports were just shutting behind us as we were going.
Yep. It's like, all right, guys, see you next year.
Yeah. I know.
By next year, I mean 2023.
Little did we know. I know.
But yeah, you guys. So JJ Industries UK. Like,
yes.
Who are you, and what do you care about?
We are a prop making and prop replication company. So props are things used for TV shows and films, but most of our customers and most people we work with are people who go to Comic-Cons and conventions, and so we basically have a great deal of fun making things like the Millennium Falcon cockpit and Star Wars helmets and props from Tomb Raider. But yeah, we have some really great fun with it, and predominantly we're using Solidworks for pretty much all of that. So yeah, most of it is consumer based, so people like that, but we've been really fortunate to pick up some great other work outside of the casual world as we've gone on. So yeah, that's what we are, it's what we do.
It's awesome. I mean, just having known you guys over the past few years, it's been kind of neat to see how you've grown, and what we're seeing in the background here, what you're seeing on your screens, just your portfolio site, and you can see there's like crazy diversity, and everything is so nice and so detailed, like that speeder bike up there. I remember, Karen, you were painting, and it was so cool because every time I would come by, that was from 3D Experience World 2020, and that was a Magic Wheelchair giveaway, right?
Yeah,
absolutely.
It was, yeah.
And every time I would come by, it's like you're adding a little more detail,
Yeah.
But I really respected it and appreciated it because I think it spoke to the craftsmanship that you put into everything, right? It's like you will notice, so that matters.
Yes.
Yeah. And I think that's normally like the bar for everything we do. It's not so much like what's going to be successful, what are people going to want. Normally it's like what do we want, and we're like let's do it and make it. But my favorite memory, just before I forget about the speeder bike, someone was coming along, Karen was on her back, brushing away, and he's like, "Are you cleaning it up? Like it's really dirty."
He's like, "The rust?" And I was like, "If it looks like rust, then I'm doing a good job."
We've hit the correct mark because it looks like a beat up thing, and that was the intent.
Yep, it's so cool. So you talked about how you make props in SolidWorks.
Yes.
Right? What's really made SolidWorks I know you've been using it for a while, the choice for you guys?
I think it's one of the most versatile tools. So in my background, I'm a CAD engineer. I work for Siemens as a mechanical designer. And when I was looking for some form of creative outlet, when you've got your own freedom to pick what you like, which I did, SolidWorks was the most flexible purely because you aren't penned in to do things in one way. It's a thing that people repeat, and it bears repeating, especially on a creative front. You're not limited. I know I really offended a lot of people. I came and did a talk the first year because I was like, my big headline was, "You don't need to define anything." And a deep, sharp gasp from the entire engineering community. It was like, what horror are you talking about? But yeah, piles of my sketches are filled with blue lines regularly. Like
blue line.
Yeah.
Yeah, you probably are one of those people who like switched it, which would be a great prank, by the way.
Yes.
Make the underdefined sketches black and make the what we find is blue. There's something wrong with it.
Yeah, because I mean, a lot of it is aesthetic based. It's like, where do I want this line? I'll drag it a little bit, or moving, like defining splines. Like I've pushed it a little bit harder into the engineering space as we've gone on down the years. But I think I love the idea that to any new makers who are out there wanting to have a go, you really don't have to go to that depth. Does it help you? Absolutely. But should that stop the creative process of just getting in there and making it? Absolutely not. Because you can achieve so much by failing that it's... Some people will be like, oh, I need to learn everything and know all the things. But it's quite a powerful adventure just to go in there, make some mistakes, make a mess, print it out, and and go along for the ride. Like you can't do anything if you don't have a goal. So yeah, it's SolidWorks for us is just the most flexible. So yeah, that's our main reason for sticking with it for so long.
Absolutely. I remember when I learned that the maker offer was going to be a thing, and that was a conversation that we had for years, that there should be something that SolidWorks creates for makers. Yeah. And I wanted to text you so bad when I found out and we hadn't announced it yet. But you were definitely one of the first people I texted. Yeah. So I went right into WhatsApp. Yep. I was like, hey, guys, like, I can finally tell you it's happening.
Yeah. We were so excited when that's happening because for years, like, especially with young makers coming through, when they're like, hey, what tool are you using? SolidWorks. And they're like, oh, brilliant. And they go away and they're like, it's really expensive. Because SolidWorks educational programs are great, but they're not available everywhere. Mm-hmm. And also, makers are not just in the education system. Like, I think it's almost a fourth sector that has been not necessarily neglected, but not really widely understood or known. And certainly what Manish was saying on stage yesterday certainly speaks to the direction that SolidWorks are wanting to push. And the space they've given us on the shop floor this year is terrific. And I'm hoping that you guys can reach more makers because it's a powerful tool, and now it's accessible to millions more that would have never had the chance to afford that engineering package,
Yeah, and you guys are actually, you're in the playground.
We are, yeah, we are. We're in the Makers Hub, yeah.
I don't know how this keeps happening, but we keep getting more artifacts, more props, more machine parts.
Yeah, we've got more to add to the collection.
Yeah, I purposely, everyone watching at home or at the office, I purposely told these guys, Luke and Karen, like, please don't tell me anything about these because I want to learn real time.
Sure.
Experiences. Yeah, tell us a little bit about what we have here.
Yeah, so we've got we're busy making coasters and we've got some cogs and we're making key rings as well, all on the shop floor, and we've been teaching people how to mold and cast, and I'll show you, I'll pass some of these over.
So we designed these in SolidWorks a little bit before the event.
Even this camera right here.
I'm not sure if you're going to be able to see it because it's in white. I can show you the output, but basically, we've been doing silicon molds, so we basically have a 3D printed master that we print on the Formlabs printer. And effectively then we've been showing people how to mix silicon to make a mold, and then basically every 15 minutes you can make another one. So it's a great bridging place from 3D printing where you have maybe one or two pieces that take hours to print, and you've cleaned them nicely, you've polished them, and then you have to print another one and do the whole thing again. So it's a well tried and true thing known in industry. It's low volume manufacturing, but the maker community really go deep on this, because if someone spent hours making like a helmet or like other parts, we can make a roto helmet. So I think Kirby and Johnny had one of the Halo helmets. We're actually slush casting those on the shop floor.
Yeah, I saw that.
Which is great. So you can come and watch some demos, or you can come make some key rings or pieces, and it's great because typically big conventions like this, you've got huge companies doing lovely things. They're all buttoned up and professional, and here's us in the corner making an absolute mess. It's great. I think it's a nice reminder for people that all of this polish and beauty all comes from a dirty place where you've got to get your hands filthy and just get in there and make. So we're just trying to break down some walls and show people that they can just have a go. And I think people have been pleasantly surprised how easy it is. It's like they come in, mix some resin, pour it into the mold, they're like, huh. And you see that little see the little light bulb flick where you're like, some of them are definitely going to go away and buy some of this stuff and have a play.
We've had a lot of interest.
Yeah, that's the joy we want to share. So yeah, if you want to come make some coasters.
Or key rings.
Or key rings, or cogs.
Karen, if you could hold those up too.
Yeah, of course. So
yeah, that looks,
we've been making
so
those,
cool.
So.
Yeah, we've been using Smooth-On products this week because they're super accessible for everybody. But yeah, basically we've got all sorts of pearlescent powders and all sorts you can brush into the mold. And yeah, you can create a wonder of creative outputs, which is weird when you see engineers come here like, would you can do a plain color or you can sprinkle with some glitter. He's like, I'm going to sprinkle some glitter. And they come in and they have great fun. And it unlocks that, it unlocks the creative passion that people have but don't always utilize. Yeah, they repress it, they do. And that was a little bit of my background, because I'm an engineer for Siemens. We do very serious things. All day long, and I needed an outlet, and this was the creative outlet that I wanted to do. I wanted to make things and feel in my heart like I felt good about what I do and make, and yeah, and I love Star Wars and I love Marvel, so we did all that sort of stuff, and was great. We loved it.
I have to say, I mean, even in recent years, I would say over the past year or two, compared, I mean, you guys could even say when you guys would come to SolidWorks World, you guys have been coming to the conference for years now.
Yeah.
I remember even watching before I even knew you guys did a testimonial saying like, yeah, this is starting to be a cool place for makers. Starting to be.
Yeah.
Now that the Maker Zone, I think it's like pretty much right in the middle of the 3D Experience playground. I would say it's the coolest place to be. You're right. You almost have to watch your step. Like I remember there was, so I think Brad was telling us at the live desk what this was all about. I thought it was like some sort of art project.
Looks like a Jackson Pollock.
It does. And I was like, wow, I'm going to ruin this. And these were all purposely placed little paint splatters or whatever it was, right? So it just says, do not step, do not step, do not step. And
yeah. Our favorite memory, somebody told us that when they came in first thing in the morning, because it's a big square on the floor with all this dots of whatever, and there was a guy coming and he's
like looking at the roof.
Something's been leaking from the roof. Is there a leak? Like, is there a paint leak in the ceiling? Like, so, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's a lovely space, and I'm hoping we can keep growing. We've just slowly but surely muscled in the maker agenda over the years, and you guys have just let us go with it. So it's great.
No, I mean, it's like GP said. One of his quotes that I kind of gave back to him from the desk, it's like what we design eventually designs us.
Yeah.
Making this event, having you guys here, and then you just keep saying, we need something for makers, we need something for makers, we need something for makers. Eventually,
somebody listens.
People like Suchit are like, come out, wake up one day, maybe we should have something for makers.
Yeah.
You just got to plant the seeds. Let them think it's their idea all along.
There's Inception, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He's literally Inception, yeah.
But it's been cool too. The conference has grown, and you guys are growing as well, right?
We are, yeah.
It's been really cool to see your transformation. How have you guys been growing? Over the past year or so.
So we've been really fortunate. The maker community have been so supportive, and I think because we spend the time interacting, you reap what you sow, and I think it costs nothing to be kind to people and help them out when they're learning.
Agreed.
I think so much of other communities are closed off, and for us, we've grown and grown, and people have recognised that, thankfully. We were really fortunate. We were hired by Disney to make some pieces, which are just in the background now.
Right?
So we made a lab table. And
people at home were like, Paul Rudd.
Yeah, Paul Rudd and Evangeline Lilly.
Yeah, right.
As Ant-Man, and Quantum Mania is just out, so it's incredibly timely. They gave us permission to start talking about this. We made the lab table and ant farm for the Disney Wish cruise liner. So if anybody goes on that Disney Wish cruise liner and they watch the skit that they put up on the screen, we made that lab table and the ant farm there.
That was pretty exciting.
It was a crazy 8-week thing. We worked with like cabinet makers and kitchen top people. They had no idea what we were making. Like, what's this weird thing? And like, there's one bit we've got like this diagonal stainless steel leg, and they were just like, why didn't you make it a straight leg? I'm like, because reasons. Like, you can't tell them. Like, you've got an engineering company, like, why are you making a diagonal leg? I'm like, because it'll look cool. Like, okay. And it came together.
Well, I'm not going to tell you.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's the ant farm. So we get a good mix of traditional and existing. So this was like hand sculpted polyfoam in an aluminium bead blasted container. We designed the whole thing in SolidWorks in about 3 hours, and then sent it off to a rapid manufacturer.
I love that one.
Yeah, the crazy ant. It's great. But yeah, these are the two tables, and
you can see the leg there now.
Yeah, you can see the crazy bent leg. Yeah. So that's all solid stainless steel and Corian worktop. So it is literally, for all intents and purposes, a real lab table, and they did it for a one-day shoot, and that was it. And it was, so we're really fortunate that we're getting to get these opportunities. We've got a few more we can't talk about yet, and I'm hoping in the years to come we can. But SolidWorks is at the core. We use e-drawings to share with our suppliers, which is great, because we like things like this. If you used to work with a supplier, they're like, yeah, give us a cut list of all the stuff. And I'm like, I drew this maybe in a few hours. And the idea of then spending 6 weeks making 2D drawings for every single part is crazy. Now we can just send them a link online. Even if they don't know how to do it, I'm like, do you have a laptop? I'm like, yeah, of course. I'm like, because like, send us 2D drawings. I'm like, no, just bear with me for just a second. Just download this e-drawings thing. It's like a couple of meg, and you can view it. And they were like, oh, we can take measurements direct from it and just come back to them. Like, welcome to the future.
Awesome.
So it's been great for us, and you guys support us, and we love to be here. It's great.
Yeah, we love having you here. Thank you guys so much. I want to be respectful of your time. I know you have to head back to the maker zone.
We do, yeah.
And just see other stuff as well. But
we haven't even seen the shop floor yet.
Yeah, you got to go. So by the way, you guys at home, here's my screen here. So JJ Industries, you can find them on Facebook. I see you guys posting 3D Experience Real photos. But again, thank you guys so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sean. Thanks, guys.
All right, well, we're back. I'm here with Jonathan from Exosapien. Jonathan, thank you so much for joining me.
Pleasure for having me, thanks.
So I don't think we'd be able to say that you don't have quite a presence here at the, you've been walking around in your flight suit, so you stick out in your red. You almost ran me over with a motorized something. What were you riding over here?
Oh, that's my moto bag. It's a motorized suitcase. It completely has transformed my traveling lifestyle. It's
That's
wild.
fantastic. I just see him zipping down the hallway at me. Played a little game of chicken. If that weren't enough, you've probably got the biggest piece of hardware here at the whole playground with this unit that we see behind us. Do you want to tell us what we're looking at here?
Yeah, this is Prosthesis the Anti-Robot. That's its sort of pet name, or the PX1 prototype mech suit. It's the world's largest four-legged exoskeleton. There's a 4,000 kilogram, 200 horsepower, electric-powered exosuit that is entirely controlled by the human pilot inside. And the idea that we had was to create a sport. So that's why there's no automation in it. We made it to be fun.
So I guess my first question was going to be, what would possess you? But maybe take a step back here, because probably everybody on the line at some point has thought, man, it would be cool if I was a giant robot, right? I think probably the difference is the only person on the line that's actually gone and made one is likely you. So how, I get the what would possess you. How did you get from A to B on this one of, this would be really cool, to, hey, we're actually going to do this? Because that's a massive undertaking.
It has been a massive undertaking. I mean, people ask what it costs, and I say 16 years of my life. Now, I had a perfectly good job as a biomedical engineer for over a decade, and at some point, the vision for this machine got sparked, something probably to do with my trips to Burning Man in the early 2000s.
Okay, yep.
And I got it stuck in my head that I wanted to control a giant walking machine with my body and become a giant. So I started doing engineering calculations, just sort of general theoretical calculations about power and hydraulics, forces and strengths, and I realized that something of that scale was feasible. And then I probably spent about 5 years doing SolidWorks sketches. I probably spent about a year just doing one sketch.
Wow.
For the leg architecture, interrelating the suspension and the control system and the feedback system. And then, you know, about 5 years of CAD work, of conceptual work, modeling out the prototype, building the first prototype leg, which is called the alpha leg, on my own dime, off the side of my desk as a working biomedical engineer.
Yeah.
And I proved that as a kind of one-man engineering force of nature, with the right tools at hand, I was able to rally a community and get volunteers excited and make it come to life.
So you were physically, obviously modeling, but you were physically cutting and welding everything up yourself on the first go-around?
Yeah, very much so. I mean, I'm a sculptor as well. That's part of my passion, and metalwork is something that I just find like fascinating and really rewarding. So I bought myself a top-of-the-line TIG welder, convinced a lot of friends, taught a lot of friends how to weld, and built this first prototype leg with my bare hands and a small core of really excited people.
That's amazing. You're a man of many talents. So hit me again with some just rough sizing, because obviously, you know, some of the people online, they can't go and stand in front of this thing in person, but to give us basic dimensions and weight and such again.
Yeah, it's 4 meters tall, which is about 12 feet. 12 feet plus. It kind of depends on how much of the splits it's doing.
Sure.
But the Guinness Book of Records says that it's 3.9 meters tall. We were in the Guinness Book for 2020.
Okay.
4.5 meters wide, which is just over 18 feet, and 5.2 meters long.
And 200 horsepower.
And 200 horsepower, 4,000 kilos, 9,000 pounds.
Now, what powers this?
All electric.
Okay.
It's got a 36 kilowatt hour, 96 volt battery pack, so it's about the size of a small car battery pack. Small electric car.
Sure.
And then it's got 2 hydraulic pumps that actually pump the fluid to the cylinders.
Yeah, very cool. Now, one thing I noticed when I came in, the first thing I did as soon as I got in the playground was go check it out. I noticed that it's got some more battle scars than the last time that I saw it. It looks like it's been properly up to some mischief since we last saw it.
If you saw it in 2017, it was pristine, man. I was looking at some old footage. It was so shiny and perfect. That's before we started testing it. This thing has been abused for 6 years in the field, fallen over a million times, dragged through the mud, snow, sleet, you name it. I mean, this is a hard-working prototype. We have learned a lot from beating this thing up.
Yeah.
It's a small miracle that it has broken as little as it has, and a testament to how much upfront design work we're able to do.
Sure.
Before we built
Now, you said this was, the goal is to make a sport of some kind out of this?
Yeah. Yeah, so this is a proof of concept. It just demonstrates the basic premise that you can control a giant mech suit with your body exoskeletally while being ragdolled around inside and not totally lose control.
Right.
It took a bit of technology development to get there, but it absolutely works. And there's a lot of low-hanging engineering fruit that's going to go into the PX2, which will be 2/3 the size, half the weight. A lot more FEA is going to go into that sucker, and probably twice the power. So we'll put pro athletes in, 4 or 5 on a track, big stadium obstacle course, like American Ninja Warrior meets monster trucks.
That sounds awesome. That's going to be so much fun to watch. While we're getting towards the end of this segment, you guys announced a new sort of vehicle on stage the other day. Can we talk about that for a second? Because that looks amazing.
Yes, absolutely. We're super stoked about the VX1 Exo Quad. There it is. These renders just came off the line like a few days before 3D Experience World. So this was in response to a a question from an operation in Las Vegas who lets you drive racing cars. So you can get in an exotic supercar and drive around the track, take a 5-minute thrill ride. But it takes 3 or 4 days to learn how to operate a fully walking mech suit.
Yeah.
So this machine is a simplified version. You got wheels on the ends of the feet, and you ride it kind of like a motorcycle. You lean to turn, but you can control the ride height of each foot individually as you ride around. So it'll be like riding a roller coaster, like flying on the ground.
Yeah, I suspect only you would say this is a simplified version of anything, because that looks still pretty complex, but that looks like a blast to drive around. So are they gonna, is the idea that they'll have like a fleet of these that you can kind of like take off and they'll have like a path for them or whatever that you can cruise around?
Yeah, absolutely. If you want to have a chance to operate this machine, drop Speed Vegas a line and let them know that you're excited about the VX1.
Yeah, that sounds amazing. Now, speaking of driving or piloting these, you guys do piloting training on your current one too, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that looks. I saw that on your website. That looks like a lot of fun. So, do people just come out and say, "I want to learn how to do this for maybe some potential future thing," or just this looks really cool, I want to try it?
No, it's an experience for sure. It's like skydiving or hang gliding.
Yeah.
It's we run courses up in our site in BC, and we also do tours around.
Cool. That looks amazing.
Yeah.
So, any idea like what's the timeline on this your new unit that'll be coming out? Do you have any?
We'd like to see the Exo Quad coming out in a year, not too much more than a year.
A year. Wow.
I mean, we're going to be leveraging a lot of what we learned from prosthesis into this thing. So there's going to be a lot of CAD ahead of us, but I think it's so easy to streamline the design, development, and production process with the tools that we have at our disposal.
Yeah, amazing.
I think we can pull it off.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Well, that's some really cool stuff. I don't think anybody could deny that. You don't want to jump in one of those and just go as fast as you can go in one of those. That looks super, super fun. Jonathan, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for being here and sharing your amazing creations with us. And we'll see you guys in just a little bit.
Well, we're here at live at 3D Experience World. I'm here with Dorothy from Shoals Technologies Group. How's it going, Dorothy?
It's going great.
I'm so excited to be here. You guys have a beautiful facility, a beautiful shop. It's interesting. I've watched a lot of materials that you guys have on YouTube just to learn a little bit more about what you guys do. And so you guys are in this special area. You guys specialize in, and I hope I get this right, you guys call it EBOS, right? Electrical Balance of Systems.
Yep.
What does that entail? What's that all about?
Well, basically, we supply all the components from the back of the glass to the inverter.
Okay.
So we do combiner boxes, wire harnesses, wire clips, anything that you need to complete your system.
And you guys get into several different areas, right? So, I'm just thinking like which types of industries do you specialize in? I know you guys are in the solar, into the charging of vehicles, right?
Yeah.
A lot of different areas.
Yeah, so we definitely do PV, a lot of solar fields and things like that. That's our bread and butter. We're just now starting to get into electric vehicle charging and balance of systems for that type of stuff as well.
Yeah, and you guys do some interesting stuff there, right? Like I noticed, like you guys specialize in like above ground installation of the systems, and it's really interesting just to learn about you guys. And it's a hugely exploding field, right?
Oh yes, yeah. What we're trying to do is take out cost in the typical installation, trying to stay above ground so you don't have to do any trenching, things like that on the EV side, things that you can't really do on PV.
Yeah, so cost time, right? I imagine it's easier, quicker to install.
Yeah, and it's really a one-for-one, right? We're using the same components in the EV side that we're using in the PV side.
That's cool. Yeah, that's awesome. And you and I have something in common. We're both SolidWorks aficionados. Maybe you are. I like to fancy myself one.
there's a lot of SolidWorks I don't know yet, and I've been doing it a long time.
Well, I always like to say, like, SolidWorks is a million easy things. Like, that's my cleanest way of explaining what SolidWorks is, right? It's like no one knows a million things, but you can learn something very, very quickly and easily.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
So how do you, so first of all, what's your role here, and how do you use SolidWorks on a day-to-day basis?
So I am a lead design engineer here at Shoals, and I take care of designing plastic molds. I do some of the sheet metal stuff for the EV side.
Okay.
So I'm usually doing a bunch of different things. I don't use it for one particular application.
Mm-hmm. And you guys, so I know you use SolidWorks. We were talking about that a little bit off camera, but also you use SolidWorks PDM, right?
Yes, we have SolidWorks PDM. We also use some other softwares in different departments of our company too. PDM is great, especially now that we're growing so much. We have a lot of people using the parts that are in the vault and things like that, so we're able to keep a good track. At one point, I was the only person here at Shoals, so it was easy to take care of things and whatnot. But now we have several more engineers that.
Wow.
So
you must know a lot about your products, like the ins and outs and why things are the way they are, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I've been here 14 years.
Wow, that's awesome.
So,
congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, and so much has changed in this field over that time, right?
Oh yes, yes.
So what's really kept you going and kept you proud to be here over 14 years?
Well, I 100% enjoy the fact that we're trying to do something good for the environment. You know, I mean, we gotta do something. So
yeah.
And I love the innovation. Every day is something different. We're trying a different way to do maybe the same product, but how do we do it more efficiently? How do we carry over the things we've learned from PV into other industries? And I like the fast pace changing of what we do.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting. A lot of companies, like, you know, we're definitely one of them at Dassault Systèmes. You know, sustainability is sort of core to what we do. And thinking about what you guys do, right? You are very much in the energy field, and solar is huge, right? So it must feel good, I'd imagine, you know, not just having a company that sort of, you know, says sustainability is part of our focus or part of what we do, but very much is living that through what you do day to day.
Yeah, I've worked at other places where I've worked on things for months and months, and I never see what happens to them or anything, you know, and it's great to be able to go to a field and say, hey, I worked on that or helped somebody else design that, and, you know, and we can actually see what we're doing.
That's super cool. So 14 years, I know Shoals went public back in 2021.
Yep.
Right? I'd imagine a lot's changed. Like, what have been some of the best changes that you've seen at Shoals over the past 14 years? It can be design engineering based, it could just be company culture based. Like, what have been some of the biggest changes you've seen?
The biggest change is it's becoming a learning curve to be a public company now. There's a lot of things that we didn't really have to do because nobody was paying attention, you know, but now they are. And so that's been a little bit of a not so much a struggle, but just
learning curve.
Learning curve, yeah. I mean, you have to figure those things out. But, you know, the biggest thing I enjoy about my job is just having the freedom to come up with crazy stuff. I mean,
yeah,
it may not work right away, but we can fine tune it, and it ends up either working out or we scrap it. You know, I mean,
that's cool that you guys have that freedom, even like you said, and it's nice that you guys are retaining that culture. You know, a lot of people think like, oh, once you become a public company, you get bigger, it gets to be extremely hard to do that, impossible, right? But you're keeping that spirit of innovation. And you have to, right? Like you guys are in solar. That's
you
so
do,
cool.
And because if you're not innovating it, the other person down the road is innovating it, and they're going to pass you up.
Yes.
And so you have to keep one step ahead of them.
Yes. So with you guys having a larger design team now, you know, it's talking about innovation. What are some of the areas where that's been tough as you've scaled, and what are some of the areas where you feel like you're just getting so much stronger than, let's say, back when it was just you? Right? Just one person.
Oh, wow. You know, part of it is trying to teach all the new people the way that we do things, for one. And of course, being the only one that has done it, I tend to become a little bit of a mother hen and want to, direct my chickens to the right place, because they can get a little out of hand.
It must be interesting, because that happens. I always look for these areas where, especially as we head into a conference, we have all these industries coming together where there are these sorts of transferable or just universal, I don't know if I want to say lessons, but just areas where you just sort of run into these things at companies. And I would imagine this is one where, as you scale a team, right, you sort of run into these areas where you're trying to teach people, especially if you're the one who's been there since day one. You're saying, okay, this is why things are the way they are. This is why we did things this way. And I'm sure sometimes you get pushback. And it's like navigating. It's so interesting to me, like navigating the areas where you push back against the pushback. And you're like, well, it's this way for a reason. We need to do it this way. And the areas where you're like, oh, okay, I'm really glad I have a larger team now because I have different perspectives.
Definitely.
Like, how do you navigate that? That's so hard.
Yeah, they'll bring their own ideas that we may not have thought of.
Yeah.
And a lot of times they'll give an idea and we'll be like, yeah, that was 5 years ago, didn't work. So it is nice to bounce all the new things and the old things off of people, because even if they ask about something we've already done, they may come at it in a different direction and it will end up working. You stay in one place for too long and you can have some blinders, and so you don't see the forest through the trees most of the time.
Sure. Yeah. And this conference, it's a great place to sort of widen the aperture, widen the perspective, right? That's one of my favorite parts about, especially with it being an in-person conference, because you're able to be around industry peers, but also be around people that may not work in the same industry, but may have similar Solidworks challenges or problems or just ways of doing things. So 3DEXPERIENCE World's coming up. It's a great chance to get to know, different industry peers, but also those design engineers who work in different industries. And I'd imagine, with the different technical sessions, the hands-on sessions where you get to try different products, but the machine's already there, like networking opportunities, there's just a lot to be excited about. But for you, Dorothy, what are you most excited about for 3DEXPERIENCE World?
Actually looking to see how other people are doing, using some of the commands. And so, I tell all the new guys that come in, you can give the same design to 10 people and you will get 10 different results.
Very true.
Because it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I mean, and how you get there is irrelevant as long as you get there.
It's interesting. We were yesterday, we were at the Tennessee College of Applied Technology, and I was talking to some of the students there. It was so cool because they could just go right up to their workstations and interrupt them. They're like, oh, you work at Solidworks, I want to talk to you.
Yeah.
And they were saying the same exact thing. They were like, I just can't wait to go learn new tips. Like, everyone in some ways is trying to get the same sort of things out of the conference, learn new ways of doing things. Like, even stuff, it could be really wide as far as methodologies and grand scope kind of stuff about how do I model this, how do I manage my products.
Yeah.
Or you press the S key twice and it goes to the command search, like that kind of stuff.
That's a thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, the tips and tricks, everybody has their own, everybody's learned some that other people, I don't even know a third of the quick keys and things like that, I mean,
yeah. And
I can learn something new every day on Solidworks.
I had an instructor once that told me that, we used to say that this instructor has forgotten more things about Solidworks than I'll ever know.
Yeah.
And I feel like at this point, it's I've forgotten more than I might know in the future. There's so much to learn. But yeah, whether it's catching up on things you used to know and you're kind of refreshing yourself, or it's net new stuff.
Yeah.
It'll be a cool conference. So Dorothy, one thing that is really interesting about 3DEXPERIENCE World is that you bring together an entire ecosystem of people, virtually, in person, different countries. One thing I've been asking every single user that I've seen out here in Nashville or just in the broader Tennessee area is, how did you get to where you are in career? What's that in your career? What's that journey been like?
Oh, it's been long.
Yeah.
I started out of college doing some mechanical work and, just kept on different softwares and just kept trying to learn new softwares every time I went to a different place. And, eventually I was in Minnesota and California and just kind of came here.
So Minnesota, California?
Well, California, Minnesota, Tennessee.
Wow. So was it always, and this is a question I think people will be interested in as well, is like, was it like, I want to go to this part of the country, and then you wanted to find work there, or was it an opportunity in each case that drove you to a different part of the country?
A little bit of both.
Okay.
I had some family in Minnesota that kind of drug me there, and then I started, looking around to maybe change, and found something in Tennessee and moved, and then my entire family moved, and so everyone else is here now, and but I kind of just let my career figure itself out. I mean, I didn't push anything one direction or another. Just everything really just kind of fell into place and worked out. I've been in Tennessee about 25 years, and I've only worked at 2 places. So
that's awesome. Yeah, so, and this place 14 years.
Yeah.
So you must be pretty happy. That's great.
Yeah.
Well, Dorothy, this has been a pleasure. Thank you so much. You guys have been so nice, just like letting us into your space, letting us into your state. Meeting us with that Southern hospitality that we've heard so much about. And yeah, can't wait to see you at 3D Experience World.
Absolutely.
All right, everyone, welcome to Live at World. I'm here with Adam Wills. Adam, what's going on?
How's it going, Sean? Glad to have you.
Yeah, it's crazy. So Adam has this SolidWorks champion badge on his wall. I have never seen one of these in person. How crazy is that? We've had the champions program for 3, I guess, almost 3 years now. Pretty insane.
Oh, yeah.
But Adam, you work at the Tennessee College of Applied Technologies, right?
Here in Nashville.
Here in Nashville. We're out in Nashville. We're seeing educators, customers. We're seeing the sites, right? Tell us. We already mentioned you're a champion, but tell us a little bit about. Do you guys call it TCAT?
Right. We call it TCAT Nashville. There are 27 TCATs throughout the state.
27.
Oh, there are 27 of us. Yeah.
Wow.
And we are not competitors. We feel those are our partners in technical education, and we help each other as much as we can. But it is TCAT Nashville, and I've been here for 24 and a half years doing computer-aided design and additive manufacturing.
And it seems like very, very hands-on. Like everything you guys do is very hands-on, which I very much appreciate.
Well, 100%. That's we do almost no theory training whatsoever. It's all hands-on, competency-based training, where they are performing a task. As though they were, I tell these guys out in my lab, they are not I'm not a teacher. Okay, that's the first thing. I'm not a teacher, I'm a trainer.
That's your day one. You're like, right. I'm not a teacher.
I'm not a teacher, I'm a trainer. I'm a temporarily misplaced drafter. I'm here. That's what I'm here to help them.
Is that what it says on your
Yeah,
ID?
That's what. And I'm here to help them become the very best drafter that they can be. Now, we do a little bit of manual drafting, but most of it's computer aided design. And, so everything they do is job related. They learn how to even to install software. We troubleshoot additive manufacturing devices. We replace the print, the nozzles and work on the print heads. We do all sorts of hands-on stuff. And we have a lot of jobs available. 50 grand jobs, starting out. And, that's not, that takes a lot of brain power.
Yeah. That's something. So we went
SolidWorks is not SolidWorks. That's not playtime. Those certification exams at Dassault Systèmes are serious business, and so, for somebody to master it and make the cert, get the certs, they're on top of it.
For sure. And that's something that we talk about a lot, even throughout the year. We have live streaming programs like SolidWorks Live, Live Design, Manufacturing Live. Specifically that last one, we're not really so much getting into the software aspects of things. It's actually the live stream where you'll find the least amount of software. We're talking about industry topics, and a lot of times we're venturing into that idea when we're talking to, Titans of CNC or someone else about the skills gap that comes up, right? And like you said, and the guys at Titans of CNC, when we went out there, they said very much the same thing. It's like, I am able to make a great living, have a very interesting career, and I don't have to go to a four-year college, four-year university, like we were saying, take liberal arts classes if I don't want to as electives.
Now, since we're on that subject, I always encourage my students after they finish this is the first step, right? I always encourage them to go to college, because once they're out in the workplace and they see what an engineer or an architect does, they might actually decide that they want to do those things. Now they have a purpose. Now they have their entry level, they're working in the trade, and they see what the folks above them are doing. Now they know why they need to go to college. They have a reason to go. And so that changes everything.
I also love, like you said, with everything being very hands-on, trying to stay away from a lot more of the theory-based aspects of some of what we can get into in design and engineering, maybe a little bit too much sometimes. They get a very real feel before they get into the workplace of what that job, what that profession, what that career might look like.
Oh yeah, absolutely. These guys, they work for me basically, and I have jobs that they have to do, right? And I want my drawings. I want my models. And so that's how we operate, really.
That's awesome, and it's interesting. So we mentioned you're in the Champions program. I talked to Walker Parks, also in the Champions program.
Yes, Walker Parks, yes.
Yeah, so it's interesting. He said definitely talk to Adam, because Adam has met tons of different students, taught tons of different students, knows a lot of members of industry around here. So I figured I'd ask you, while we're in our sort of home territory for 3D Experience World 2023, what might surprise people about the industry in the Nashville area?
How diverse it is, really. They think of Nashville and they think of country music, or guitars or something like that. But
the airport certainly perpetuates that.
and that's okay. That's great. Yeah. Jack Daniels, Yeah. But did I miss anything? Google clusters. But we have a growing base of manufacturers that have moved here for the low taxes and the high quality workforce that we're turning out. And so I think that's probably the thing that a lot of people around the country might be surprised at, the diversity of manufacturing jobs and engineering firms and structural engineering, big in this area, that kind of thing. So yeah.
So we talked about how it's interesting with 3D Experience World. In 2020 we were here. In 2023 we will be here again. We're here again. You had a bunch of students go in 2020. You have students going in 2023, right? So
everybody.
Yeah, like what do you tell students before they go to a conference like this? Because like we were talking about before we started recording, how, and I remember people say, I remember my first trade show. It was intimidating. It was kind of scary, but it was definitely a big experience for me. Like, what do you tell your students in terms of advice before they go to a conference like this?
Well, first of all, you kind of have to prepare them. There's going to be a big crowd of people. You might not always know where you're going, that kind of stuff, but just follow me. Everything's going to be okay.
It's like the first day of kindergarten.
We all meet at a certain spot, and then we all go to the vendors. Let's go see the vendors. I want you to go to every booth, okay? You don't have to have an hour conversation with the guy.
Sure.
But visit every booth, pick up some pins, pick up some swag, learn something. There's going to be something there at the trade show that every student can really be interested in or will be interested in. No matter what and I have architectural students that have never fired up Solidworks for any purpose, okay? But that's not the point. The point is to expose them to the trade show. They're going to, Solidworks for Architecture. I hope we have some of those sessions again this year. That's a fascinating subject for me as well, even as an old machine designer, but, and so go to the vendors, do the breakout sessions, don't miss a thing, that's my advice to them. Don't be intimidated, you know, everybody's there to answer your questions. Everybody's there.
Yeah.
Everybody's there to say hello to you. That's what they're there for, you. And so, yeah, that's the biggest thing to tell them. Don't be intimidated. See every booth. Go to the breakout sessions. Don't waste any time.
That's great advice. I think really for almost anyone.
For anybody.
Another thing, right, that's big for students is Model Mania.
Model Mania.
Right? So I heard you told me that a couple of your students are like really raring to go.
Oh, they're crazy for the Model Mania parts. They've been, I think one of them has done every one he can find.
Really?
Oh yeah, he's been doing them, and I'm after him. So were you going to take a test on chapter 15 today? What are we doing? You know, but no, but he's working on Model Mania, and so yeah, you know, but they're all about the Model Mania.
That's awesome. Well, that's actually one of the things that I made sure that we got here when you had students here, so we could ask a couple of them at least what, you know, I guess going into it, how they think they'll score, what they think they'll do, what they think their time will be. Maybe we could even, hopefully when we actually get to, because right now we're recording this in late November. And when we get there, maybe they'll be there and we could ask them what happened in the booth. How did it go, right? I'm very excited about that.
Oh, I think that'll be very interesting. They're both good.
That's great.
Yeah,
That's great.
They got a shot at it, man.
They got a shot. Everyone's got a shot. That's awesome. Well, cool. Let's go ask them how they think they'll fare.
Okay.
All right, everyone. So we just talked with Adam. We're here in Adam's classroom, as you can see. We have CAD workstations, we have 3D printers, and we have Lisa. Lisa's here. You're a student of Adam's, but it's interesting. You're working part-time right now, currently, right?
I currently am, yeah.
And that's something that Adam mentioned. It's you know, it's always the goal, right? It's like getting like prepared industry users, but you're already in a lot of ways industry users. So tell us a little bit about what you do.
So I work part-time at LuxView Systems, and we make custom windows and sliding glass doors for houses and buildings, all kinds of stuff.
Just thinking, you know, we're in the classroom right now. We're next to an Ultimakers, and you mentioned before we got on camera just now, this wasn't planned or anything. This is making one of your parts, right?
Yes, this is actually a lid to a water bottle that I made. Right now I'm printing it in some white ABS, but it is one of my iterations, and hopefully it works. Hopefully I got everything right.
So I wanted to ask, you know, again, we're in the classroom right now, see a bunch of people using SolidWorks here. What are some of the core benefits? You know, I can ask Adam, I can ask the teacher all day, and Adam will have his answer, but what are some of the benefits that you've gotten out of attending TCAT and being in Adam's class?
Oh my goodness.
I know, it's like I could just go forever.
Yeah, actually I've been pushed in a lot of good ways to put myself out there, and I actually have just been going with it, and it's been a really great experience. Like, we did Skills USA and we won gold with our additive manufacturing project that we actually also use SolidWorks for. So yeah, just being pushed to go outside of my box is a good way to put it.
Absolutely. Well, cool, Lisa. It was great to chat with you. We've gotten so many different perspectives here at Tennessee College of Applied Technology here in Nashville. And yeah, I guess I'll see you in February.
Yes, see you there.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, so we just mentioned with Adam that we have some future Model Mania contestants in our midst, like you. And I heard you're super amped up about it, but you're very confident as well.
Well, you know, I try to be confident because confidence is key. You know, you're not going to do anything good if you're not confident about it. But it's a lot of fun. I mean, I've very much enjoyed doing it. The challenge is a lot of fun, especially when you're doing the CSWP and it's against the clock anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
It's nice training. I love it.
So it's not your first experience. So first of all, excuse me, I didn't even ask what your name was.
My name is Cordell.
Cordell. So Cordell, everyone's watching at home. They're wondering, you know, have you been practicing? You know, so you mentioned you took the CSWP. Have you been doing any of the Model Manias online, or?
Pretty much every day.
Pretty much every day?
Pretty much every single day. I come in, I bust out at least 2 of them. You know, the ones that I've done, do them over again just to get some practice. You know, you can never get too practiced with this stuff.
So you're like in fighting shape.
Absolutely. I'm trying to train for the Olympics here. So,
by the way, to remind you all, it is November. It is still November. It's the end of November. The conference is in early February. So you're ready to go.
Oh yeah, he told us about skills. One of my friends told us about skills when I first started. So I've been thinking about it since I first started, and I've been wondering about it and trying to train as much as I can, get as prepared as I can, because you never know what they're going to throw at me. So
yep. So you've been practicing your delete face, your replace face, all these like crazy abstract features. You know, the most efficient way to do things.
Trying to dip into surfaces as much as I can. You know.
That's key. You always see, like, I'm sure you've seen, it's like that is usually what winds up separating the winners from the pack, like taking full advantage of all the different suites of features.
Yep, all the features that they didn't tell you about in Solid Professor. Later on, they're like, oh, hey, by the way, you can do this and make it way faster. It's a lot of fun.
Very, very cool. So what we're going to try to do, Cordell, if I can catch up with you in February, I'd love to have you on our live show. After you do Model Mania, and I sincerely hope that you do well, and whatever. I mean, it doesn't really matter even if you don't. It's just putting yourself out there and trying something, which I very, very much appreciate. But sound good?
Sounds great. It's all about the new experience, and I'd love to reflect on it.
Cool, awesome. All right, thanks, Cordell.
Thank you.
Well, Adam, thank you so much. This has been an awesome tour. So I'm asking this of everyone that we see today. It's been awesome talking to you, but do you have any shout outs? First of all, how can we learn more about Tennessee College of Applied Technology?
Well, we have obviously have a website. It's always kept up to date. So that's tcatnashville.edu. And then we have a LinkedIn site.
You were telling me about that.
That's
the CAD Collective.
Yeah, the CAD Collective on LinkedIn. It's so far it's been me and my graduates, that kind of thing.
Cool.
But we welcome anybody that's interested in CAD, and if you're a member of the CAD Collective, I will while the vouchers last, I will allow them to take certification exams. Through SolidWorks, as long as the vouchers last. So, and that's something I do for my students. We give the vouchers away. We're an accredited certification center. So, I try to encourage folks to get that certification,
Yeah, it's hugely important. Especially when you're breaking into the job market.
Oh, absolutely.
Right?
It's a resume builder.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, cool. Like we always say at 3D Experience World, right? It's important to make connections here, but also, have those next steps to go beyond the event, right? And that's what this is all about. So, again, thank you, Adam.
Thank you. Thanks for coming.
Enjoy. Yep.
Hi everyone, welcome back to day 3 and the last day of 3D Experience World. It has been amazing. So I've been here for a week. I've been lucky enough to see all the halls and sit in on some of the events. Absolutely incredible. So over the last 2 days, we talked about the CNC machines, the manufacturing part of the floor. Yesterday, we covered robots. We talked about cobots and robots and how cool they are, some of the things that we have here on the floor. Now, today, we're going to talk about maybe the coolest thing here is DelmiaWorks. And we're here with Trevor Deal. He is the
VP of R&D for DelmiaWorks.
Muckety muck of DelmiaWorks.
I don't like that either.
Yeah, that's right. But he's going to walk us through how DelmiaWorks is really going to bring that digital experience into your manufacturing. Trevor, go.
Fantastic. Hi, everybody. Trevor Deal. As I said previously, VP of R&D for DelmiaWorks. I'm here to welcome you to ShopWorks. You've paid for the whole seat, but you're only going to need the edge of it. This is the future of shop floor user experience. We've spent time with our customers. We've spent time interviewing everybody who uses our software to find out the best way to orient your shop floor with our software. It's fully customizable. You can change what you want. You can display what you want. It's modal. It opens and closes. It slices, it dices, it stirs and fries. It does everything you could ever want. Run your entire shop through this application. Close it out. Sorry for the lean. You can show work instructions right on the screen. Make sure that your operators can do what they need to without ever questioning what they're supposed to do. And cover your shop floor's operation to make sure you're operating on time. There's nothing you can't do with this software that we don't want to make sure you can have happen. So with this fully customizable suite, we're aiming to have a future web-first look at what your shop floor can be and will be moving forward.
So can I ask a question real quick?
Of course. So, how can I stop you?
So, oh, you could. So Trevor and I have been talking over the show about the capabilities of this. And you know, being an old machinist, you know, I think the first job I had, I did the prototype of the wheel. So, you know, I've been in this business for a little bit. So I was talking to Trevor, and some of the things that it can do is it actually assigns parts to machines. It can tell you which machines are bringing the best parts, maybe what machine is the best thing to machine a new job on. It makes quoting jobs and really going through that whole thing a lot easier, right?
Absolutely. So this thing is tied to your entire ERP system, our ERP system powered by DelmiaWorks, no less. With that ERP system in mind, your entire factory, your entire business is now accessible through the entire spectrum of our products. There's nothing better than an ERP system to assign, I'm going to nerd out here real quick,
do it,
and assign metadata to the operations you're performing in the plant. That means from our software, you can tie a piece being made to the cycle that was created, all the way back to the salesperson who took the order, and anybody who touched it in between. You can do full traceability. You have the ability to find out anything that came in a lot and where it was associated, and you can track it back so in case anything ever happens, or you just have to do a mock recall for the FDA, which is an important thing of part of the business.
So much fun. So what about ISO? I mean, this has to be a pretty important part of that, right?
So with tools like this, the ISO compliance and ISO certification are possible. And so you can operate your business with the full traceability behind it and be able to meet these standards with relative ease.
That's amazing. That's really great. Is there anything else coming up that you're working on that we should know about?
So we got a couple products. This is our first try piece for how we want to redo UI and the user experience and user interface for our products moving forward. And as we get customer feedback, we're using that to drive the development of our next products. We have stuff coming out soon that will link DelmiaWorks ERP on-prem to the platform from 3DEXPERIENCE.
Wow.
So that you have a full immersive experience tied to everything we can tie it to.
Wow. You know, I also saw on the screen design to build. Is that what you're referring to?
So design to build is our next level after this. So we want to design an experience from start to finish with ETO and CTO, engineer to order, configure to order, contract to order, shops in mind. And we want to be able to grow your business from anything from anybody with a 3D printer and a dream all the way up to Boeing throughout the entire Dassault Systèmes portfolio.
That's amazing. So, you know, again, you know, bringing it to myself, because it's always about me, right? To have that control in the shop, right? Who sold the part? Did it come off the machine right? Which machine did it come off of? That kind of traceability is something that I was never used to, but I always wanted. I mean, what an exciting time.
We can keep much better track of you now.
That's right. Yeah, yeah. I think my girlfriend needs that, huh?
And we've been watching the machines over there to make sure the operators are going right.
Even better. We need a Chris RP system, I think. Yeah, for sure. So anything else you want to add before we...
I think that's where we want to cover today. But we're extremely excited about this. We've gotten great user feedback this event. We can't wait to move forward with this and get it out into your hands.
So if someone is interested in the accountability and the digitalization of their shop and bringing this in, how do they do it?
So you actually just reach out to a sales rep, and they can come in and walk you through the whole process. We implement your software with you from start to finish. It's a business transformation bringing something like this in. It's not a one-stop shop. It's one switch flipped. You're going to change the way you do business to make it better.
And we realize that. Right, we realize that you're changing your business, so we're not going to say, oh yeah, here it is, see you later. There's some YouTube videos that you can watch to figure out how to use it, right?
Yep, we're right here by your side every step of the way from start to finish.
And I think really what we're finding as we go through these lives on the shop floor is, that's really the theme. We're here to help you. We know what your problems are. We've identified them, and we're going to help you fix them. So I'll tell you what, thank you very much. We're going to walk down to the Diota booth and talk to them. Trevor, have a great show.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate you.
So as we walk down here, we can see we're going to pass Dr. Presso. Sorry, I keep switching on you. We talked about this yesterday a little bit, the automated coffee machine that's going to make coffee for you. This is actually installed in a mall by my house, actually. And this one shipped from Korea. Thank you. And there it is again, making its coffee automatically. The quietest barista in the world. So this robot is distributed by Ellison Technologies, and they also do Doosan robots that we talked about yesterday. If you would want one of these for your home, good for you. That would be amazing. I don't know how much it is, but I'm sure we can talk about it. So we're going to move on down here to Diota. Andrea Genzel. This is Andrea Genzel with Diota. And please, oh, sorry. Here's your microphone, right about there. You're perfect. Please explain a little bit about what your product does for us.
Okay, so here, maybe you can have a look. So Diota is one of the last acquisition of Dassault Systèmes. We are now part of Mania. And what we do is we overlay 3D on the reality. So you can move, for example, here, this object, and it will follow. It can be very close. If you lose it, it will very back, goes to the reality. So here I am completely guided, step by step, to my assembly instructions. For example, here I have a step for bracket assembly, here for some cable routing. And yeah, so for complex manufacturing, when you have a lot of turnover, an operator switching from line to line, you are completely guided to the process. So here is a possibility with an industrial camera. We also have another possibility just here with a projector. So we have a camera and a projector that are synchronized together. And for flat surfaces, we directly see the instructions here. And for example, if I move the part, it will follow. So I always have the right information at the right place. Yeah.
So that's really got to cut down on training time,
yes,
right?
Training time, and even on 8 hours a day, it can be used for complex operation when you have a lot of different configuration and so on.
That's really important. So we have something called factory flow, where we can really optimize the flow of your factory. And one of the things we do in there is we talk about the human factor, right? Moving one person to another station, adding a person to a station, and it sounds really easy and it looks really easy on your computer, right? But when they get there, how do we train them? How do they know which wires go where? How do we do that? This is an amazing solution.
And another possibility also for quality check. So, for example, here, I can directly split between the 3D and the reality. So
wow.
As a quality controller, it's very easy to do my work now.
That's really great. So what it's supposed to look like and what it actually looks like, right?
Exactly.
Wow, that's incredible. So all of this that we're talking about is just the digitalization, right? We're digitalizing your shop, your production, right? It really is amazing. If someone wants to know more about this, where should they go?
To Delmia Diota.
Delmia Diota is perfect.
Delmia Augmented Experience, I think.
Perfect. Yep. Well, thank you so much for your time, and I hope you have a great show.
Thank you.
Everybody, I can't thank you enough for joining us during the show, during these lives. I have had a blast. I look forward to seeing you next year. Next year, it's going to be bigger. It's going to be better. It's going to be amazing. So thank you very much for watching, and have a great summer. Did I do it? Was I on?
Welcome back to Live at 3D Experience World 2023. I have a special guest here. Manish, how are you doing?
Great. How are you?
Good, good. Oh, man. I can't believe it's day 3.
Sorry?
I cannot believe it's day 3.
I know. I know. It's. I feel like we should keep on doing this for a few more days.
Yeah.
I don't want to go back home yet.
Yep, we do all this prep. We have, right, we talked about it. We had 380 plus sessions.
Yeah.
You know, all these speakers. Thank you so much for everyone that's contributed to the show in some way. But yeah, so you've been really busy. I've seen you walking around every now and then, but you've been super busy at the conference. You know, one thing I want to talk to you about was the future of design session, which was wonderful. You know, we saw a lot of SolidWorks up there in multiple ways. We saw 3D Experience SolidWorks. We saw 3D Creator, 3D Sculptor, all in different use cases and applications. You know, for industry users, makers, right? The event just continues to scale and scale and scale. And one thing that I sort of took away from it as a SolidWorks user, right? I saw all these different use cases, and it seemed like, you know, even with someone like Kirby with this funny shirt that he was wearing right yesterday, you know, we saw Kirby using a bit of SolidWorks, and then he used a little of 3D Creator, a little bit of 3D Sculptor. So it's not like, hey, I'm only using 3D Creator, I'm only using 3D Experience SolidWorks. Like that's my app du jour, right? It seems like instead of choosing one per user, it's almost thinking what's the best tool for the project, right?
Precisely.
So is that sort of the correct takeaway?
I would say so. In fact, I would simplify it for you. The way I want to phrase it is, we want our users to be always connected, always together. Now, why am I saying that? Because when you say always connected, people just assume that by connection, you are together. But connection doesn't always mean together. You may be connected. Almost everyone in this age and era is connected to something, right?
Sure.
But people are not together. You may still be working in silos, whether the silo is between your ideation team, between your design team, between your manufacturing simulation team, analyst team, marketing team, and so on. So you might be connected, but you might not be together. And this is the fundamental shift that we want to bring to our users, that we want to bring them, not only we want to connect them, we want to bring them together by breaking all these silos. So if one phrase you have to remember always connected, always together.
Always connected, always together. Yeah, that's pretty easy. Got it.
Right?
You know, another cool part, I have to say, you know, watching that session. I was here. I was taking notes, right? Just like I'm sure a lot of attendees, in person, virtually, right, wherever you are. We saw some SolidWorks. We saw some CATIA.
Yeah.
That was super interesting. You know, and we're seeing that these two powerhouse 3D modeling brands more and more are sort of empowering each other, right? Empowering empowering us to do bigger and better things. You know, what really excites you about that?
Can you allow me to blow your mind even further?
Oh, yeah, please. It's day 3. Manish, I've done a ton here at the Live Desk. You have to keep me going.
What if I told you that X-Design and X-Shape was built together between SolidWorks and CATIA team? Or it was developed by SolidWorks and CATIA team working together.
Okay, so just like we have the blue and the red right there, right?
Exactly.
Just overdub my face with the emoji, right now. Oh, yeah, that'd be pretty impressive if our production team was able to do that.
But this is reality.
Yeah.
I mean, we have, world is not siloed either for our users, and it's not siloed anymore even internally inside Dassault Systems. We are globally one single R&D. So from branding point of view, of course, we have SolidWorks, we have CATIA, it's meant for different users. There are certain, I should say, characteristics of our products. We are more user-focused in the sense we are more user experience focused, I would say. CATIA is more process-focused. But leaving those minor subtleties kind of aside, it is one single R&D team which is trying to develop components of various, I should say, elements of the next generation of software. And we are able to use things as we please. There is no silo anymore. And by doing that, we are able to provide to our users the value that we will not be able to provide if we were trying to work in a kind of standalone, in a confined environment. So more that we break these silos, More we work together, working together was another key theme that I was trying to portray. More we work together, more the value we bring to our users, and more they will appreciate that.
Awesome. Yeah, this event, day 3 typically as well, it's a lot about, from an interpersonal perspective, right? It's about being connected with each other, being together, about community, right? We have a general session coming up soon. Jesse Sprague, who was here, he described it as our conference hug, right? So we start from the beginning, having our day 1 general session, then our day 3, right? We actually have a pretty special, you've seen these before, right? These
yeah,
props.
of course.
Yeah, and I told you, you could take X-Shape out if you'd like. So basically, you just lift this up. There you go. This is awesome. So these were actually modeled inside of 3D Sculptor. So, you know, subdivision surface modeling, right? Push and pull. Yeah, Manish, how do you, I know you're pretty good at SolidWorks. How long do you think it would take you to model this with surface modeling tools?
Surface modeling tools.
Yeah. You're actually quantifying this, aren't you?
It might be days.
Days.
Because if you look at the way every single part of this body is sculpted, you have to really think it through. What kind of spline you want? Do you want spline with connection of, let's say, conics in order to achieve something like this? I don't know. Seriously, I'll have to play. Maybe some experts might be able to do it within a few hours. But if I'm not an expert, it will definitely take me days in order to achieve something like this, for sure.
Yeah. Well, of course, the end consumer will know of your choices. They'll know if you use the conic, right? Little kid.
Yeah.
10-year-old will probably know that.
They don't even know what a conic is, right?
Right.
In fact, you heard from Amy yesterday that her 7th and 8th grade students, they are using 3D Creator.
Yeah.
And 6th grade
that was
students
amazing.
Are using 3D Sculptor, X-Shape. Now, imagine going back 5-6 years in time and being able to claim that creating complex organic shapes, it was easier than creating parametric features. Would you believe that?
Probably
You
not.
would not have believed that. But now that's the reality. In fact, there was another question asked to me that why should we not just put this functionality back in SolidWorks desktop? Okay.
Sure.
And this is a very common question.
Yep.
This comes up all the time. The reason is, if I did that, it will become another tab in the ribbon top bar, right? Because that's where all the commands will start to live. Will a 6th grade student be able to claim that it is as simple as they were able to claim today?
Well, I'm not that age, but I'd probably say no.
Answer is no. So at times we have to start to think that there are certain things for which you have to create a unique environment to keep it simple for that unique need. If we try to generalize everything in one single environment, we are not only going to make that specific thing itself more complicated than it should be, even where it gets integrated, even that environment starts to become extremely complicated. So the world of tomorrow, it's going to be platform-based, where you have a platform which is collecting all the data, which is synchronizing, which is keeping kind of the single source of truth for everything. And you should be able to create vertical elements in order to serve individual needs, where it is a complicated shape like X-shape, whether it is lattice designer, whether it is generative designer, these are verticals. Not everyone is going to need everything. If I am just going to create something, I don't know, like this, right?
Sure.
I don't need X-shape most likely. Because
nice revolve shape, right?
Yeah. But when I am creating my X-shape superhero, X-shape is going to be extremely important.
Yep.
So I think we have to think more platform with approach where you are able to create things in an environment which is easy for that particular sort of task, rather than creating everything into one single environment.
Sure, and like you said, I mean, 6th graders, right? A common topic, and we're very lucky to have sponsors here to talk us through some of those topics. You know, workstations, I don't think a sixth grader is talking about the type of workstation they have.
Yeah.
Right? So you make these tools more accessible, right? But also they don't have, it's somewhat simplified, right? It's the tools for the unique project, the unique task at hand.
In fact, it's a very interesting point you mentioned, because I was trying to teach it to my own daughter when she was, I would say, in 3rd grade.
Okay.
I was trying to teach her something, either it was a very early version of X-Shape or X-Design, and I was telling her that this is how you use the mouse. And she was struggling with it. So I was like, why are you struggling with a mouse? And then I realized that she had never used mouse before. So we as engineers, we believe that, you know, mouse, space mouse, all these things they're nice. They are easy tools. They make us more productive. I am not denying that fact. But for a young kid, her hand was not even able to grasp the mouse, the entire mouse, because I had a big mouse. So she was using fingers in order to click things. So while we create our functionality or our applications to cater the needs of the extremely high-end users of out there, I should say, the youngest possible generation that is also using our software, we also have to keep them in mind that if they are using it, how are they going to use it? And when they grow up, will they continue to use it the way they learn, which is going to be touch, which is not going to be most likely mouse-based? It might be a combination of touch and mouse.
Sure.
But if we say that mouse is the only way to go forward, perhaps they'll freak out.
That's a great connection as well. You know, we had on a previous live episode, we had Kevin Burney on, who's UX director at Solidworks, right? And we were talking about the difference between, and I'm sure you're well, you know, this is a great example. The difference between being able to watch someone use it, and you guys as well. You know, I'm sure you can attest to this at your own companies, being able to see someone trying to do something versus just getting sort of text-based feedback. I know we do user testing here at Worlds, you know, a long-time staple, but that's a great example, right? Of being able to say, okay, I can get feedback that the X, Y, or Z was difficult to use, and I may make assumptions about that. But you know, you're seeing your daughter using the mouse and saying, hey, this is hard. Okay, let me ask you about why. Okay, oh, it's using a mouse. Interesting. And that just unlocks like an entire layer, entire vault of ideas about, you know, how you need to direct products.
Yeah. In fact, this generation, she literally grew up with, my younger one, I should say, she grew up with an iPad. Because when she was born, that's when the 2nd version of iPad came into existence. I bought it.
iPads are already here, it's the 2nd generation.
And she has been using iPad for her initial life. So when I gave her the mouse, she couldn't even grasp the concept of why is the mouse moving on the screen here while I am trying to move this thing here. Now, for us, it is the other way around, right? That
right.
We think that with that, imagine the kind of precision you get. Imagine the kind of rotation you can possibly get with the mouse. And that kid was struggling that, why am I not able to touch the screen and move things around the way I wanted? So it brings kind of a different perspective. It brings you with a different perspective, or it gives you a different perspective,
yeah,
I should say.
Sure.
When you start to look at these kind of users.
You're making me feel old.
Oh, well, not as old as I am. So you're fine, Sean. You're fine.
Well, I'm going to talk about what you're about to do soon. We're back in person, right? We're getting ready to general sessions very soon. You know, we have this huge donation going out to Magic Wheelchair. I've been holding back the number. I'm so excited about that. But yeah, you seem, I have to say, you seem very, very excited. Like just to be back in front of a crowd, to play with the energy of a crowd. Like what's that been like to be on a stage and get that feedback? Like I'm sure you've been missing that.
I was missing that. I mean, we have been doing these live presentations for some time now, last 3 years, right?
Yeah.
It does not have the same feeling.
No.
When I go and sit in the hive here, I am able to talk to people with, I start on a conversation, someone else joins, a third person joins, and the way conversation evolves, you cannot do that in a virtual environment. So I literally enjoyed it so much this week.
Me too.
I think we were all dying to be back together.
Yes.
I'm going to go back filled with energy from here, for sure.
So cool. Well, you're about to feel some sort of energy. I believe you're going to take some sort of pepper challenge soon. and I hear you're taking me away to do it.
Yes.
And you think you'll beat me.
Actually, while I'm here, maybe I should also promote that. We have a fundraiser going on where if we are able to raise $5,000 for Magic Wheelchair, we are going to have a person who has been growing the beard for the last 10 years trim his beard. Now, my feeling was that we might be able to achieve that at 3DEXPERIENCE World itself, but looks like we have only been able to raise something like $2,000 so far, right?
In addition, right? Yes.
Yes. So we are short by $3,000. I think we will definitely make the person shave the beard, right?
Poor Brad.
Poor Brad. Brad, I think you'll look awesome without your beard. So I'm not saying poor Brad. You're going to look more handsome without the beard. So well, we are all looking forward to it.
Manish, I don't want you to be late for that. Thank you so much for joining us. I believe we're going over to the Model Mania winners announcement. So let's take a look at that.
Hey everybody, it's day 3 of 3DEXPERIENCE World. Who's excited? That means today is the day we get to find out who the Model Mania winners were for this year. But before we get started, I would like to give a shout out to the man, the myth, the legend, Mark Schneider. He's watching us today right now. If you're on SolidWorks Live, make sure that you say hello to Mark, and we all thank you profusely from our hearts, Mark, for doing such a wonderful job for so many years. Mark ran Model Mania for over 20 years. He retired at the end of 2021, and he turned over the reins to me, and I've been running it now for the last year. So I hope you guys enjoyed this year's Model Mania. Shout out to Ohio. So let's get started and take a look at this year's challenges. So this year, we have more than just the Model Mania SolidWorks challenge. We actually have 4 challenges this year. We had 729 participants, if you can believe it. And we're going to have 23 winners who will be announced right here today. So let's go ahead and get started. So these are our 4 challenges. We have the Model Mania SolidWorks challenge in person, which is what we did here in the playground. We have the Model Mania SolidWorks challenge virtual, which took place on Monday. Then we also have the Model Mania SolidWorks Cloud Challenge, and we also have the Student Challenge. So we'll be going through the results for all 4 of those. We're going to start with the SolidWorks Challenge, and we have some pretty amazing prizes. So first place is going to get a $500 gift card, second place $400, and third place $250. All right, so let's first take a look at the in-person SolidWorks Challenge. So I'm going to announce our winners, and then we're going to go through and actually show you the model and how to do it. So our first winner today is, or our third place, I should say, Jeremy Regneris. Stand up, Jeremy. We have Scott Scarpinato from Sherman and Riley. Are you here, Scott? And in first place, Adana Zayas from Adana Zayas. Great job. Great job, Adan. Wonderful. With a first place time of 13 minutes and 59 seconds. Now let's go and take a look at who our best resellers were. So in third place, we have Brandon Nelms from Go Engineer. Are you here, Brandon? Brandon, stand up. Second place, we have Victor Koinov from Digital Scan 3D. And in first place, Matt Kokoski from Trimec. Great job, Matt. Great job to all of our winners. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to show you the actual model. Now, apparently this model this year was kind of tough. I have to apologize. I'm actually Canadian, so I apologize a lot. But this model was apparently kind of tough. But let's show you one way to do it. Okay, so this is the phase 1 of the model. Now, in case any of you haven't ever done SolidWorks, haven't done Model Mania before, the way that it works is just like in real life, right? You design a part, and then a few months down the road, your boss tells you, actually, we got some changes to make. We got to do some edits. So we kind of fast forward that into Model Mania, and we say, here's part 1, or phase 1. We're going to go ahead and create that. And then once you're done designing that, then we give you the revisions in phase 2. So let's see how to do this, this part here, phase 1. So we started off in the booth. We go and fill out our information. We hit the start button. The timer begins. The stress begins. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and just start a sketch on the top plane. Just draw a nice circle, a line. So I'm basically creating this from the top view to get that boss and then the arm that comes out. So I'm playing this in real time, okay? This is not sped up at all. I wanted to make sure that you could see how to do this. So I go and apply the features. We're going to go and grab our circle. Just basic features: sketch, extrude boss, cut extrude, fillets. That's about it. So now we're going to go ahead and use this line in our sketch and finish creating that outline. So now we're going to add a full round fillet onto this to get our nice rounded shape. Different people did different things. You could also create a sketch with half of a circle and do a cut. That's fine as well. Now we're going to go do the cutout here. What I did is I just drew a rectangle. A lot of people created a sketch from the top plane and then extruded in both directions. That would work too. So I go and apply my dimensions, get this positioned right, and then I'm going to do just a regular cut extrude, and I'm going to go right up to this round surface. So up to surface, click there, done. Okay, so the next thing is we're going to go and create our boss over here on the side. So I'm just going to go and create a nice tombstone shape. And again, this is real time. This is not sped up. So we're going to go and apply our dimensions. We've got 30 millimeters there, 25 millimeters over here. And again, lock this into the origin just using a mid-plane relation. And then finally, extrude mid-plane 30 millimeters. Okay, so now we're going to go create the hole in the top there. And this is a 42 millimeter diameter. And we're just going to do a regular cut extrude, cut that through. And then we need to have a little slot on the clamp area so that that screw can clamp in on the pole that this is going to go on. So I'm just going to draw a line and then use a thin feature cut. And just cut that through, piece of cake. Okay, we're almost there. Now we're going to go and apply our holes using the hole wizard. And we're going to put in a socket head cap screw, M6. Position that right in the middle of our 2 round bosses there. So we'll do 1, hit the enter to get the same thing again. So it's the same exact hole. Position that over there. And all that's left to do is to go and put a nice hex on the back there, which is where our nut is going to go in. So we'll just go ahead and place that. 11 millimeters. With a depth of 6 millimeters. And then the very last thing I'm going to do is just to apply the fillets after this. So we'll go and apply the fillets. And I'm going to select those inside faces of the cutout. We're going to apply a 2 millimeter fillet and fillet along the edges there. Now, some people did have some issues with fillet order. So you can see I've created almost all the fillets, and then I'm going to come back and do the fillets around the perimeter of our boss there. So that's phase 1. That's it. Piece of cake. Now we need to apply the material and then get the weight of our part. So this was the weight for phase 1, 337.97 grams. So once you're done that, then we bring you the revisions, phase 2. And here's phase 2. So what we're going to do is we need to have the arm that came straight out here. It needs to be 45-degree angle now. We need to elongate it slightly from 65.5 to 73. And we're going to replace the hole with a slot. So let's see how that's going to look. So I'm just going to simply go in and edit that original sketch, change that 65.5 to 73, and then get rid of the horizontal and vertical relations that were holding that line in place. Move it up, bing, bang, boom, add a 45-degree dimension to that, and then just change that hole into a slot. So I'm going to just simply edit that. And instead of using a countersunk hole, we're going to go with a countersunk slot. And then set the parameters that we need. We needed an 8 millimeter width in there. And we're just going to go ahead and position that. So that is phase 2. And if you got all that done in under 20 minutes, then you... well, whether you finished or not, we gave you a Model Mania badge ribbon. So hopefully a lot of you in the audience have your Model Mania badge ribbon to display and bring home. So this was our final mass of phase 2 was 356.27 grams. So again, this is our final part, the weight of phase 1, the weight of phase 2, and you can see our 2 models there. So once again, our champions. If you're here in the audience, please stand up. Let us give you a round of applause. Great job, everybody. Okay, so that's the in-person challenge. Now, we also have a virtual challenge. Okay, so for the first 21 years of Model Mania, it was always in person. Then the last 2 years, we were only virtual. This year, we get to do both. Even better, right? So now we've got even 6 more winners that we're going to announce. So let's go through the virtual challenge. So our virtual winners. In third place if you're out there on SolidWorks Live, congratulations to Marinus Norhe from Meta Tiffany. Great job. In second place, Cody Laughlin from Edgewater Automation. And Cody, you've won a few times. I know you're out there. Good job, Cody. And in first place, Eric Hutchings from Cade Industries with a time of 14:8. Great job, Eric. Okay, our reseller champions. So in third place, we have Brent Rogers from Trimec. Brent, are you here? Oh no, you're virtual, of course. Brent, out there on SolidWorks Live, great job. In second place, we have Brandon Dry from MeCAD Systems. Great job, Brandon. And in first place, Sarah Taylor from Trimec with a time of 16:53. Excellent job, Sarah. Great job. So now, let's take a look at what this part was. This was slightly more complicated because there isn't a phase 2, okay? This is, as I said, the virtual challenge. So you just get the one part, you create it, tell us the mass, and you're done. So it was a little bit tricky, but let's see how we can actually do this. So I'm going to start off with a pretty complex sketch because it's kind of a complex part. So I'm going to draw my 2 circles, draw the 2, bars coming down there. We'll go ahead and get these collinear and equal, add all of our relations and dimensions that we need. We've got an overall diameter of 55. The diameter of the hole inside is 15. We know all these dimensions off of the drawing. And I'm just going to go ahead and get these all positioned here. Our overall length is 85. Now we're going to go and start trimming. So we'll trim off all the excess that we don't need. And then we need to get, we've got those 2, planar faces coming down that were 30 degrees off the side. So we'll just go ahead and draw those in there, make sure that's nice and tangent. We'll go ahead and mirror that. So whatever we do on one side will be mirrored across to the other side. And then we'll add a dimension of 30 degrees. We'll go trim that off. Trim it off. And then I'm going to go and actually create that inner cutout. So we're going to offset this by 5 millimeters. Now, some people did a shell, which would be fine. Some people created another sketch on the face later on, which would also be fine. There's many, many ways to do this. So as you can see, I've created that other sketch there. We've trimmed that off. And now let's go and do our final thing and add some fillets. So we've got 3 millimeter fillets on the inside cutout there. We've got 20 millimeter fillets on the outside of that face. And we're done. We're finished the sketch. So now we're going to go ahead and create our first feature. I'm going to extrude that up by 50 because that's how tall the part is. And then I'm going to go and do my cut on the inside there. I'm going to actually, this is on the top plane, but I'm offsetting where the feature starts by 2.5 millimeters because the thickness of the web is 5. So then we're going to mirror it to the other side. I'm going to do a quick check on section cut. Looks good. Keep going. And now we're going to create the profile of our part. Now this got a bit tricky because the bottom is actually a planar face and the top is a curved face. There were quite a few people that did curved on both. But, we're going to go ahead and do exactly what the drawing said to do. So we're going to have a line on the bottom, an arc on the top. We'll make everything tangent. Everything works good. You can see everything there, perfect. We'll go and do a quick trim, add the dimensions that we need. So we've got a 15 millimeter radius, and then on the top, 265. We're all fully defined, fully constrained. We'll do a cut. And we're going to cut this through all, but we're going to cut to the outside of the sketch. And there we go. So there's our beginning of that part. Next, we're going to go and add in our hole wizard holes. So we've got a socket head cap screw M6. And we'll just go ahead and apply that. And this one actually has a depth of 4.6, which was different from in person. So if you did both, one was 6 millimeter, one was 4.6. So we'll go and apply the polygon on the back there, our hex, and get that all positioned. Again, that's where the nut will eventually go once we connect this up together in its assembly, which was not required for Model Mania, but that's what this will be part of. Now, the next thing is we need to go and get those slots in there. There were 4 slots on the back of this part, but they were offset by 35 degrees and 15 millimeters up. So there were different ways to do this. What I did is I created a plane 15 millimeters up, and then I created a line that was going to designate exactly that point where the slot would go. Okay, so I'm going to create a plane right there. So that plane is where the slot is going to be. So now I'm applying my slot wizard. And we'll go ahead and place that right onto that plane. And we will make sure that that is vertical, and we're going to pierce that center point of the slot with our line to make sure it's in the right spot. And then we're going to go ahead and mirror it around the right plane and the top plane to make sure we get all 4. And finally, we'll go and apply those fillets. And a lot of people added fillets to the inside edge here, which was not part of the drawing. But there we go. So there is our completed part. And we go and apply the material, and again, go and get that mass there. So the correct answer was 476.99 grams. And that was the part for the virtual challenge. So again, congratulations to all of our winners. And I'm going to turn it over now to the cloud challenge. We're going to, Gian and Noah are going to tell you all about that challenge. So again, congratulations to everyone. Thank you.
Thanks, Jen. So this year's Model Mania Solidworks Cloud Challenge is all about creativity and Nashville. So you get access to XDesign and XShape, some of our cloud apps, to make whatever you want that's Nashville themed. And to win this challenge, it has to be creative, it has to be complex, you have to have a good presentation because it's all based on a single image post that you post to an internal community, and it's gotta be Nashville themed, and these were the judging criteria that we used. And I think our first, Noah, you want to tell us our first?
Yeah, so our first, we're going to start off with third place.
Yep.
At
With
the
our
end,
users.
with our users.
Oh,
These were
almost.
our prizes, $500 for first place, $400 for second, and $250 for third. And without further ado, our third place winner was Amy Hamilton. So let's clap it up for Amy. Amy, she shared in her post, she's a middle school teacher, and her inspiration for this was the mic at the Grand Ole Opry at the Ryman Auditorium. So congratulations, Amy. Enjoy your prize. And number 2, we have Iftikhar Khan, who designed this. His inspiration was the Hot Nashville Chicken Food Truck. So congratulations to Iftikhar, and enjoy your prize of $400. And for our first place winner, drum roll please, we have Hanan Dewey. So this was a fantastic model. It was actually supposed to be a restaurant, a cafe, or coffee themed. A lot of great details here, even the little ends on the bottom of the table for Nashville. Doors, they sculpted this entire violin. So fantastic submission here, and congratulations to our user winners. And next we have the resellers.
Let's just
All right.
show those 3 once more, our 3 winners as for the users. And let's move on to our reseller winners. So our number 3 prize to Friati Hasiolan, who made a sculpture of a cowboy with a cowboy hat on there. And this was, we opened up all these models, and this was a really beautiful design that they made right in 3D Sculptor using the XShape app. So congratulations, Friati, wherever you are out there.
Congrats.
Number 2, Darren Grosser, who made this amazing sculpture, of XShape of Garfield and a friend lassoing their way over to 3DEXPERIENCE World in Nashville. So congratulations, Darren.
I don't know if he's here. We've seen him around, but
Yeah,
congratulations.
we have seen him around, so stand up if you're here, Darren. And our number 1 user for our reseller sections was Jose Ibarra, who's not with us physically today, but designed this amazing stage with a drum set, a microphone, a guitar, an amp, and you might even notice the stage is in the shape of Tennessee, of the state of Tennessee. So congratulations, Jose. And we'll throw those 3 winners up there. One more round of applause for our reseller champions. And with that, I think we're just about ready to hand it over to Charles to
education.
The student challenge.
Thank you. It's the green button, right? Okay. So as far as the Students' Challenge is concerned, we run this challenge from November 1st to end of January, and we provided for free the licenses, 3D designer licenses, to more than 250 students. And the goal was to design a model from 2018 to capture your screen and post your capture on the student community. So as I said, we had a lot of posts on the community, around 250 projects. And the length of the project was between 2 minutes and 21 seconds for the first one to more than 100 minutes for the last one. But at least he participated, so congratulations also to him. Those are the gifts that was provided to this challenge this year. And the winners were at the 5th position. We have Sayan Bag. He's from India, and he did the project in 6 minutes and 5 seconds. At the 4th position, Deepak Man, also from India. He made it in 5 minutes and 45 seconds. 3rd position for Kan Aksu in Turkey. He made it in a little bit less than 3 minutes. And 2nd position, we had Hamed Khan Sangit in 3 minutes. And 1st position to Nadir Oktay in 2 minutes and 21 seconds. Congratulations to him. So most of the students are watching us online, so congratulations to all of you, and see you for the next edition. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We are live at 3D Experience World 2023, and I have a very special guest today, Liv Boeree. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me.
I'm so excited to talk to you. There's so many people at this conference, by the way, that I've spoken to that I've only seen online. And that, to me, especially people like you who have such interesting thoughts on so many different things, that, you know, I've watched your videos, I've listened to your talks. It just makes me really excited. Like, I'm really excited to be here. And you just got here how long ago?
Like 4 hours ago I landed.
4 hours ago. So I feel.
Flew in from Austin.
You flew in from Austin, okay.
So not too far.
Your next question. Where did you fly in from?
Yeah, not England.
Not England. I was
like, did you just fly from England?
How are you talking to me right now? You must be so jet lagged.
No, I live in Texas now, so nice and close.
Very, very cool. So we're seeing some B-roll of a previous talk you've given. That's some of how I got to know you. Just hearing your thoughts on things. I know some of the things you're interested in, and some of the things you're interested in just so happen to be things I'm interested in as well, which works right for these sorts of conversations. And I think one of the things that I wanted to start off talking with you about, and I think you talk about it a little bit in one of your TED Talks, is this idea of extending our utilization of numbers into what you call quantification of thought. Where a lot of us have design engineering backgrounds, we may say, yeah, I love numbers. But you talk about it, again, through that lens of quantification of thought. Can you talk about this idea? It's one that I've familiarized myself over the years, but one I'd love to, as much as we can, get more out into the masses.
Yeah, I mean, us poker players, because poker is about navigating uncertainty, it would be a big problem if we didn't try, if we only thought in very vague qualitative terms. Because poker is a mathematical game at its core.
Sure. And
so you want to try and quantify your uncertainty as much as possible. And the way this often sort of then manifests is just sort of, you try and minimize using these very qualitative terms. Like I have a deep, almost like allergy to the term maybe. And I hear someone say, I hate it. And someone says, yeah, you know, well, I see you later.
Probably.
Yeah, maybe. Whoa, what do you mean? Like, give me a range. Because I ran a poll on Twitter a few years ago, actually, for this talk, to test. I think the question was, if you hear the phrase, a fair chance of rain tonight, what is the number as a percentage that pops into your head? And the range of results was literally everything from, I think, 7% up to 90%.
Someone said that to me just now. They said, well, the Bash on Broadway is tonight, which I'm excited about, but they said, well, it might rain. And then we all went,
Right.
And Sean's thinking, 60% chance. Alyssa is thinking, 20% chance.
Exactly, and so when we use these words like probably or a fair chance, sometimes, and so on, not only are we unsure necessarily what we mean to ourselves, but we don't know what the other person is interpreting it as. And this has caused
You're saying nothing.
many problems throughout history. Apparently, there's this famous story around, it was the Bay of Pigs invasion. There's, at least according to history, there was a chance that that might not have happened had the chiefs of staff communicated what the military's estimation of whether that would actually be a successful mission was something like, I think, only 25%. But instead of just saying 25% to JFK, the chief of staff, they said, oh, there's a fair chance. And then it's unclear whether that was exactly the thing that made him decide to do it, but we know that he then went ahead with the invasion and it was a disaster. So that's one of probably a gazillion examples of where there's miscommunication has happened because people use imprecise language around sort of estimations and probabilities. So yeah, us poker players, we use it in our language all the time. And I mean, I'm going to, tomorrow in my talk, give some examples of some of the funny ways that this manifests. So I don't want to say too much more.
No, sure.
Yeah, it's a really important skill to just try and hone and practice.
Yeah, so I read a book. You know, we always remember the books that are pretty transformational for us, right? I read a book. It was called Super Forecasting the Art. Okay.
Great book.
So I don't have to finish the title.
It's one of the best books on rationality that I think has ever been written.
I love it. So it was written, I think it's you can correct me if I'm wrong, Super Forecasting the Art and Science of Prediction. Is written by a professor at Penn,
Philip Tetlock. Yeah.
Yes. We didn't even talk about
I'm
this.
impressed.
So cool. So I read this. It was transformational for me because what I was trying to do is become a better thinker.
Right.
You know, and that's always troubled me. And I think that's what guided me. And I think that's what guided a lot of people. You know, you sort of have these feelings in your guts in terms of like what makes you who you are. You know, what do you like? What do you have a distaste for? And I'd always had, I think, for me, you know, I'd identified I have more of a distaste for the maybes, the probablys, right? These, again, more qualitative terms that are used in sometimes pretty important scenarios, like you mentioned. And for me, it's somehow you can veer into, in business context, right, too. It's like you can veer into not only miscommunication, but to me, I'm not even sure I'd call it communication, right? Because what are you communicating? I would say maybe nothing, right?
Like maybe is probably the worst. I just use probably.
Maybe might. Yeah.
This is why people are like actually saying it. But it is definitely one of the worst offenders. I mean, it's okay if you truly don't know. So you're saying, look, you're basically saying I have a null. You know, my probability distribution is completely even. So maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's again, as long as there's like this sort of mutual understanding. But even if you don't want to incorporate it into your language, just practicing the art of making formal predictions is so useful. You know, let's say you have a bunch of goals that you want to achieve over the next month, or a bunch of deadlines. At the start of each month, or maybe at the start of each year or something, write a list of formal predictions around, you know, the things that maybe you want to achieve or you don't want to achieve. You can also throw in some like world events or just things that you're interested in. And when you make a prediction, like I think that, you know, let's say I think the price of Bitcoin will be over 20,000 at the end of the year. Don't just, you know, you're not just making a yes/no statement. Give your confidence level at the end as a percentage. Let's say, you know, in a bucket of 10, so maybe you're 80% confident. If you make a bunch of these predictions with these confidence percentages at the end, then at the end, when everything, you know, the deadline happens, let's say the end of the year rolls around, then you go back and look and see which ones came true and which didn't. And you're not looking for everything to come true. You're looking to see, basically, if you look at all the 70 percenters, did 70% of those come true? If yes, then you're really well calibrated. 50% of the 50 percenters, 30% of the 30 percenters, etc. So it's a really good way. If you do enough of these, you can build up quite a large data set, and you can sort of spot where you're well calibrated and where you're not.
Yeah, and that reminds me of a quote. I'm not exactly sure who said it, but it was from that book, right? You'd be surprised at how many forecasters or how many times, even in business cases, right? If I'm doing a sales forecast, how often I make a forecast and how often I go back and see, did we have the right parameters right in mind? Did we have a time parameter in mind for that prediction? Was I correct? How often am I correct, right? It's very difficult to really tell unless you go back and look at the past, and actually relatively few people do in my experience. So that is definitely, and even there, it's like I wish I could give you a number, and sometimes it's hard to come up with numbers, right? It's hard to come up with numbers, so I can't give you the exact number of people I've worked with who have given forecasts for sales, and I
give a range.
Give a range, right? And
yeah.
sometimes, so getting into another question I had for you, sometimes you can think, okay, well, I'm just going to quantify all my thoughts, right? That seems great. I'll just throw intuition out the window. I don't need it. How would you? Is that ultimately good advice? Like, how would you see that?
Yeah, I feel like I sort of went through a sort of sine curve around my relationship with intuition over the last 10 years. When I first got into poker, because I didn't know really about much, I didn't have much experience in the game. And this is common with a lot of new poker players.
Sure.
Everyone tends to sort of rely on their intuitions because they don't have any reasonable logical strategies to follow.
So what might an example be for a poker player? Like, what might an intuition be?
Right. So by intuition, I mean gut feelings about body language. Because that is something that even a beginner has some experience in. They've tried to figure out if someone's lying to them,
Sure,
in business or in their family or whatever. That's a common thing that humans do or have to try and spot. So it's something that people they feel like they have good instincts for most of the time. So that's sort of the only thing, the only tool in a new poker player's arsenal is well, I kind of know what liars look like, I think, so I'm going to try and bring that to the table. But as I'll explain tomorrow again, poker has changed very much in the way it's played. And so it's become a much more logical, analytical game. And it means that the people who only try and rely on gut instincts, it's very hard to play at the highest levels if you're just a gut instinct player. In fact, it's almost impossible because you need to have this foundational mathematical understanding of the game as your sort of groundwork. And then on top of that, you can sometimes, then develop good intuitions about certain things. Sometimes you, again, someone makes a huge bet into you, you might have a strong gut feeling, this time I feel like they're actually bluffing, or this time they've got a really strong hand. But a big misunderstanding people have around intuition is it's like a thing that you can't train. And they tend to overuse it in situations where you don't want to have to do the boring cost-benefit analysis. And it's something you need to be really, because it'd be much easier, let's say you have a really hard decision.
Yeah.
People often just go, screw it, I'll go with my gut. And not do the hard number crunching again, estimating uncertainties, doing the cost-benefit analysis and so on. So my advice is always be careful not to over-rely on intuition, certainly in situations where it's a very novel decision. If it's a high-stakes and novel decision, chances are your intuition is not the best thing to rely on because they generally need data to be based off. So that's why at the very top levels of poker players who've been playing for many, many years, actually their intuitions are very, very good because they've seen so much data unconsciously processing in their mind. But poker players very early on in their career who are also playing very intuition heavy, their intuitions are no good. So it's a very powerful tool if you know how to wield it wisely and know what type of situations you want to use it for. So generally things we have lots of experience in.
There's so much to take from that. You think about, for example, when you show up at anything, right? You show up at a job, you show up at a new career, anything. You bring with it all of your experience, everything that sort of makes you who you are, right? It's not just we're just so yeah, you can build intuition in that way. So that's huge. And another thing that made me really think about, again from the same book we talked about earlier, is this idea that, you know, certainly there also has to be a point when you make a decision. And again, we're making decisions all the time, right? Something that we should talk about at this conference. We're making decisions on whether to do a business deal or whether to take on a new client, right? I think it was, would have been, I'm not sure if it was some political figure that was referenced in the book that said, you know, I only need, you know, I feel I only need in my particular role, you know, something like 80% of the information to make a sound decision in my role. That is another interesting sort of facet of this whole conversation I think about, right? It's like you're not always looking for, and you kind of mentioned at the beginning, you're not always looking to de-risk everything, right? Because you can't always do that, but a lot of times you're kind of playing probabilities. So how do you deal with that in terms of like how do you use your gut? And it's like, okay, I have X amount of information. I feel sound in making a decision.
Right.
It's like, how do you know? Is that just something you just train over time, or?
Yeah, I mean, again, so my general framework, if I have a really tough decision, is, you know, is this a decision where I can just rely on my gut? Like, do I have sufficient experience? Have I made this decision many, many, many times in the past?
So
and thus
a lot of it's knowing yourself.
Yes, and knowing being honest with yourself about your familiarity with the situation. But I mean, again, to draw on a sort of poker example, the way that, you know, let's say we're playing, and we're playing a really high stakes game, and we're on the river, the final card, and you shove all in.
Yep.
What I would do is, chances are I will get some kind of gut feeling in that moment. You know, I'll be paying attention to you, you'll push your chips in, and I'll get some kind of feeling, which might be, oh, he's got it this time, he's got really strong hand, or, oh, actually, he's full of it. he's bluffing me. And I'll make note of that feeling. But then you sort of put it aside, and now I consult the math, essentially. Okay, well, what sort of range of cards do I think you would likely have, the way that the hand has played? What sort of bluffing cards would you still likely have? What kind of strong cards would you have? Okay, so that's your range. How do my cards match up with that? And then, you know, based on the odds that I'm getting and so on, and the combinations of those cards, you do some math basically, and it will give you will come to some kind of conclusion like, oh, okay, in this situation, I want to call with the top. I only want to call with the top 40% of my possible cards that I would have. Now I've got to know what the math says, but now I go back and consult with my gut. And if I had a really strong gut feeling, let's say that actually you're bluffing me, Sean. Well, now I can expand that range. I can quantify that feeling by saying, okay, it was a really strong feeling. So you know what? I'm going to expand that all the way to like the top 50 or 60% of cards, you know, away from the math, or in the other direction if it's in the other way. So that's what you can use both forms of decision making. And now, admittedly, that's a very niche situation in poker. In all honesty, I can't say I would apply that in like other forms of my life that much.
Sure,
but,
that's a great point.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it's applicable. You're sort of, but we don't have equal degrees of experience in each area of our life either.
Right.
Right. These are great points, and these are, I love these sorts of moments in conferences because these are transferable lessons, right? So you're hugely successful in the field of poker. You're an astrophysicist, right?
I studied it. I was never a working astrophysicist.
But you're hugely accomplished, right?
Thanks.
And so you have all these different facets of your life. You have tons of different interests, right? We talked about quantitative thinking versus intuition, poker. We haven't even gotten into other things, right? I could talk to you for forever, but you know, philanthropy, all these other AI. We haven't even gotten into that. But I guess we should keep a little bit for the talk you're about to give, right? So again, 50 minutes was not long enough. Liv, I wanted to shout this out because again, I'm a subscriber. Can you talk a little bit about your YouTube channel?
Yeah, so I'm sort of now doing YouTube kind of full time. Please do go check it out because I'm in the midst of this series on the game theoretic forces that are causing so many issues within society. So it's kind of a heavy series, but I'm trying to do it in a, like, sounds strange, but in a fun, light-hearted way. I dress up as my alter ego, as this, well, not my alter ego, as this bad thing that is technically a collection of economic bad incentives that are driving so many of our civilizational issues. And I do some acting, which maybe good, maybe bad, unclear. But it's a topic that's, not only dear to my heart, I think is incredibly important. So would love for anyone who's interested to go watch it. It's hard to describe within 1 minute. The videos kind of speak for themselves. So
awesome.
Yeah.
Definitely a fan of your channel here, and that's surely how I'll definitely keep up to speed as you build all this stuff out. But Liv, thank you so much for coming by.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Please take your seats. Our program is just about to begin. Please welcome Tracey Wilson.
Woo. Oh, thank you. Well, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome to our closing general session. I hope you had fun on Broadway last night, reconnecting with old friends, meeting some new ones. I know I did. And I actually think I see some glow sticks and some, yes, you were on Broadway last night. I know you had some fun. Well, this event is full of opportunities to up-level your skills, but it is also a celebration of a passionate community. So to learn more about some of the initiatives this amazing community is doing, please welcome Vice President of Strategy and Community, Suchit Jain.
Good afternoon and welcome to the closing general session of 3D Experience World. It has been an impactful 3 days filled with inspiring speeches, informative sessions, and valuable networking opportunities. Passion is a powerful force that can help us achieve our goals and make a difference in the world. Today, I would like to put a spotlight on a few members of our community who embody this passion and are making a real impact in their fields. Let's welcome Aaron Winnick. Aaron, who's an example of an engineer's journey full circle. Aaron began learning SolidWorks in school and has since started her own company, attended past 3D Experience Worlds, and now uses SolidWorks and SolidWorks apps for kids for her work.
Yes.
So welcome.
Thank you.
So Aaron, can you tell us about your journey and where you see yourself going in future?
Yeah, absolutely. As you said, it's really been a full circle moment for me to be here again. You know, I'm sure a lot of you, just like I did, learned SolidWorks in your mechanical engineering classes in college. And for me, this was the first time I really saw that creative spark in engineering. And what prompted me to start my first company, Chic, which made 3D printed science and engineering inspired jewelry as an educational tool for kids. And as a part of that, I joined the SolidWorks Entrepreneur Program, which was a huge help when I graduated and even came to this event when it was called SolidWorks World back in 2017 out in LA. And since then, I have used my degree as a professional communicator, helping share science and engineering stories for organizations such as MIT and NASA, and done a lot of freelance work, including building my own brand on TikTok and Instagram, and trying to create some fun things to share the joy of making with the entire community. As a part of that, you probably see what I have in my hand. One of the things I created this last year in partnership with SolidWorks, fully made in X design, I'll put it on for a moment, is this engineering-themed crown.
That looks awesome.
Thank you. Which I made a few guest appearances on SolidWorks Live as well this week. So I'm really trying to, going forward, really act as a more visible role model for women in STEM, starting my own company now, Steam Power Media, that's helping other scientists and engineering companies better share their story through writing, social media, and of course, maker projects that are taking advantage of the SolidWorks platform. So
that is so awesome, Aaron.
Thank
One
you.
more applause for her. Thank you, Aaron,
Thank you very
for
much.
sharing your story. And Aaron is indeed a role model for so many of you aspiring women right now in the audience and watching us virtually all across the world. Next up, let's welcome Vicki Wu Davis. She is the founder of Wise Cities. Cities stands for Creating Impact Through Innovation, Entrepreneurship, and Sustainability. It's a nonprofit that prepares the next generation of innovators by educating and nurturing middle and high school students. So Vicki, welcome.
Welcome. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Excited to be here.
So you tell us your approach to teaching and about entrepreneurship.
Sure. So I'm a tech and social entrepreneur and a longtime angel investor. And so my approach is basically teaching it through the lens of like a founder's playbook. As investors, you and I both know that just because somebody has a well-written business plan or even a cool product, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're actually solving a problem. So by tightly weaving the prototyping process through the entrepreneurial problem-solving journey, you end up mitigating risk and increasing the likelihood of a founder's success.
So Vicki, we talked about this, I'd say less than 6 months ago. You decided to leverage the 3D Experience platform to deliver your curriculum. So tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so for a little bit of context, for over about a decade, I had been running my entrepreneur boot camps in person with a very focus on continuous creation. So essentially getting stuff out of the head and into your hands as early as possible and as often as possible. So everything from like idea generation to product and beyond. And so that evolution, as well as the capability to document it, is critical for my teaching process. And something like that is much more easy to foster in person, but then the pandemic hit, and we became virtual. So when you introduced the 3DEXPERIENCE platform to me, I was super excited because it was this win-win situation where this platform allowed me to virtually capture this messy yet critical part of the innovation process, while my curriculum essentially served as a walled garden to bring a wide variety of folks from different backgrounds and interests and starting points, introduce them to your platform, and then gradually ease them into basically its power and versatility.
Right, and I know you did it so fast. I was amazed because, you know, we talk about this all the time, and within 6 months you had 3DEXPERIENCE platform being used. So tell us a little bit more about that implementation and what you did with the kids.
Yeah, so I actually have some of the kids with me today. I'm running an entire boot camp off of the 3DEXPERIENCE platform. So for example, in addition to team collaboration with the communities feature, we also leverage it for flipped classroom experiences. With the conversations feature, the mentors will launch a video call straight from the platform, be able to interact with the students and ideate in real time, leave a paper trail, and then let the next mentor come in and pick things right up without missing a beat. We have done things from like mind maps to user journeys, strawman solutions, you name it, we've done it. And we actually have even had the 3D story feature be utilized for the student presentation. So essentially, we're showing the value of the whole 3DEXPERIENCE platform for the entire spectrum of the entrepreneurial journey, and not just kind of towards the end when things are a little more fleshed out.
Yeah, even the 3D story on 3DEXPERIENCE platform, that's amazing. Now, I know that your winning team, or you know, the round top team, those kids are here, and we just decided to let the audience, them to say hello to the audience. So great. I'd like to now invite Austin, Nora, and Sunidhi right up here on the stage, please.
Woo!
So these guys, I mean, I was talking with them at the 3DEXPERIENCE platform. They were all eager with their laptops showing me what they're working on 3DEXPERIENCE platform, even designing. I was blown away, but anyways, I'd like to just recognize them. And if you have opportunity, talk to them, because these guys are the future, and this is what, with help of Wiki, they're gonna be starting some fascinating companies in the future. So one time, please, let's give them a big round of applause again. Thank you, guys.
Great.
Thank you. And Wiki, thank you for your inspiring work, and also the 360 view of the use of 3DEXPERIENCE platform in there. So building on our commitment to empower the next generation of innovators, we are excited to share the launch of Fab in a Box, a collaboration between Dassault Systèmes, Fab Foundation, and the Center for Bits and Atoms and MIT. This project has the potential to transform the future of making and learning by providing students worldwide with easy access to advanced technology and resources. Let's take a look.
Students learn through making. So if there was a turnkey option at an affordable price for teachers to go and grab that has all of the right machines and tools and equipment for their classroom, that's something that I know the teachers that I work with are going to be interested in.
This got us thinking. We went back to our sketchbook to try and figure out how we could design a solution that was easy to use, compact, cost-effective, and most importantly, makes it fun to learn. Introducing Fab in a Box. From a 3D printer, vinyl cutter, CNC mill, to a Chromebook with easy-to-learn, fun-to-use 3D design tools, including Solidworks apps for kids, 3D Creator, and 3D Sculptor, to help give some shape to your imagination. Fab in a Box applies cutting-edge technology from MIT and Dassault Systèmes and brings it to the classroom. As part of the Fab in a Box project, we've been developing a flexible machine platform that uses a tool changer to allow multiple end effectors to be used with the same motion platform. This means that we can lower down the overall cost and complexity, since most digital fabrication processes share most of the same hardware and control systems. Fab in a Box is a complete turnkey solution that brings a whole new learning pedagogy. It all comes in a reusable, easy-to-unpack box that becomes not only a work surface, but an engaging learning environment for you and your class. Now every teacher and every student can unbox their creativity and learn by making with Fab in a Box.
Passion truly is a powerful driving force that can help us achieve our goals. The Solidworks User Group Network and the Solidworks Champions Program contain some of the most passionate Solidworks users in the world. To update on this program, now I would like to welcome Dan Wagner and Matthew Clegg to the stage. Hey guys, come on, rush up.
Everybody, hey,
that's your crowd right there. So Dan, Matt, how are you guys doing?
Good, good.
Well, thank you.
So Dan, first up how was 2022 for Swaggen?
2022 was an amazing year for Swaggen. Our leaders here today went back to physical meetings. They got back out there and we had an awesome time. We had 71 new groups start last year that held 524 meetings, just crazy numbers. 47 of those new groups were outside of the US. Swaggen is growing globally very quickly. We had an awesome year.
Well, Dan, that is awesome. So Matt, now before I ask you the question, what's up with this Bono look,
Sushit, it's not Bono, it's better. I see the world through SolidWorks Red.
Ladies and gentlemen, better Bono, Matthew Clegg here for you.
That's right.
So anyway, tell us a little bit about the Champions program.
Thanks, Sushit. The SolidWorks Champions program saw incredible growth in 2022, finishing the year with 813 champions in 59 countries around the world. Today, and for the first time in our program's history, we're excited to gather here in person. And that's right. And we're looking forward to many more in-person experiences and memories to come. In 2023, SolidWorks Champions will continue to lead and engage the global SolidWorks user community with our passion and expertise. And we'll continue our learning journey as we explore the 3DEXPERIENCE Works portfolio together.
So Matt, Dan, thanks for those updates. It sounds these programs are doing awesome. They're stronger than ever before. And of course, we have our passionate community members to thank for that.
Yeah, Suchit, we're fortunate, right? We have some of the best people in the world within this network. We've been having a blast with these folks this week. We had Swaggen Summit on Monday. We gave out some awesome User Group Leader Awards. Champion Central Live yesterday. That was a blast. It's just so good to see these people in person.
Absolutely.
But we saved 3 awards for today. 2 very special Swaggen Award and 1 very special Champions Award. Is that okay if we do that now?
Of course, yes.
Do it.
Yes.
All right, so these winners, if you're out there maybe, we're not asking you to come up here, stay seated, we'll catch you afterwards, but the very first award we're gonna go to is the User Group Leader of the Year Award, named after Wayne Tiffany, and this goes to Mohammed Ezzedine from Sudan. Mohammed is not here with us today.
Yeah.
He's not here with us today. He held over 40 virtual meetings last year. He's out there watching online, so Mohammed,
hey,
thank
Mohammed.
you. The next award is the Michelle Pillars Community Award. This award goes to somebody who has done a lot for Swaggen over their period of time working with us, a collective award delivering a lot to the community. And this goes to Jose Saldana, who's here today.
Yeah, Jose.
Nice job, Jose.
So on behalf of Champions, I'm incredibly proud to recognize one of our most engaged and passionate SolidWorks champions, Dani Nikolova, as our 2022 SolidWorks Champion of the Year. Dani, on behalf of SolidWorks and our global community of over 7 million users, thank you for elevating the Champions program with your passion for learning, mentorship, and creative expression. Let's give it up for Dani.
Good job, Dani.
So then, and there are, as I said on Thursday, there are 7 million of us now in this community.
Incredible.
So it's and 700,000 certified users. Right? So that's amazing. So Dan and Matt, thank you for joining me on this stage. Congratulations to our winners. and big thanks to the whole SolidWorks community, our
members.
champion
Thanks,
users.
right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Suchit.
Passion is inspirational, and it can also be life-changing. The people who work for and volunteer for Magic Wheelchair change lives. Please welcome Magic Wheelchair's Executive Director, Christine Getman, and Outreach Director, Scotty Fortmeyer. You may have seen Magic Wheelchair out in the Maker Zone, on the playground. They give children in wheelchairs incredible costumes and experiences at no cost to their families. Magic Wheelchair supports hundreds of build teams around the world, and Dassault Systèmes is proud to have supported Magic Wheelchair for the last 5 years. The work done by them has truly been an inspiration, especially to the SolidWorks live team. On behalf of the team, I'd like to present a donation of $30,000 to Magic Wheelchair Organization.
That's incredible.
Thank you so much. We're so grateful for the support from SolidWorks Live. And you know, Sujit, a lot has happened since we were all together at the last 3D Experience World. We've actually opened our first Magic Wheelchair Makerspace, a fully inclusive and wheelchair accessible makerspace in Portland, Oregon.
That's great. So, Christine, thank you. I mean, I speak for a lot of us. We can't wait to visit your new makerspace, especially I would absolutely do it and see what you guys do next, what Magic Wheelchair does next. So thank you.
Can't wait to have
Thank
you.
you.
Yes.
Speechless. This is incredible.
Thank you.
This donation will create many more epic costumes and empower makers with disabilities. So we can't thank you enough. Thanks, everyone. We love you.
Thank you.
It's amazing.
So thank you, guys. So it has been my honor to hear and learn from such a passionate and dedicated community. We have been inspired by the stories of Erin, Vicky, Fab in a Box, Swaggin, Magic Wheelchair, and the impact they're making in the fields of education and innovation. So once again, thank you for being part of our passionate community. Let's continue to inspire each other and make a difference in the world together, and have a great rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Suchit. Thank you. Thank you. Also, I want to give a big shout out and congratulations to all our Swaggin Award winners. Congratulations. Yes. A self-confessed nerd with a first-class degree in astrophysics, our keynote speaker combined her science background and passion for games to become one of the most recognizable faces in professional poker. She was ranked #1 female poker player from 2014 to 2016 and holds both the European Poker Tour and World Series of Poker championship titles after winning more than $4 million on the international circuit. She is also a keen philanthropist, and in 2014 co-founded Raising for Effective Giving, a research and advisory nonprofit that uses the philosophies and strategies of effective altruism to identify and raise money for the most globally impactful charities. Since retiring from professional poker in 2018, she now focuses on education, keen to inspire others with the rational thinking techniques she learned through poker and effective altruism. Please welcome to the stage, Liv Boeree.
Hello, everyone. Wow. It is such an honor to be here.
Yeah, so many of you, wow. Yeah, so as you heard, I have been a professional poker player for much of my career. And these days, I work mostly as a philanthropist. And today, I want to talk to you about some of the life lessons that my weird career has taught me, particularly some of the life lessons that poker has taught me. First of all, I'll give you a little bit of my backstory. So, come on, clicker. There we go. Like many of you, I grew up obsessed with all these big picture questions about the universe. You know, what's inside of a black hole? What's outside of the universe, etc. And so this is presumably what led me to go and study astrophysics. But when I graduated, you know, I still intended, I wanted to go on and become a research scientist, you know, stay in academia. But when I graduated, I needed to find a way to make some money. So I did what any self-respecting graduate would do and start applying for TV game shows. Here I am on, that's Golden Balls and University Challenge. I don't know if you're familiar with either of those. And it was on one of these game shows that I first learned to play poker. They had an advert saying, could you use your powers of skill and deception to win £100,000? So I applied, and even though I didn't win that particular show, I just completely fell in love with the game. So much so that I decided to put poker on hold, physics on hold for a little while to see if I could make it as a professional poker player. Could we turn the house lights up for a second? How many of you, can you put your hands in the air, how many of you know how to play poker? Interesting, okay, so we've got a bit of a mix. So because of that, unfortunately I can't, you know, I'm not going to be able to go into any specific strategies, although I'll hang around a little bit afterwards, so if you see me, come ask some questions if you want. But so we can all be on the same page and, you know, have an understanding of what poker's about. What the game really is, you know, you're betting your chips, you're trying to like outmaneuver your opponents, and your goal is obviously to win as much money as you can when you have the best hand and lose as little as possible when you have the worst hand. But the real crux of what poker is it's about navigating uncertainty. Because you're uncertain about so many different things that are going on. You know, you're uncertain about how strong your cards are compared to your opponents, what kind of cards they tend to play, what cards are going to come, what kind of day your opponents are having. And so because of this, it draws upon a vast range of skills. And I've kind of split them into sort of two categories here. You've got the sort of left brain, sort of classically analytical scientific skills, so things like calculating the pot odds, the number, you know, the card combinations. So that's mental arithmetic. And then you've also got statistics, because of course you're absorbing, you know, you're getting a lot of data as you play throughout your career. So you need to have good statistical analysis methods to understand all that data. And then, of course, game theory, which is my favorite thing. It's basically the mathematics of how poker works, and you use that to sort of figure out your fundamental strategies. And then we've also got the more sort of qualitative right brain skills. So, you know, the classic poker face, physical tells, verbal tells as well. You know, you're trying to understand what people mean when they say the things that they're saying, because most of the time they're not telling the truth. And then, of course, psychology. Right? You want to mentally model what's going on in your opponent's heads. And then lastly, and probably most crucially of all, is understanding yourself, understanding your own emotions. And because there's such a broad range of skills involved in the game, I think it's one of the best analogs for the kind of messiness of decisions that we have to make in real life. And another thing that real life has in common with poker is that there's a lot of randomness, right? There's a lot of luck involved in decision-making of any aspect, essentially, of the outcome of the things that we do in our life's path. And that brings me to the first sort of lesson I want to talk about, and that is beware of the luck delusion. Because honestly, luck is a pain in the ass when it comes to poker, because you can be the best player in the world, and you'll enter a tournament and lose all your chips in the first hour. And then sometimes the worst player in the tournament ends up winning. And so, especially in the short run, it means that the outcomes, you know, the quality of the decisions that we make are only loosely correlated to our results. And it can make it very hard to know then whether we're actually doing the right thing or not. And I call this the luck delusion. And this reared its head for me quite early on in my career. It was 2010. I'd been playing professionally for a couple of years, and I managed to win a seat to play this 5,000 euro tournament in Italy called the European Poker Tour. And I was very nervous before playing it. It was a 6-day tournament. But somehow, my silly self ended up winning this whole thing for $1.7 million. Thank you, thank you. Here's some pictures. That was after 6 days of playing. The one in the middle, I'm like squeaking, like screaming, essentially, with like disbelief that that was the winning moment. The most intense and probably the best week of my life, no doubt. And then on top of that, you know, not only winning all that, the British media got hold of this information, and they were turning up at like my parents' house. My phone was ringing non-stop for the next week. I was like on the front page of every British tabloid, which usually you don't want to have. So it was a very exciting time. And then on top of that, I started getting sponsorship offers. You know, I was just like the superstar of the poker world. And then something went a bit wrong, because for the next 9 months or so, my profits graph went from this thing of absolute beauty, you know, this vertical line, to this worrying downhill slope where I was losing more and more money and not really having any notable good results. And it wasn't until basically some friends sort of sat me down and were like, Liv, you need to figure out what's going on here, did I wake up and realize what had happened. Because my success had gone to my head. Because the thing is, when you win a big poker tournament like this, yes, I played well, but I also had an immense amount of luck on my side. And there's this saying we have in poker, which is, when I win, it's because I played great. But when I lose, well, it's just because I got unlucky. And this is the luck delusion, basically, because our egos have this tendency to want to take credit for all our successes and outsource blame for our losses. And this can get us into a lot of trouble, especially if it makes you then get complacent. So what do we do when we're faced with these kind of scenarios? And while this might not apply to as many of you guys, you know, I know you're not playing poker professionally, there will be some aspects in your life, particularly if you have a big run of success, where it's hard to know whether luck was on your side or not. So what us poker players do to deal with this is we focus on process instead of results. So we will like study with our friends and our peers and develop the best possible strategies we can, kind of in a vacuum. And then when the tournament series is over, or you know, we're done playing, we don't necessarily look at our win or our loss. We evaluate how we performed against our process, and either then pat ourselves on the back or tell ourselves off. And again, I think this is a really important lesson for life, you know, in whatever it is that you're doing. So the next thing I want to touch on is, well, poker's gone essentially through a data revolution. You know, when I first learned to play, online poker was only just becoming a thing. It was about 2005. And prior to that, basically, people couldn't you couldn't really record their playing history. You know, they couldn't record their data. Maybe you could write it down in a notebook, but that was about it. But with online poker, now all of your hand histories, because the information is digitized, could get saved to your laptop. And this meant that those who were willing to sort of do some clever analysis and, you know, put their statistics hat on would have a big advantage. And we started seeing software like this appear. That's a screenshot from a piece of software called PioSolver, which is essentially, it runs Monte Carlo simulations to figure out the correct mathematically optimal solutions, the game theory optimal solutions to different scenarios. And it will reward whoever is willing to sit and run these simulations and work with this thing, they will be rewarded greatly. So what's interesting is sort of how the vibe of who the best poker players are in the world has changed since, you know, say the 1990s. Because back then, these guys were the best in the world. You know, they were like old school hustlers who had spent decades in casinos just absorbing the gamut of human emotions and human behaviors in order to develop these really good sort of intuitive insights into the game. So, you know, remember that graph with the two sides of the brain? They were all about the right brain stuff, the very qualitative skills. But nowadays, these are the best players in the world. They're more our kind of people, right? I mean, I'll let you all decide what it is they have in common. But the point is that I think they deserve a round of applause. But yeah, what these guys are so good at is they are willing to work with whatever the latest technology tools are available. And it's such an important lesson for life, in my opinion, because whatever it is we're working in, if we don't embrace the new technologies that become available, then we're going to get left behind our peers. And this could not be true in poker. There are some players who refuse to use these things, and by and large, they just don't stand a chance of keeping up with the rest of the field. Okay, the next lesson I want to touch on is the importance of quantifying your beliefs. You know, if I'm playing in a big game and someone goes all in with their chips and I have to decide what to do, I can't just sort of shrug my shoulders and say, he's probably bluffing me. That would lose me a lot of money because using the word probably is incredibly vague, and poker is all about precision. And so us poker players have an almost like dogmatic relationship with thinking in probabilities. We apply probabilities to everything. And we especially apply them to like things in the future, even in our personal lives, you know, about like making formal predictions. And a particular example, just to show you how seriously we take this. My other half, his name is Igor. He's a professional poker player as well. We met at the table. And one time, it was about a year into our relationship, we were hanging out, and he, out of the blue, sort of, well, I can't remember if it was out of the blue, but either way, the question came up, which was, what is the probability you think that we are still together in 3 years' time? And so we both decided to write down our formal prediction of that probability, and we threw in our 1-year and 10-year one for good measure, and these are the results. Fortunately, we were pretty much aligned, and I'm pleased to say that we are still together 9 years later, although he does like to often point out that I was routinely underconfident in my prediction. Look, you know, I could only speak my truth. But anyway, so that's just one example of how seriously we take this. Another example is we have these things in poker called prop bets, which can be a very good way of sort of taxing each other on when someone says something that we think is nonsense. So a particular example that's one of my favorites, my friend Sorrel was for some reason, he was in Rio de Janeiro with another poker player, Dan. And they were on the beach looking out, and they could see an island like a few miles away. And Sorrel was like, I think I can swim across to that. And Dan was like, no way, there's no chance you can do it. So next thing they knew, they had a bet. Dan laid Sorrel 3-1. Sorrel had to put up $20,000. So if he made it, he would win $60,000. And if he didn't make it, he would, well, hopefully not drown, but or lose $20,000 and possibly drown. And he had 1 week to complete it. And so he did the smart thing of looking to see when the tides would be in his favor. And fortunately, he did make it. In fact, he ended up sort of floating across most of the way. So that's an example of what we call tax on BS, because it's important to tax people when they make outlandish statements, in my opinion. Another example, a bit more of a wholesome one. These two brothers, the Staples brothers, they were bet by a friend that they couldn't get within 1 pound of each other in 1 year's time. So they had a vast weight difference. One was 304 pounds. The other one was, I think, 134 pounds. So a 170-pound difference. And they had to get within 1 pound of each other within 1 year. And they made it. They were bet 50-1, so they won $150,000. So that's an example of using betting and like this probabilistic thinking to make yourself healthier. And then a bit of a weird one. I don't know, probably many people here. I was a huge Game of Thrones fan. So much so that I was so emotionally invested before the final season because I thought the allegory of the White Walkers was such a good allegory for something like climate change. You know, this creeping thing coming and while everyone's fighting, and I was just like, please, please, please don't let the White Walkers win. So I decided to put what I call an emotional hedge. I hedged my emotions by betting on the Night King winning. so that if he did win, which was the thing I didn't want, then at least I'd make some money. As we all know, the White Walkers, sorry to spoiler anyone, but the White Walkers don't win, but they then screwed up the finale, so it was actually a bad outcome. Anyway, let's not talk about it. Okay, the last thing I want to touch on today, and the lesson that I think is the most important of all right now, is to look for the win-wins in life. So what do I mean by this? Poker, by literal definition, is a zero-sum game. You know, one person's win is another person's loss. And while that was fine for me for a while, you know, while I was still so in love with the game, I started getting kind of this uncomfortable feeling, like, is this really what I'm going to do for the rest of my career? You know, am I going to be, is that what's going to be on my gravestone, that I was better at, you know, bluffing people in certain situations than someone else? No, I want to find something more win-win to do. And an idea that my poker friends, including Igor and I, came up with was to start a fundraising organization for a select group of charities that we encourage poker players to donate a portion of their winnings to. And we called it Raising for Effective Giving, because, you know, betting, raising, I don't know, it's a pun. The way it works is we encourage them to donate like 2% of their winnings to these charities. And what was so touching was how much this resonated with the poker community. I wasn't sure if people were going to like really feel that or not, but so many people were like, this is brilliant, because it's, yes, it's a win-lose game, but this is truly turning it into a win-win. And that's what's so wonderful about what we just saw with the, you know, the wonderful donation to Magic Wheelchair, you know, by Solidworks. So, you know, that's a way of turning a business into a win-win. I mean, it's already a win-win because you guys are creating so many wonderful things, but it's really, really cool to see. Although, eventually, I realized that even doing Raising for Effective Giving wasn't sufficiently win-win for me. And so I ended up retiring from poker a few years ago, along with Igor. And these days, I now, well, weirdly enough, I work as kind of, my main thing is I work as a YouTuber, which sounds a bit strange, but the reason why that seems like the most sort of effective thing that I can be doing is because I'm making videos around the topic of how can we have more healthy competition in our society. Because actually a lot of the problems that we see in, within our society, say, you know, with like things like climate change and so on, it's competition between nations to keep their economy going and so on. And so if we can better understand the game theoretic drivers of this and, you know, use competition for good as opposed to bad, then that will be, you know, the sort of sustainable solution to our civilization. So yeah, that's what I now do basically full time. I don't mean to pimp it too much, but I would love if you guys go and watch a couple of my short films, because it's a really important topic, and I think it will resonate with a lot of you guys because it's well, it's a pretty nerdy topic, and that's what, you know, I think that's what we all have in common here. Yeah, so thank you so much for listening. And just to summarize, oh, this is a picture, funny enough, speaking of win-wins. That's me and Igor in the center, and that was when we won our World Series of Poker bracelet together, which, funnily enough, was the only team event they ever have per year. Poker is obviously a very individualistic game. And we decided to enter this thing, and we decided to pledge beforehand, before we knew what was going to happen. We were like, you know what, let's give away half of what we win in this. And then we ended up winning it. So maybe there's, I don't know, I don't want to get too philosophical about it, but it feels poignant and important. So just to summarize, the 3 lessons are today, I'd love you to take home. Beware of the luck delusion. Be mindful that our egos have a tendency to overcredit successes, even when there's luck, to ourselves, and outsource blame for our losses. So just keep that in mind in whatever it is that you're doing. Secondly, whenever you can, try and quantify your beliefs. You know, a number speaks 1,000 words. And I think probabilities, if more people spoke and thought in probabilities, it would solve a lot of these sort of black and white thinking issues that we see so prevalent in society today. And lastly, and most importantly, keep looking for the win-wins in life. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I would have to say, Liv, that was 100% inspiring. Thank you. So great. So great. Well, since we are about to conclude our time here in Nashville, we need to know how this year's saga of Don't Miss This Demo is going to end. So let's drop in on our heroes, Platform Jones, Markup Brody, and Brenda Camwood, as they desperately search for Professor Jones, or at least his 3DEXPERIENCE password, in order to finally track down that lost well of features. But they don't know that the professor has already been kidnapped by our garlic-loving villain, Phylock.
No, girl, you are never going to be able to 3D print that.
Platform Jones? Oh, junior designer 2, you're still alive. Not really a relief. Anyway, I still haven't heard back from my dad. I know it was a big ask for him to share his 3DEXPERIENCE login, but usually he's even faster to respond when the answer's a no.
Platform Jones, we need your father's login so we can access his dashboards, so we can kick off the project plan, so we can uncover the well of features and put them in everyone's CAD, so we can get promoted to upper middle management.
Thanks for that summary, Markup, Brody. Maybe he's busy binging last year's episodes of SolidWorks Live?
Or Live Design.
Or Manufacturing Live.
Listen, without the Well of Features folder, we won't be able to unlock all the lost code that we found in Conquer.
Have you tried guessing his password?
If it were me, I'd use Solidworks.
Ah, caps lock. Come on, Jones. Keep your branding straight.
Be patient, Junior. Count to 10.
1, 2, 3.
In hexadecimal.
1, 2, 3. That's it. In hex, SolidWorks starts with a 5. Markup, you're brilliant. I'm in. And it looks like we have access to a dozen of Dad's old dashboards.
Good show, Jones.
Incredible. I can't believe Dad never made me a contributor on his dashboard.
Oh, look at that. Years of Model Mania. 2023. Wait, Jones, no spoilers, please.
It's okay. They announced the winners and the solution on Live an hour ago.
Cool. What else is in here? Let's see. Oh. Wow, these are all complete customer data sets.
Aw, look at that cute little guy right there. It reminds me of my robot teddy bear from my childhood. I mean, whoa, look at those sweet surfaces.
Yeah, that's X Design, sub-D modeling in your browser. All of those faces are C2 continuous.
Whoa, look at this. Nice FEA results. Is that a complete flexible dynamic analysis of lower limb orthotic device?
Jones, just stick to the can crushing. That's more your speed.
Oh, electrical schematics?
Yep, on the cloud now.
Oh, manufacturing automation.
Robot programming and factory simulation connected to the cloud.
Issues? Oh, these are change requests, and they're all in 3D.
Jones, I don't think you need any more issues.
Ooh, there's the project plan. What's in there?
22X FD01, FD02, FD03, it keeps going.
These are all enhancements to 3DEXPERIENCE SolidWorks, delivered with each FD in the past year.
2024, aha.
Yes, but it's TBD. Blast.
There's nothing in the notes except these two numbers.
Could that be a Model Mania solution for 2024?
Oh, negative, Brody. You see, mass can't be negative. Let me open the globe viewer, because on this side of the pond, longitude is negative. Could this be it? The well of features?
Nashville? How on earth will we get all the way down there?
Grab some snacks, boys. The extruber is 6 minutes away.
Mister, I told you, please, I have it somewhere.
My goodness, what did he do?
No support ticket. Trigram and ticket number?
Certainly, sir. Ticket number USD 500.
All right, then. Vending machine lunch. I like it. Thanks, ma'am. Tell you what, there's cold coffee on your left, bathrooms on your right. I'll let him know you're here.
Well, of features, huh, Jones? You really know how to show R&D a good time.
Platform Jones, I do agree with Ms. Conwood. This can't be the right address.
Hey, Brenda called the taxi.
Yeah, I did. And you owe me $5.
Oh, did you know your term bucks originates from the 18th century American colonies, where deerskins, or as you call them, buckskins, were used as currency. Deers! Can you believe it?
Oh, Brody, you are such a hoot. You and I should get tea and garlic bread sometime soon. I'll text you.
Firelock. I knew I smelled something obsolete.
It is I, but I brought a +1.
Your +1 is an emoji?
No, it's just a Halloween costume from last year. It's actually...
Dad, what has he done to you?
Don't move 1/10 of a millimeter. Otherwise, I'll pull it.
Wait, what is that in inches?
That's like 0.003937. Now, stay right there. Otherwise, I'll pull it, and I'll do it quite slowly.
You monster! You wouldn't!
Guys, it's really not that big of a deal.
Silence. Now, Platform Jones, you're going to go downstairs, and you're going to meet with the Guardian. And from there, you're going to get me the Valor features.
No, Junior, don't give in.
Right, yeah. Wait, who's this Guardian guy you're talking about?
Oh, you Americans. Surely you guys read the attachment on the invites, right? And furthermore, I put out the detailed agenda for everything. You saw that, correct? Okay, so we have to go downstairs and we meet this guy. His name is the Guardian. And then we can actually get access to the Valor features. That's literally why we are here.
Okay, y'all. He'll see you now. You're gonna need to head down past my cousin Larry's guard shed. Take the elevator on down, and it's gonna be the first cavern on your left.
What floor?
Well, the features, please.
Oh, and you, Firelock?
Oh, yes, also the Valor. Brody, just push the button. Push!
Oh, Firelock. Bro, dude, what was that? Is that your breath? Dude, I think there's something seriously wrong with you. It's like a medical condition or something.
We stuck.
You're strangely dressed for an application engineer.
I'm not exactly an application engineer. What do you mean?
I was chosen to guard the well of features because I was the bravest, the most available to be on call. Nights, weekends, holidays, Fridays. This honor was mine until another would come to challenge me to a head-to-head demo.
Demo? You mean like picks and clicks?
It's okay, Junior. You can use my login credentials.
Thanks, Dad. But we already figured it out. I remembered. You always used to make me count to 10 in hexadecimal.
I was so hard on you, Junior. It's because I loved you so much.
Jones, take my space mouse.
Jones, take this. Don't lose it. And good luck.
Are we quite done?
Yes.
Then let's demo.
All right, I want to see a straight CAD demo off. Jones, on my USB, there's a fresh build of 2024 and a special large assembly just for you.
Oh, a Guardian? Did you know if you hit Alt F4, it'll make SolidWorks run twice as fast?
Oh,
good one. I shall return that jest in due time. I was using Windows before you were born. In fact, my 386 PC caught fire down here when I overclocked the old girl. True story. You know, it's actually quite dangerous to have fire down here. So I always make sure I have the latest smoke detector. I'd like to add a linear feature pattern of this rib to complete the vent design. And now in SolidWorks 2024, I can create symmetric bidirectional linear patterns with just one click. That was a snap.
Not bad. I wish I had that feature when I was cutting these holes on the potato roller for my trusty sweet potato harvester. Oh. Now I need to create the shutoff surfaces for the mold design. SolidWorks 2024 makes this easy now that I can use this new capability for untrimmed surface to generate these inside surfaces.
But don't forget the S key.
I literally just used the S key to invoke untrimmed surface. Are you not paying attention, Firelock?
Now back to me. I'm designing a sweet set of rims for my new vehicle, the Dodge Cavern van.
I don't get it.
First, I made an aggressive shape. Then I completed it with a circular pattern.
Oh my. Guardian, that is hideously overbuilt.
Don't get your britches twisted along a path markup. To clean this up, I'll add a revolved cut feature based on this profile. In 2024, I can flip side to cut and carve away everything outside my sketch lines. Now how about that dope rim? I can't wait to floss these on my whip.
Where on earth did you learn to talk like that?
Oh, the talk, of course. Where did you learn to talk like that?
No cap, fam. Speaking of no cap, I need to finish this canopy design. Structure Systems is the fastest way to build this structure.
Yeah, but applying corner treatment will take ages.
But corner treatments are much more streamlined. 2024 introduces automatic corner grouping, simple corners that default to planar trim, and complex corners have much more sensible treatments from the start. SolidWorks 2024 also improves custom properties and cut lists with the choice to add a unit of measurement. No more manually overriding and fat fingering those bombs, Firelock.
I believe it's time for me to lay down some tracks. Tracks with highly proprietary cavern grip tread drive. I absolutely must defeature this before sharing it with anyone above ground. In 2024, I can create and save defeaturing rules. These are logical definitions I call upon when needed. For example, mass, build in-house, or buy off the shelf, etc., etc. Let's run the rule and let defeature work its magic. Then save that workout to a defeatured configuration. How's that for representing in the cavern?
Well, Guardian, maybe I do fancy your style.
He's going to win. Come on, I could do a What's New demo in my sleep.
Oh, Firelock. Head back to the Omni and brush your teeth.
No, I'm actually at the Travelodge.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, rates were very good.
Got it.
I have my own bathtub.
Ugh. Well, hey, check this out. Since we're already moving on to assemblies, I need to mate this hitch in place. A width mate makes sense here.
Oh no, don't make the classic width make mistake, selecting faces in the incorrect order.
Not in SolidWorks 2024. I can pick in any order I want. And look, I still have access to all 4 constraint types.
We're short on time. One more demo each. Guardian, why don't you go first?
Strong demo, Jones, and down here in the cave, you gotta stay strong. Pumping iron, you know. Before freezing this product, I would want to make sure all components are fixed or fully defined. New in 2024, I see a minus signal when the folder contains under-constrained components. I'll just fix these and now use the new component selection to select flexible sub-assemblies. I'll set all those to rigid with one click. Boom!
Come on, Jones, you got this!
Okay, don't worry, Firelock. I'm sure this will seal the deal. In SolidWorks 2024, you can insert an assembly into a part.
Jones, did you say an assembly into a part? Surely you meant a part into an assembly.
I didn't misspeak, Brody. Assembly into a part. There's a lot of potential workflows with this one. Let's start with whipping up a quick fixture for this primary structural assembly. Inserting this assembly into a part makes it easy to create a jig using weldments. I'm not messing up anyone else's top-level assembly with this. And of course, since this is SolidWorks, when the assembly updates, so does the part.
Sir Platform, you and I suppose you two, Firelock, have demoed valiantly and vanquished me. Or at least maybe we'll say it even, call it even. Now if it's still the well of features you seek, there is one more test you shall face. But be warned though, because the next cavern is even more dreadful than this. There's a certain feeling as if thousands of strange eyeballs watch your every move. Oh, what's been going on the last 3 years? Is anything new up there? I've been quite lonely.
The final test! You must choose the storage media, which contains the well of features. But choose wisely. For as the true media will unlock capabilities beyond your designer's dreams, the false one will take them from you.
Oh my. Do you mean like a virus?
Oh yes, it's very nasty.
Out of my way. You wouldn't know a serial port from an SVGA.
The device would have to be large capacity and high speed. What about that 256 terabyte portable SSD with USB 7.0?
Yes. Yes, it is much bigger than I imagined. This is the drive of drives.
You gotta flip it the other way.
What do you mean the other way? I am flipping it the other way.
You had it right the first time.
I'm trying my best here. Here's to the Vela features, suckers. Brenda, what is happening to me? 32-bit, 16-bit, 8-bit, 4-bit, no bits, no bit.
He chose poorly. Feeling lucky, punk?
Junior, platform. What is the maximum data capacity of a Cat5e cable?
1,000 megabits per second. But that's not enough.
Right.
None of these are enough. It's none of them. The true well of features couldn't fit on any one device.
You have chosen poorly.
What?
Just kidding. Your faces. That's classic. Oh, indeed, the well of features spans many global data centers. You have proven worthy, my valiant heroes. Inside your compass, you will now find every role there is to offer. Not only that, but your team shall be the first to upgrade every new release of SolidWorks from FD to GA, 2024 to perpetuity. Your only boundary now is your internet connection. So go, use these features, and here, take my mouse.
Oh, is that a corded mouse?
No, it's a very, very good mouse.
Oh, well, I'm trying to quit.
This mouse has served me well.
Oh, well, then it should continue to serve you, yeah.
It's been in my family for generations, and it would be my honor for you to take my mouse.
Oh, well, why don't we just keep it in your family
Take
first?
the mouse.
I really don't
You're
want it.
starting to offend me. Take the mouse.
Oh, no offense meant, but, we'll just, I'll just leave it with you.
Okay.
Okay. All right, great. So the elevator is... Oh, sorry. All right.
You got my Insta-chat.
Yeah.
You know, Firelock never really believed in the well of features. He thought it was just some UI delighters in an annual release.
So, we had access to the well of features all along.
Yes, and 3DEXPERIENCE works. It's been on the cloud for a while now.
But do you mean...
Yes, R&D is on your side.
No, I mean, you could have told us all this yesterday and saved us a lot of time and makeup.
And suspense.
Well, this seemed like a lot more fun. Besides, we get to expense lunch now, right?
Lunch? I can eat. I know a great barbecue joint down on Broadway.
Follow me. I know the way.
Well, I suppose those templates of doom can wait, right, kid?
Well, I suppose that Firelock wasn't as tech-savvy as he thought. But hopefully he learned an important lesson. The cloud enables more capabilities than ever. And there is an entire well of features available today to explore on 3DEXPERIENCE. And thank you for that amazing show. So great to see it in person. And I have my fingers crossed that there is going to be a sequel. And now let's take a moment to thank one of our sponsors who helped make this event possible.
When the limitations of space and size restrict your creativity, open up a world of possibilities with innovative design. Introducing the Lenovo ThinkStation P360 Ultra. A revolutionary form factor designed without compromise for optimal space usage and ultimate flexibility. Unimaginable performance with blazingly fast 12-gen Intel Core processors. And next-level NVIDIA RTX professional graphics. Delivering a more versatile system to meet your workflow needs. In a world where bigger is often perceived as better, we redefine the power of small.
Thank you, Lenovo. And thank all of you for having me back. I am always so genuinely inspired to be a part of this community. I love it. Thank you so much. It was fantastic. What an amazing 3 days. Thank you. Thank you. I love it. I love it so much. And now, to wrap up 3DEXPERIENCE World 2023, please welcome back Senior Vice President, 3DEXPERIENCE Works, Giampaolo Bassi.
We did it.
Thank you.
We did it, didn't we?
We did it. So good.
Thank you, Tracey. Wow, thank you, everybody. Everybody's still here. We did it, didn't we? We are still here all together to absorb every bit of energy. This is what we do here, because passion fuels passion. So thank you, thank you. And nothing better than an event like this is going to help fueling this passion, which is our best asset, isn't it? With passion, everything can become real, as we have seen in this beautiful convention, during these beautiful and inspiring 3 days. I know most of you are here to understand what next. I will be there in a second, but first I want to say 2 things. So first of all, that this beautiful buckle has become viral. So the waiting list is 2 months out. I'm sorry, be patient. Even, Suchit got one. I don't know, he cut the line. I don't know how it happened, but Manish, of course, and everybody now out there. So, and this was possible thanks, to Solidworks Cloud. Right now, that today is, there is a promotion out there. Exploit it, take advantage of that. The other things I wanted to say is that, as you probably know, if you look at LinkedIn and other things like Twitter, there is a little context going on in SolidWorks on coffee, on the coffee thing. There is a little context because, I love coffee. I am Italian, everybody loves coffee, and we love the experience that is around coffee. And a few people are trying to outdo me on this passion with coffee. And this is interesting, but Now they even introduced a robot into the context. And I have to tell everybody that the secret is not really in the machine, in the way how you serve these things, in the price. It's not really there. The magic is in the connection that you create when you go together with your friends and have the coffee experience. So let's keep that in mind, because at the end, the connection is everything, as I think we have all reminded us coming back to 3DEXPERIENCE World. So this is fantastic. Thank you for being here. Thank you for coming back to the closing sections. Yes, I am a little sorry to close, because this could go on forever. But in a way, it will go on forever. And I'm happy to let you know that the next 3DEXPERIENCE World will happen in Dallas next year, February 11th to the 14th. Thank you. Thank you. We'll all be there, I know. Please come and have fun with us. Thank you again. Enjoy the rest of the day.
To 3DEXPERIENCE World 2023.
We are here to be inspired and to push the limits of our own imagination.
The virtual twin being experienced is so important, not only to understand the invisible today, but to project the future of tomorrow. You are a community of 7 million designers, engineers, students, entrepreneurs who are shaping the world around us.
SolidWorks allowed me to take what was in my brain and build it into something that millions and millions of people now can use.
Well, there's a whole lot more to SolidWorks than I thought there was.
It's actually quite nice to be able to raise your hand, ask a question, and learn hands-on with people.
What I mostly came here for was to learn new ways to use SolidWorks in ways that I haven't thought of before.
The 3D experience is growing, and the SolidWorks community is coming together. It's fantastic every year.
We have built the 3DEXPERIENCE World to meet all your needs. At Dassault Systems, we believe in building long-term relationships, and together we are going to change the world.
Every day we see SolidWorks customers wanting to improve their core competencies in design and engineering, manufacture, communication, collaboration, and it's all for one reason. They want to deliver to their customers the best, most innovative product they can.
This building is 900,000 square foot. All those products are built in that one building.
Being able to use the factory flow simulation allows us to show those opportunities to those business unit leaders.
I know that you collectively can make a huge impact to our lives and to all those around us, a huge impact on the planet, a huge impact on the future. The end game, guys, is to improve life itself.
Thanks, everyone. Look forward to seeing you in Dallas next year. Enjoy the rest of your day.
We're back, we're live. Wow, that was awesome.
That was awesome.
So we're officially back next year again. 2 conferences, 2 years in a row.
Unheard of.
What? We're back.
We're back.
Means we're back. So Dallas. Jesse, we're gonna have to, I mean, so we've had so many guests. We've been so lucky here at the live booth here. You know, you're probably not gonna be able to see all these signatures. I'm not sure I can read all of them, but this has to go somewhere pretty special. So, put a cowboy hat.
Another
then
cowboy
we're going
hat.
to Dallas. So if we do something like this next year,
we'll have to do boots.
Boots. That's it. That's the one. It's gonna be boots next year. So hold us to it, right? If you don't see them at the desk next year, give us a holler in chat. Say, we need the boots. Where are they? We need people signing really expensive boots.
As long as somebody else pays for them.
Yes. Well, that was really special. So we teased it on live, right? Magic Wheelchair donation, $30,000. Absurd.
Amazing.
So crazy.
What a great program.
Yep.
It's a program that you just can't help but like. Like it's just a feel good. Every single thing they build is amazing, right? And a kid's reaction, like what is better than a kid's happy reaction? This is just like the best thing in the world. Like seeing those kids get their setups. It's just like it's magic. They put it in the name.
And we saw Suchit mention, I mean, the SolidWorks Live team, $30,000. I have to say, in full disclosure, it was not just the SolidWorks Live team. It wasn't just me. I contributed a little bit, like 1%, I would say. You know, but so many people contributed to that. Gian, Noah, they were both here. You heard from them multiple times for Model Mania. Sarah Zuckerman, right, from marketing, really driving that project home.
Yep.
Ian Adair, of course, our producer.
Yeah.
Could not have done this without him. There's a lot of work that goes on in the background. Yeah, and the foam check, of course.
Yep.
Ian handled that as well. Cannot forget the foam check.
I'm looking forward to seeing where those superheroes end up. Like, I want to see pictures on people's shelves that got one of those this year.
Of course, still in the packaging.
Mint. Got to keep them mint.
Maintaining the appreciating value.
Yes.
But yeah, awesome. Hey, so we have some heroes here too.
We do.
Some heroes from stage. Hey, come on, guys. So superstars. I think you guys just got your Screen Actors Guild cards.
Did we?
I think so. I think they did.
Right.
So if you head down to the UPS store downstairs, they're waiting for you guys.
Yeah.
So Mark and Brenda, how are you guys? I'm calling you guys by your real names.
Okay.
Not by.
I don't think mine changed. So.
Yeah, yours didn't change. Right, that's true. So it's Brenda Camwood.
It was Camwood, yeah. But
Camwood, yes.
Monahan in real life.
In real life, so we're disclosing your real identity. And then Platform Jones, Mark Peterson. I mean, people know who you are. You're on live, right? You're on live pretty frequently.
Every once in a while, yeah.
So
at the moment, as a matter of fact.
I'm on there right now.
And actually right now, thanks for reminding me that we were live, because otherwise I might have said something regretful. But guys, what was it like? I mean, everyone wants to know, what was it like on the big stage, right? We saw you guys, you know, of course, the big film, you know, day 1, day 2, and now day 3. What was it like up there? Were you nervous? Were you excited? Were you everything?
Yeah. I think might be more nervous now though than I was on stage. You?
No, I mean, I felt really good about it. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
We were just out there having a lot of fun and just, you know, trying to bring just some levity to it, you know, and you know, show off these amazing features. I mean, our R&D team is working so hard on this stuff all the time, so we like to be able to highlight that stuff for them. So, yeah.
So many hats. Look at all these hats on this stage. more than during the skit, but yeah. So we mentioned the Magic Wheelchair project, right? A lot of work goes into that, and I think it's clear. I hope by the the way that we wrote the script and different scenes and hopefully the quality, right? Not only of the skit itself, but of the demos. You know, a lot of work goes through the script, the scenes, all that. You know, from your perspectives, having worked on the skit, what does that process sort of look like?
Oh, you defer to me?
I defer.
Well, I really just begged to have you guys let me join, so.
We begged you to join us. But yeah, it's a very iterative process, right? So, you know, there's a lot of things maybe they're features that we're really excited about, but they're not quite ready for, this, technical preview. So, it's kind of this thing of a lot of this back and forth. But yeah, just a lot of time, a lot of effort, that sort of thing. But what we were most excited about was, of course, showing great features, but also like, just adding some sort of campy jokes to the whole thing.
Sure.
Just
Camp,
something
I like
people
that.
can like
Campy.
have fun with. So, big shout out to like Michael Steves and Brian Zayas, like that really put most of the, so much heart and effort into that script. So yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty apparent, right? And yeah, we get to sit through walkthroughs. I got to get thrown out of a building at some point in the skit. That was pretty fun.
You did, yeah.
Yeah, I would say the most one of the most fun roles in the entire skit was the junior designer parts.
Yeah.
I was in town, I think, for an episode of SolidWorks Live, and I just messaged you guys. There we go. Look at all your fans. I was in town, I think, for an episode of SolidWorks Live, and I said, "Hey, do you guys have any need for any?" There we go. I love getting photobombed. There we go. We've broken the wall here. On day 3. But no, I was in town. I texted, I think, Brian. I was like, "You guys, there he is, Jeremy. Do you need any extras?" And yeah, I got thrown out of a building. Had to make sure to say this. Had to be intimidated in front of Mark Schneider.
You did a very good job.
Well, sometimes you're not acting. Sometimes you're just shaking, and yeah.
Sometimes he's just intimidating.
Sometimes he's just intimidating. But Brenda, it's interesting. Mark, Jesse, and I we're on the same team, and surely we all do a lot of work together, right? But like, what do you love about these yearly skits from your perspective in your role that show off so much of what's new in SolidWorks and 3DEXPERIENCE works?
It allows me to understand more of what we do.
Sure.
Because I'm in communications internally, so I'm not working on any of the engineering stuff. So being able to see what our features are and really begin to understand what it is that we're doing is what I like the best.
Yeah, and I'd say culturally, I mean, even in the background, I think we're showing some of Work from Home Alone, which was one of my favorites.
Yeah.
John Waterana, our old colleague, was just hilarious. But that's the thing. Like you said it best, Mark. They're very campy jokes, right?
Yeah.
And I remember even before joining, and I'm sure Jesse, you can say the same. Before joining the team here at SolidWorks, and I'm sure even audience members, right? These are like some of my favorite moments at World.
Yeah.
Always making it fun.
It's cool now, in our position, you mentioned that we're on the team with Mark and the rest of the guys, so we kind of get little bits of previews, but like not too much. So it's fun to see it kind of develop, and then like I didn't see too much towards the end, and then just like see it on the full screen, so to speak, is a lot of fun.
100%. So a lot of us saw live what's new SolidWorks 2023. Mark, you presented on, I think, some of the most common topics, parts. There we go. Great costume change, by the way. You see, seeing other members of the skit, fully uncostumed. But yeah, we did live a live episode on what's new SolidWorks 2023.
Yep.
You've now been using SolidWorks 2023 on more than just doing new feature videos, right?
Sure. Yeah.
What have been some of your favorite new features with some more perspective?
Oh man, it's so funny going back and forth between so many of these. I have like 5 different versions of SolidWorks installed at all time.
All the time.
2023. So I think probably the one for me and the one that I feel is like most impactful was the optimized resolve mode.
Yeah.
So that's the mode where you go into your system options, and you can check that radio option underneath assemblies, and effectively it's doing lightweight mode. Lightweight mode plus a lot of other things sort of in the background, and so everything opens up lightning fast. Everything moves and spins a lot more quickly, things like that. So for me, I've been running that mode the whole time, and you don't notice the difference between that and the old school resolve mode. So
Yep.
The only difference you notice is that you're getting through your designs faster, which is really great. So
Very cool. Yeah, and going a bit further, it's kind of weird, right? It's like we just did that episode. That episode was hugely successful. I think over 100,000 of you watched that, so thank you so much for tuning in. But yeah, again, a little strange because we just did that. A lot of us are still getting ramped up into maybe thinking about going to 2023. It's the year 2023, but yet we get these previews of SolidWorks 2024.
Yeah.
And the interesting part with our team, right? We're making these skits, but then we're also making the videos, which is super cool. Any 2024 videos or 2024 features rather that really stuck out to any of us? Mark, you want to go there?
Yeah. So I would say I think we left the best for last. I really like the ability to insert an assembly into a part. And initially you think, well, why would that be useful at all? But we showed how our users might want to make jigs or fixtures, with weldments or structure system that apply to their top level assemblies. That I think is a great opportunity for that feature. There's a lot of different workflows you could do. Something that I was thinking about earlier was, if it's important to you to have a very accurate top level mass, very accurate top level center of mass, pulling that assembly into a part and then adding, like, let's say your weld features and stuff like that, even though it seems small, those small differences can add up. And so, your center of mass can shift slightly, and that could be very important depending on, what you're doing, what your project is, what your industry is, and so forth. So yeah, I think for me, that's a big one. Of course, these are technical previews, so we're not assuming these are going to be in the next release of SolidWorks, but it's definitely something that we can kind of see the direction that the software is going and get kind of excited about, some of these, some like 2024 already.
It's impossible not to.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, and it's important to note these are technical previews, right? So we're still developing some of this stuff. That's why it's not out today, right, as a production release. But the other thing that's important to note, kind of going the other way, is that, yeah, we get to show, you guys kind of joked, we don't have much time, so we just did the last demo. But once, and you guys see it every year, right? It's like once the new release comes out, you see that it's hundreds of pages of enhancements, right? Yeah. So we get through some stuff that we like to show, stuff that fits pretty well in the skit. That's one thing that I'm always so impressed with you guys about. And I don't know about you, Brenda, but just how, for example, you're just able to sort of fit them into the scheme of the story somehow. I have no idea how you do that. It takes such creativity.
It's always fascinating.
Yeah. It's like, how do you think? It's hard enough, right? Like every What's New cycle, like thinking of, okay, I have all these features. I understand customers requested them in a lot of cases. Yeah. Let me make a compelling, like cohesive use case with all these features. But then,
oh, look.
Completely fictitious scenario. Beautiful.
Yeah.
But yeah, what were you gonna say, Brenda?
I wasn't gonna say anything.
Oh yeah. Oh look. Oh yeah. You saw that. Yeah. So this is beautiful. How do we get this done?
I don't actually know who did that.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I want one for my wall.
Yeah. Totally. That would have been. I guess that would be great for next year, like a poster giveaway. If we continue to do these. Well, I don't know. I mean, I should ask you guys. Are you going to reply? We're going to Dallas next year.
Awesome.
We know that.
Cool. Dallas.
We know Indiana Jones has a lot of different iterations. Are we going to have a Platform Jones sequel? And if so, will we reprise our roles potentially?
If they asked, I would.
If they ask, you have to talk to my agent.
Or I could beg them.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, the thing is, we have a lean board that has a lot of different theme options and things that we've kind of brainstormed and stuff like that. So we've got a lot of ideas. So I guess doing a sequel to Indiana Jones, I mean, that would be fun. But I think next year we want to bring again the same kind of storytelling, but with a different splash of paint on top. So I don't know that we'll reprise Indiana Jones, but we definitely like to see you back. So still have you back.
Well, the Platform Jones will always be available on YouTube for streaming, indefinitely. But yeah, just personally, as we kind of wrap up this segment here, and this kind of goes for everyone here. What will stand out, with some distance? What will stand out? Do you think? I guess projecting forward, as some of your favorite moments of the conference or just your personal times here in Nashville.
Yeah. I don't know, being up on stage.
I mean, we had the Bash on Broadway.
Which was fun.
Which was awesome.
Which was a lot of fun. I still have stuff going on tonight, so.
Oh yeah, you're not done.
I'm not done.
You're like, I'm midday.
No.
I was just acting on main stage. I'm here on live.
I've been going since Friday. It's fine.
You're like, don't worry, it's fine.
It's fine.
I mean, there's so much to love about 3DEXPERIENCE Worlds. We've all been coming for a long time, and it seems to keep getting better to me. And I like obviously the general session with our speakers. I mean, it's amazing. Like, we get to hear about all this stuff that's happening. Breakout sessions are awesome. I jump in there and I learn something new all the time. I was in a hardware session where I was learning all kinds of new stuff about optimizing your hardware for SolidWorks, a lot of cool stuff. But I think for me, the number one thing is the events in the evening, like because that's the time where if I'm at one of our reseller events, one of their customer appreciation events, I get to speak to a lot of our customers there.
Yep.
At the CSWE event, that's a great opportunity to talk to a lot of our our champions and that sort of thing. Last night, the Bash on Broadway, that was fun. Music going, meeting people, hanging out. So to me, that's the best.
That's one of the best things is
Yeah.
meeting everybody that you
Yeah.
haven't seen.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, just being able to meet people and just make relationships, and like catch up with people, and it's awesome. And it's so crazy. Last night I saw so many people. They're so talented. There was a karaoke one.
So yeah.
And it was live band, and these are our users and resellers, and everybody they had great voices. I was like, what on earth? Like, how are these people so good? So we have our customer base just so talented.
Yeah.
It's cool just to see people like in their element, and like their regular civilian clothes or whatever, and just having fun, man. So yeah.
That's a great point. How about you, Jesse?
Yeah, I mean, Mark said there's so much to love. I'm really liking this new format. I don't know what you guys are thinking, but sometimes I feel like we get so into the rhythm of like, oh, we got to have general session every morning, and it's like it's got to be that way. And to be honest, coming in, I wasn't sure if I was going to like it or not, and I really like it. Like this right now is really cool. Like this is such a fun way to end this whole thing. You can't really see it too much with the cameras, I guess, but there's just people around us. I'm sure you can hear it through our mics. There's people everywhere that's just obviously come out of general session to end this. I'm actually really liking this right now. This is a really fun way to end this. So conference hug. I say
Conference
success.
hug. I love it.
That's a win for me.
Yeah, man, it's been a lot of fun. And once again, thank you guys so much. You contribute so much to the fun. Again, I can say as from before I worked here at SolidWorks, and certainly here now, being able to kind of get a front row seat to all of it. Even be in it. I was lucky enough to do that. I mean,
lucky enough you got thrown out of a building.
I'm
glad you recovered.
That's when you know it's good. Yes, and I still feel good about it. Yeah, it's a testament to all your hard work. So thank you guys so much for entertaining us, educating us, inspiring us. It was amazing.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
So we'll do a proper wrap. We're not done yet. We'll do a proper wrap to the conference on live here at 3D Experience World 2023 with our MC, Tracey Wilson, here in just a moment. So stay tuned. we're back here for the last time. I can't believe it. We were just saying before we went live, they were doing the countdown on the production side, and I just looked at the two of you, and I was like, taking it all in, right? It's like, I cannot believe that it's the end of day 3
It
at
is
World.
a lot to take in. 3 full straight days. No, we literally I just came running from general session, had a minute, of course, to say hi to people, say thank you, take some photos. And I just have to say, there was this moment at the very end. I do the final, thank you for coming to 3D Experience World. And then I bring out GP. And then as he was coming, he said, thank you, Tracey, we did it. And I was like, and it literally made me weepy in this moment because we did it. We got together in person, and boy, did it feel good.
Jesse did the same thing. He started crying, and he did more makeup, right, Jesse?
He's almost not kidding.
But I did. I walked off stage after being together with everybody in this community, being together and just feeling the energy. I think today, also, us being in person felt really real to me when Don't Miss This Demo took the stage.
Yep.
Because it was like, oh, the stage play is back, the skit is back, and the people are laughing and cheering and being a part of it. And, ooh, this has felt pretty good.
Yeah, I almost feel like you said, we did it. I almost feel like that with this group of people, that's even more so than with any other conference, because it almost doesn't feel like the conference is put on for the audience.
Right.
It feels so much like the audience we're all putting it on together, right?
Yes.
It's just like we're all in the same thing, and we're just doing it together, which is so cool.
Jesse, that is an excellent point. It is about this community, and we say community, it's not you, me, whatever, it is us, it is everyone together. Absolutely.
It was really special, too, I think, being back, just to take it all the way back to day 1, getting here. Day 1 of, landing on the plane even, or driving in. A lot of locals here from wherever we came in from. That feeling of being back in Nashville, right? The last time we were in person, 2020, was exactly here. Coming back into the MCC, getting our badges, right?
Yes.
It's been a crazy journey, hasn't it?
Even to your point, even coming down the escalator in the airport and you see the sign that says, welcome to 3D Experience World 2023. I'm like, oh, we're here, we're in person. I'm
it's real, it's happening.
It's so good. It's so good. And all being together, also, of course, it is speaking to the power of community.
Yep.
We have to give a shout out to Swuggen.
Big day.
Congratulations to everyone today on all the awards. Fantastic.
Yep. Good. Champions. So a lot of you know, I made the SolidWorks Champions program back in June of 2020.
Amazing.
Which was awesome. I mean, it was something that we wanted to do for a long time. And launching it then was a little bit bittersweet, right? Because you're giving everyone some community, right? We all needed it, and it certainly needed it, especially, months into the worldwide pandemic. But, Matt Clegg runs it now, doing a great job. It's Matt just mentioned it on general session, right? It's scaled to over 100 or 800 champions, over 800 champions, almost 60 countries worldwide.
Incredible.
Definitely different than when I left it off. So again, Matt, great job on that. But even that was a little bit emotional. Seeing Danute, getting a well-deserved community award on the champion side. But even champions, right? First world where you had a champion badge.
Yeah.
Hanging from the lanyard. So we'll have an opportunity later to get together. There's a champion Swuggen, nightly get together for day 3 to kind of see each other one last time, celebrate all their achievements worldwide during the conference. But yeah, congrats to all of them. That's just, they do amazing things all year round.
That's incredible. Now, I'm going to share one thing that I learned overall, and then I'm going to turn the tables, because the two of you have been at this desk interviewing people for the last 3 days. So I'm going to ask you a couple of questions.
I don't know how to answer questions. I
no.
want to ask questions.
Doesn't feel so good, does it?
Not now. Oh, no. The questions are coming to you, too. Because here was my biggest takeaway of what I learned this whole conference, is that GP says pivoting to cloud allows us to work from anywhere, stay connected, and always be up to date. And that is everything. And one of the key takeaways about the whole time was, listen, we talked about cloud before 2020.
Sure.
But now we're like, oh, it is critical. Now we get it. Because what happened when the world shut down? So many people came on stage and talked about the importance of cloud and how to stay connected. And so I think that is really what we are talking about. Like, how do we stay connected? And so that was something for me that I'm like, yep, the theme was pre-2020, yes, this was important. Post-2020, mission critical.
Sure.
Now we get it. Now we know how to keep everyone connected, how to keep your work connected. So I'm wondering.
I know. Final exam.
Final exam.
Pens ready.
Get your pens ready. We're about to count down. Pens ready. In any order, I would like to know maybe something that you learned, who you might have learned it from, maybe something unexpected. What was the key takeaway for you, Jesse?
Something that I learned. So one of my favorite sessions that I dropped in on was with Peter and Emmanuel. And at the end of the session, I said, when I get Peter talking, he goes right over my head, which happens quickly. But that was a simulation session. And there was a part of that, the topic actually, that I didn't even know was kind of in there. So with electromagnetics, their whole session was about placing an antenna. And it was a really cool case study. It was a hands-on session. So I think I probably learned what the attendees learned, like this is possible, right? And it's an easy way to do it, and SolidWorks can do it. So that's probably a cool one that I love seeing that.
Well, that's great because we know that this is so much about learning. You come in person to learn about SolidWorks. You come in person to learn about the cloud and all the many functions you might not have been able to know about before. Because when you come in person, you have the opportunity to ask the people who are leading these panels, to ask the instructors. You're going through these breakaways and a deep dive into so much learning. It's exciting to hear that even people who I think already know everything are still learning. So, turning the tables aside. Sean O'Neill. What do you got for me?
I'm going to take it the other way of your question, the unexpected part. So for me, what was unexpected, in a way, and this is going to sound a little goofy, I think, at first, but was unexpected is feeling, I think, the appreciation, the mutual appreciation of how much people cared for the impact that I think we're all able to make on each other year-round, right? Because we haven't been in person. You can read YouTube comments, and you can exchange emails, and you can exchange texts. And they're one thing, and you can be on Zoom and you can smile at each other in boxes, right? And those things have been kind of all a lot of us have had over the past few years, and I think that is great. Great that we had something. But having people coming up to me from all different countries and saying, yeah, like I became a member of the Champions program in 2021, and I got a job out of it, or I made this new connection, and I have a whole new group of friends from that. Or even what we do on the live streaming side, people identifying us from that. And not in a way it was like, oh, wow, we're so cool, we're so special. But it's gratifying, right? It's like, in live design, we have users who are giving tech tips. We're on live design, we're doing our best to be entertaining and to try to make people feel good, but also learn things in the process. And for people to say, hey, I watched that video of yours, I watched that live stream of yours. And sure, again, you can read digitally the counting stats of, 4,000, 40,000, 400,000 views, whatever it is for anyone, right? The YouTubers here would tell us the same thing, but that's a number, right? That's not an exchange of emotion. That's not an exchange of feeling. It's hard to really bottle that up digitally. So when you're here in person, that's you can make those connections, those personal connections, and feel that energy, and that's something that I think I'll carry with me from this conference.
I've seen a lot of people come up to you and say, here's what I learned off of your video. Here's what I learned off of YouTube. Thank you for sharing what you're doing. Thank you for keeping us connected virtually. You are great. This desk has kept people at home connected to this entire conference in a way that has been fantastic. 3 days here. Was there a favorite guest or favorite moments sitting here at the desk? Any favorite interviews that you? I mean, I know. How do you pick a favorite, right? How do you pick a favorite?
Like the way I think of your question is like, who did I really geek out over?
Yeah. Okay. That's great.
How do you think of it? Like yeah. Who did you think of, or like how did you think of it?
Well, I was thinking of Jonathan.
Coolest person, just zips around the conference center.
Yeah, he almost ran me over on the way over here, so that sticks out in my mind. But also, crazy cool products. The product that they launched, Exosapien, the product that they launched is just so cool. That 4-wheeler that you ride, like that's right up my alley. Yeah. So that seems pretty fun. I got to get my hands on one of those when they get that finished.
Yeah.
I gotta say, for me, I mean, talking to Jamie, talking to Liv was great, but talking to Titan Gilroy was amazing. He had a huge crowd here, watching in, because that's been a crazy journey. I think that's also followed me personally through different phases of how we've seen SolidWorks grown, with partnerships and other things. I mentioned during that interview having Titan email me or have an email forwarded to me from Titan saying he'd like to partner up. at Worlds by the escalators. You know where you're standing when that stuff happens, right?
So cool.
Introducing himself. I'm like, I know who you are. Like, I've been watching your stuff for years. So that was amazing. We've been to his shop, but have never met him. We did the Titan Trifecta live stream series. And all of a sudden, he's sitting here, and we're just talking. Like, that stuff is amazing. And being able to bring it to all of you, right, who I know a bunch of you have been watching Titan for years. Like, you know, Todd was here
I was just
earlier,
saying, Todd,
right?
talked about he had been watching Titan for years, and that's how he learned. He literally said how to machine, that he looked up those YouTube videos, and that's how he learns.
Yep. So that was an amazing moment.
That's great. Now, just in our last general session, our closing wrap, how exciting to be all together in the room, you know, to say goodbye to each other in one big energy was wonderful. And we did have a special check presentation. We talked about it a little bit before. You want to talk about Magic Wheelchair?
Yes. So we had a lot of Magic Wheelchair here at the desk, and really all around the conference, right? You know, this is all about bringing the conference to you guys. That's the only reason why we have, you know, this huge, you know, desk here. But and everyone, you know, joining in on the stream. But yeah, we had Christine Getman, of course, the leader of Magic Wheelchair. We had Chinlu, Sal, Lama, you know, coming on and talking about our special partnership and connection with Magic Wheelchair as an organization, their build efforts, right? Sarah Zuckerman, who's led, you know, project planning. Hey, Sarah. My ears are ringing.
Shout out.
Sarah's been hugely involved, a huge proponent of the entire group. But that was really special. That was like the most emotional segment. And you know, we worked as a group together. Sucha mentioned it right today on general session on main stage. We worked as a group to secure that donation over the course of months. And it's so hard not to say anything. It's of course Magic Wheelchair knew. Right? They didn't, you know, maybe they didn't know about the foam check. They did. I'm lying. But, you know, the foam check comes out. It's a beautiful moment. But being able to reveal that to the world, make everyone feel that moment, sitting next to each other, you know, shoulder to shoulder, as everyone has the warm fuzzies inside and gets to go home feeling good and hopefully inspired to donate or volunteer rather their time as well. So that altogether is very special.
Absolutely. Now, we are talking a lot about this desk and how we're bringing you virtually everything at home. And we know not everyone can be here in person. We know you can't all be here. But we are hoping, if it is possible, maybe you could join us next year. Would be amazing.
Yes.
And some of the reasons to come in person, if we could encourage you, if it is possible, let's talk about that bash on Broadway last night.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
Every year, no matter the city, there is always a special event on the Tuesday night. Last night, the bash on Broadway. All right, hang on. I mean, you know, I know you can't see it here in this light, but
this was not a swag giveaway here.
This was not a swag giveaway. This was from last night because the three of us, we did have a good time tearing up Broadway. It was a lot of fun.
It was awesome. But the silent raves?
There was a silent rave, and you had these headphones, and they were all. I didn't catch on to the different color things at first, right? Did you catch? Yeah. Like, I didn't understand at first. I thought we all had the same music, and then I realized, oh, wait, you're like swaying, and I'm like jamming out.
Yeah, right.
Because
speaking of jamming out, something I learned about you last night. That if Creedence Clearwater comes on, you lose your mind.
Well, here's the thing. Listen, we had such a good time. We had such a good time really feeling community, being together, dancing. I mean, okay, you might all have been sitting while I was dancing, but I was
have video proof.
You do have, he's got the receipts. We were having such a nice time.
We have some,
being amongst people. Look at, I mean, you can see.
Is anyone not smiling?
Is anyone not smiling? It was fun, and it was fun to listen. We know this. You're on this live stream for 3 days. I'm on the big stage for 3 days. We're on the Jumbotron. People see us. And it is fun to meet everyone. It is fun to see people and feel like the community. Yeah. And I love that. There was actually a moment when we were waiting outside at the bar, we're on the street. There's a moment where there's like 5 or 6 people talking. They're from Europe. They were not speaking in English. And I was like, oh, wait, what's happening? And they were chatting, and they kept looking at me, and chatting, and kept looking at me. And so I was like, I think she's the host, right? She's the host. And I went over and I said, yeah, hey, hi, whatever. And like, oh, we know it was you. But it was so fun to meet them, to say, like, where are you from? What are you doing? Are you having a nice time? Are you going to join us next year?
So awesome.
I mean, just to see people and to be a part of this. And the live music, being in person it was pretty great.
I think I met more new people this year than probably the past 3 put together. So
Yeah.
It's been great.
Yeah. What was your favorite part about last night?
So I'll admit that is not my scene, right? We talked about that last night. I still had a blast.
Right?
I really did. Like, I put a post on LinkedIn, a little while ago. Like, these types of things usually aren't my scene, but with these people, it just somehow it works. Like, I have fun no matter where we are. I don't like parties and things like that, but going around with you guys last night, I had so much fun just touring around and hanging out, talking.
Yeah, well, because here's the difference. It's like if you go to a bar, it's a Friday night, I'm in a cool city, there's all these people. It's like strangers.
Yeah.
But when you are at this event, it isn't strangers.
Right.
I might not know your name or face, but it isn't
Sure.
strangers. We're all a member of this community together. So it's like, hey, hi. And we know that we're all in it.
Yeah, Sean and I have talked about this before. We always feel like you could walk up, if you know somebody is a SolidWorks user, you could walk up to any one of them and say, hey, my name is XYZ, like, what do you do?
It's connective tissue.
It is.
Just that
Yeah, and
very
I
thing.
truly believe that.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
It's so fun.
I loved last night. The music was great. I had Outkast on my speakers.
Yep.
So I switched out. I was like, okay, blue is this, green. Okay, green's Outkast. I like that. So I bumped my head right. But no, it was super fun. I think one of my favorite parts about the Bash on Broadway. There's a lot I could say. But one of my favorite parts was just seeing, everyone still had their lanyards on, and it's 10 or 11 p.m. Everyone's smiling, like we see here, having a good time. And then you see people who were not, connected in any way before the conference. Like, wow, because they came here to Nashville, because they came here to 3D Experience World, these great people now get to meet and make connections well beyond the event. I think that's just as a passerby, even just I'm not going to interrupt that.
For
Why
sure.
would I do that? Keep talking to each other.
There were definitely passersby who are not wearing lanyards, who are not privileged enough to be part of the lanyard. And they're like, wait, something special's happening. I don't know what it is, what's going on here, but I think it's something cool. I'm not part of it, but I wonder what that is. Oh, speaking of lanyards, listen. I don't know about you guys, but I save mine. Because it's a thing. I have a lanyard box. I've been here 7 years. I'm like, this is me. It's like fancy memories, because also, if you do come in person, there is a little bit of swag.
It's true.
There's a little bit of swag.
Yeah.
I'm going to show 2 pieces of swag.
Please do.
This year, the T-shirts were wonderful. There's always an amazing T-shirt.
Always the T-shirts.
Right. You got to get the T-shirts.
Yep.
We love the T-shirts. You have to have that.
Music City theme.
Music City themes. All the great colors. And then, of course, we all know what's next. What's the thing that everyone asks? Is there going to be
The backpack.
a backpack?
Yep.
And
Super
there
unique
is.
backpack this year. Way
Super
different
cool.
than
different
previous years.
style. So fun, right? I have it open because I have, and the computer thing is in the back.
I know. I didn't know that until I was trying to stuff my laptop in, and Abhishek was like, there's a pouch in the back.
Yeah.
So
That
that's
was,
something else I learned from
like
Abhishek.
if you're on a forum line or again a conference hall or something, that was like the pro tip of the conference. You can look in the back. There's a secret compartment.
There is a secret compartment. I love a secret compartment in a bag.
Yep.
That's pretty fun. Well, listen, we are having a fun talking about in person, but whether you are in person, if you join us in person or virtually, we would love to keep this conversation going. If you had fun, join us on the socials. #3DXW23, 3D Experience World 23.
Have you guys? When's the last time you checked that out? I checked that out this morning. I think I was scrolling LinkedIn, just looking for some things maybe I missed last night. That's where I found Manish and our R&D team dancing with customers.
Totally.
Raving with customers, which I was like, wow.
There were so many rave pictures. There were so many.
I thought R&D people were supposed to be introverts exclusively. That doesn't preclude you from dancing.
Not at all. Not at all. It was a safe space, just our community. Safe space to dance and bust loose. But if you have favorite moments or favorite memories, if you're watching virtually and you want to show, I was sitting in my living room with my cup of coffee, where you're watching from now, or if you have pictures of the event, something that you might have learned, a key takeaway, something that you really loved, what inspired you most, we'd love to hear. Throw on that hashtag, share with us, let us know, because it also helps us to do our job better for you next year. We want to know what you need. We want to know what you love so we can provide more of that for you, so we can keep this conversation going and make next year even better.
Yep, exactly. Man, I cannot believe it's the end.
I know. Ooh, I don't want to get to the thank you. We're not ready. I'm not ready for the thank you reads.
I know you've been delaying it. I could tell.
I've been delaying the thank you reads. I don't want to do the thank you reads. Okay, we are going to give a shout out to our platinum sponsors, HP and Lenovo. Thank you for allowing this event to happen. I don't want to do the sponsor reads. I don't want this to end. I don't want it to end. I don't want it to end. Okay.
Eventually, they will turn the lights out.
They're gonna. I was like, it got suddenly very quiet in here. Okay. Thank you to Music City Center, the staff, if you can hear me, for hosting this
100%.
event. The food has been amazing. Everyone has been so gracious and helpful, and hosting the city has been fantastic. So thank you so much to each and every person who helped us out. I'm going to say thank you, Dassault Systems events team. You made this happen. And then Kramer delivered on the vision that Dassault Systems events team had, and we just nailed it this year.
Yep. If you could, Tracey, if you could just, take a look over at camera 2.
I could.
Yeah. Maybe this is, maybe you guys can, fight over this belt buckle. I don't think I have to give it back. I don't know where it came from, so yeah.
Oh, you got the, see, you're lucky.
Yep.
You know, hot commodity, this belt buckle.
Finders keepers.
Yep.
Yes, of course. Thank you to this very live desk. Thank you to Sean and Jesse for keeping all of you in the loop this entire time. Thank you to the staff for keeping the lights on, for keeping this happening, for keeping you involved. And if you want to shout us into next year, and I know there's a little piece of business, I will turn it over to you. Thank you for letting me be a part of this live event and a part of this desk. Thank you.
Okay, so thank yous for the next hour. No, I'm kidding. No, because seriously, it feels like to do it justice, I'd have to do that. But yeah, let's keep it short. Again, you thanked our sponsors, Music City Center's staff for directing everyone around, even during the Bash on Broadway.
Yes.
That was huge.
Oh yes, let me interject this, please.
Yeah.
There were some people last night who were standing in the rain on the corners with these signs pointing us where to go. And it was like they're just, and every now and then someone standing in the pouring rain with a little sign to Bash on Broadway. So thank you.
Which saved us, because we
Which
went
it
the
did
wrong
save
way.
us, because we did go the wrong way.
We would have never gotten there.
You know?
We'd still
have
be
said,
walking.
heard it was fun. But no, again, events team, Jesse, I have to thank you. You've been an absolute soldier. You've been all over this conference center. You've definitely gotten your steps in, I'm sure. If you had, I don't know if you have a Fitbit, it's probably reading like 100,000 gajillion steps.
Information I don't need to know, Sean.
No, just a lot. Just read a lot. Just write a lot on the marker.
Yep.
A lot. Fitbit. But no, thank you so much, Jesse. Thank you to all of our co-hosts. Thank you to all of our guests.
Yeah, absolutely.
And thank you all for tuning in not only to this show live at 3D Experience World 2023, but all of our live streaming, all of our content. Again, remember to subscribe, like, hit the notification bell. You'll make sure to keep yourself tuned in all year round. We'll make sure to keep that, hopefully good content pumping out all throughout the year. And thank you, Tracey, for being our MC, our host, for the event. Everyone loves you. There's a reason you get stopped in the street by practically everyone here.
My heart, I love it so much.
So,
I am grateful to be here. I love it, love it, love it.
Solidworks marketing team, our team at Kramer, awesome production. And again, once again, all of you, we'll see you next year. Join us in Dallas. Remember, hashtag 3DXW24 will be coming to socials near you. And hey, I think there are 2 more signatures we need to go on this hat. And that'll conclude it. Jesse, me, Tracey, you've already signed it, right?
I've signed it first day. I'm going to get
guys.
out. I'm going to let you take center and sign your hat.
Thank you so much.
Let you sign off. Amazing.
You want to do the underside?
Sure.
Let's do it.
Special
message. Look at you. Jesse's cursive, so much nicer than mine. I don't know if you'll be able to get that. It's pretty thin font, but let me give this a signature.
It's chicken scratch. He's
Chicken
lying.
scratch, no. Come on.
Okay, tell me what that says then.
Jesse Sprague. Wow, see, I can read it. Sean, I can still spell it. Oh. Yeah.
While he's signing, of course, huge thank you to Sean. Ian, tons of effort go into planning this and organizing this. These guys did a great job.
All right. Thank you, guys. Good job. Good job. Yes.
Super fun.